Gasping for air, James slowly moved forward, leaning against the wall. The only thought in his mind was that he didn't want to die like this. Despite his not-so-great condition, the guy stubbornly moved forward, trying to leave this place as quickly as possible. He honestly didn't understand why he was the only one who saw all this. At some point his body failed him, and he fell onto the cold stone floor. He only had enough strength to lift himself up and roll onto his back. His face twisted in despair and tears welled up in his eyes as he looked up at the ceiling. James begged for help, for someone to come and save him from this nightmare. But he realized that his pleas had fallen on deaf ears when he heard the sound of approaching footsteps nearby. The guy began to slowly rise to his feet, seeing the demon approaching him. It was from this high-class demon that he tried so desperately to escape. And now James, his body shaking with pain and tension, stood before his opponent again. The guy jerked his head up and looked at the demon, asking if he was happy with the result. But despite his hopeless situation, James was not going to give up. Determination bordering on despair flashed in his eyes. He gripped his sword tighter, silently saying that even if everyone made fun of him, and the whole world turned its back on him, he would continue to fight until the very end. Immediately after these words, he ran towards the demon. But he didn't react at all, even when the guy jumped high and raised the sword over his head. The demon reacted at the last moment and attacked the guy first with his claws when James was too open, knocking the sword out of his hand. He didn't stop there and immediately began to collect energy in his other palm. Once the sphere was formed, he pointed it at the boy. He tried with all his might to crawl away, ignoring the terrible pain throughout his body. The sphere flew off the demon's hand, causing a loud explosion. James was lucky. This attack did not touch him. From the powerful flow of wind and dust flying at him, he covered himself with his sword. Then I looked around and saw with horror how deep cracks began to appear on the floor. The next moment, the floor beneath his feet collapsed and he flew into the abyss. The figure of the demon standing on the edge of the cliff gradually moved away. James was so desperate to avoid this fateful end, because he had only recently realized his dream and embarked on the path of conquest. But now it was all over for him. One day, celestial demonic towers began to appear all over the world. These towers have remained a mystery to all mankind until now. Once people got there, it was as if they found themselves in a game world, in which there were swords, magic, and many different skills. There were also monsters to fight. After passing through certain obstacles, one could find magic stones and untold riches in the towers. Those who hunted for such profit began to be called conquerors, and thus a new era began in the world, the hunt for quick enrichment. But the life of a conqueror is closely connected with death. Even if this tower is similar to a game, you can die in it for real. However, such a fate did not befall our hero. Opening his eyes, James realized that he was still alive. Sitting down, the guy tiredly covered his face with his hand. He didn't understand how many more times he would have to go through this. A sign appeared in front of him, informing him that he had died, and that the infinite rebirth skill would activate in 10 seconds. Thanks to this skill, no matter how many times James died in the tower, he always came back to life. If at first he was happy about this ability, now he considered it a real curse. After finishing school, he worked hard, taking on any job to earn money. Thus, there was nothing else in his life except work. But one day, a heavenly demon tower appeared, and hope flared up in James that he could succeed as a conqueror. As it turned out, a real race for magic stones and treasures had opened. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he himself took part in it, striving to acquire a rare skill that no one else would have. This could be achieved with the help of skill stones. A desperate search led the guy to a black market merchant who sold him a stone of infinite rebirth. James had to give up all his savings and even go into debt to get such a valuable skill. Only then, he didn't even suspect what he was signing up for. Immediately after the first activation of this skill, one significant drawback was revealed. It gradually sucked the strength out of the owner of the skill, subtracting a certain number of characteristic points after each death. During his time in the tower, James had already died 4 times. First death from Rue 2. The goblin took away 50 of his defense points out of the 53 he had. Because of this, he could now be easily killed with just 1 blow. The second time he lost 70 attack points, and on the third, 250 health points. This time, 60 of his 61 agility points were taken away, which plunged the guy into despair. There was another peculiarity in this whole system, depending on the stat points. James's body also changed. Now, having lost agility points, his body would become heavy and clumsy, and soon he would not be able to move normally at all. Thoughts about his past, where he was burdened with debt, about his current situation, in which he was rapidly approaching the point of no return, awakened in him more and more despair and hatred. After the time had passed, the boy was transported back to the tower. When he tried to stand up, he immediately noticed that his body had become significantly heavier, due to the remaining 1 point of dexterity. Looking around, James noted with surprise that he was in a new place. At first he assumed that he had been thrown to the lower floor, but the atmosphere here was more reminiscent of the upper floors, which greatly unnerved the guy. Suddenly his attention was caught by a golden glow ahead. It took James only a moment to realize what was happening, and his face showed disbelief and surprise. A golden-colored skill stone appeared in front of him, indicating its extreme rarity. The guy's first thought when he saw this was that he would finally be able to pay off his debts if he sold this stone. His eyes lit up with new desire and confidence. Rising to his feet, he slowly walked towards the stone, glad that there weren't even any monsters here. Just as he was about to rejoice, he stepped on a mechanism hidden in the floor, which made a loud cracking noise. James froze in shock, his gut feeling screaming that nothing good was about to happen. The next moment, a multitude of blades flew out of the walls, which were simply impossible to dodge. His entire body was pierced with sharp knives, one of which pierced his eye socket. Our hero was in real agony, screaming in pain. Sometime later, James was revived again, but this time, 65 power points were taken from him. He turned his shocked and completely lost gaze to the bloody knives, realizing that this time he had died instantly from nothing more than a trap. The realization of this naturally weighed on him. But even so, he was not going to stop halfway to something that could radically change his life. James walked unsteadily, lacking the strength to even hold his sword due to the effects of the muscle strength debuff. In order to somehow make his way easier, he leaned against the wall. But, to his misfortune, he again stumbled upon a hidden mechanism. Immediately after this, a dragon statue emerged from the floor a couple of meters ahead of him. The statue's eyes flashed dangerously red, and a stream of flame gushed from its mouth. James was burned alive with no chance of escape. It was only after he had died and been reborn in this room twice that he realized with horror why there was no one there. Everyone who came here was tempted by the golden stone, just like the hero himself a few minutes earlier, and then died a terrible death from countless traps. An ordinary person would never be able to reach this stone, but James was not one. Having already experienced more than one painful death, he completely lost his fear of it, and this liberation from fear gave him a new source of strength. The guy was determined to take this golden stone at any cost, so forgetting about the pain and weakness, he ran forward with all his might. He had only run a few meters when another trap was activated, and a guillotine fell on his head. After this death, James died several more times, losing 80 points of mana, 50 points of technical ability, and 90 points of vitality. When his body was pierced by arrows from yet another trap, the guy had already lost count of his own deaths. His body, as well as pain, he almost no longer felt, slowly but surely turning into a vegetable. But despite this, James stubbornly went through this hell and achieved his goal. The rarest stone with the ability was finally in his hands. As soon as this happened, the guy lost consciousness. In front of James, windows appeared and disappeared with messages stating that the use of the stone was automatically allowed due to a long wait for a response from the user. Thus, the inversion skill was opened. Having come to his senses, the guy suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at his body in surprise, completely not understanding why all his strength had returned, and he didn't even feel tired. To at least understand a little bit what was going on, James decided to call the system and check his stats. But what he saw there shocked him even more. For some reason, all of his debuffs turned into buffs, and all of the points he had previously lost after death returned, and some even showed they were higher than before. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him saying that he had learned a new skill that could change buffs to debuffs and vice versa, anything that could concern James's stats. Now the hero was able to understand what exactly happened to him, but I couldn't remember at all when I managed to master this skill. At that moment, he noticed a cube lying next to him, which previously contained the golden ability stone. But now, instead of a stone, there was a handful of sand. It wasn't hard for James to guess that the system had automatically used this ability on him as soon as he grabbed the stone. Although he had lost a great opportunity to earn money, the hero was not upset, but on the contrary, he realized that now, thanks to inversion, he could become stronger, endlessly reincarnating. And this gave him faith that with such strength, he would certainly be able to climb to the top of the tower and become famous. James quickly emerged from his own dreams into reality. He understood that in order to go further, he would have to go through this minefield of traps again. Even though his own death was now playing to his advantage, the guy still had some doubts. Memories of the painful deaths he had gone through continued to surface in his mind one after another, as did the memory of the unbearable pain he had to endure. James was afraid that if he died too often, his mind would simply not cope and he would go crazy. Trying to stop the trembling that was running through his body, he hugged himself by the shoulders and closed his eyes, driving these memories away. A couple of minutes later, he managed to convince himself that now, thanks to his high stats, he would be able to successfully pass all these traps. So James decided not to guess what would happen, but to just go ahead and try, because he had no other choice anyway. Turning around, he took a confident step forward. The next moment, his figure crossed half the distance with lightning speed. The guy was very shocked by his own speed of movement, but there was no time to relax, because his next step activated the trap, and a wall rose in front of him. Countless steelies were launched towards him at the same time. One of the arrows came dangerously close to James's left eye. Acting on instinct alone, he dodged every arrow that flew at him with incredible speed, not wanting to experience the familiar feeling of pain. And so, a few moments later, the first trap was successfully passed. He realized with surprise that he could see absolutely everything. When the second trap was activated, he acted even faster, now consciously using his own powers. Like a wild beast, the boy broke through the traps to his freedom. At some point, the now familiar guillotine flew down. James dodged it easily as well. His speed was on a completely different level. Dropping to one knee, he took a short pause before moving on to the next obstacle. Afterwards, he dashed towards the dragon statue. The statue opened its mouth wide, preparing to spew a powerful stream of destructive flame. But James wasn't going to be burned alive by his attack again, so he summoned his inventory on the go. From there, he quickly pulled out his sword. And then with one blow, he simply destroyed the statue, breaking it into many pieces. As soon as the guy landed on the slab, another mechanism creaked and blades flew at him. Jumping into the air, James deflected every blade that flew at him with his sword. Thus, our hero passed all the traps without receiving a single scratch. And now James was absolutely sure that if he combined both skills, he would become the strongest tower conqueror in this world. Only now he faced a new task, to jump through a hole in the ceiling to the top floor. Previously, he would not have even thought about simply jumping, but now he could very well try to do it. The next moment, he jumped up and rushed like an arrow towards one of the walls, only to push off from it. James's attempt was successful, and he quickly rose up, pushing off the walls. And so, the guy finally emerged from the long tunnel and found himself on the very floor where he fought with the demon. He immediately found his opponent with his gaze. When James sank to the floor, the demon was already approaching him with hurried steps. But the guy decided to act ahead of the curve and instantly approached his opponent. But he, with a smile on his face, easily blocked his sword strike with his hand. The hero immediately jumped back to a safe distance. Holding his sword out in front of him, he confidently said that this time he would not allow himself to be killed so easily. In response to his words, the demon screamed shrilly. James immediately rushed towards him, wanting to check how long this demon could hold out in a fight with his one life against his endless reincarnations. Without taking his gaze off the boy, the demon raised his clawed hand to strike, guessing the moment he attacked, but the hero easily dodged. At that moment, he was even afraid to think about how much his indicators had increased. Then he suddenly jumped up and with a confident swing cut off the demon's hand. Still in the air, he admitted that he was no longer afraid of his attacks. The demon's face distorted with bewilderment and horror at the sight of another attack flying at him. With his next kick, James knocked his opponent to the floor. Afterwards, he dropped to the floor and declared that this time victory was his. But not everything was as simple as he thought. Suddenly, a purple flash appeared under the rubble. Realizing things were bad, James ran back. And the next moment, a beam of purple energy flew towards him. The demon standing by the wall was breathing heavily, watching the hero. But he was able to dodge thanks to his speed. Looking at the demon, James said that he only now realized that he didn't look like the usual monster from the third floor. He knew very well that in the Heavenly Demon Tower, the higher you go, the more dangerous the opponents you encounter. Having attacked the demon again, the guy confidently said that the monsters on this floor should be much weaker. Having reflected the attack, the demon threw him aside. Then, making a lunge, he sharply flapped his wings, trying to catch the guy. He, while in the air, jumped even higher, still amazed at how much his stats had increased. They both moved through the air, fending off each other's attacks. James still wondering why he had never heard of monsters like him. Suddenly, the monster's attacks intensified sharply. In the next moment, the demon threw the guy back down. Rising to his feet, James looked at the demon again and asked what it was. The demon didn't respond. Instead, an even more terrifying aura began to emanate from him. The hero realized that he would not be able to get any answers. He was simply unlucky enough to meet a strong enemy. As streams of red aura began to emanate from the demon, he tensed up. From his power, the demon created a huge red sword. James grinned wryly, noting that his opponent was taking the fight seriously. With a terrible roar, the demon swung his sword. His swing sent a multitude of red lightning bolts flying towards the guy. James ran from side to side, avoiding the lightning flying at him. At some point, the lightning stopped, and now he was being pursued by a powerful demonic figure. The hero quickly turned around and raised his sword above himself, blocking the attack. Due to the strong pressure, the floor beneath them was covered with deep cracks in a radius of several tens of meters. A tense smile appeared on James's face as he realized how close he had come to death. But suddenly something caught his attention. He saw a ball of black energy forming in the demon's palm. The hero didn't even have time to do anything before his head was pierced. Mistakenly thinking his opponent was dead, the demon turned and slowly walked towards the opposite end. Rooms. He could never have expected that a resurrected James, whose physical strength had been increased by 40 points, would appear from behind him. However, the demon still managed to turn around and blocked the guy's attack. The sharply increased strength of the enemy frightened him considerably. As the hero jumped up with his sword raised for another blow, the demon simply watched him with fear on his face. James dealt blow after blow, forcing the frightened demon to retreat back. When there was no time to retreat, he was finally able to deliver a serious blow, shouting that dying was simply unbelievably painful. The guy himself noted that, although his physical strength had increased, and now his blows were capable of pushing back the enemy, this was still not enough. It was with these thoughts that he delivered the next blow to the demon's body. But the demon managed to put his sword under it. James' face twisted in confusion as he felt the enemy's aura grow stronger. He couldn't do anything when the demon killed him again. When the boy was revived, his agility had increased by 60 points. Rising to his feet, James said that he was impressed by the trick the demon had pulled. But he didn't intend to die by his hand anymore. The next moment, the guy jumped up and rushed towards the enemy with lightning speed. As James approached, the demon raised his hand to strike. Only the hero was faster. He suddenly picked up speed and rushed past, striking. The demon's eyes were wide open in surprise. And when his body fell to pieces, James Cold said that now it was all over. He turned around and walked slowly towards the body of his fallen enemy. There was a bitterness in his voice as he said that such an outcome was obvious from the very beginning. But if suddenly the demon could get infinite life, he advised to find him, and then they would fight again, but on equal terms. Only after this did he sit down tiredly on the ground and sigh heavily. The fact that this demon was able to kill him twice really spoiled the guy's mood. It was worth it for him to pick it up your sword. How the blade, covered with deep cracks, simply crumbled into pieces. With a disappointed sigh, James decided it was time to stock up on some proper weapons. But first, he needed to collect as many magic stones as possible. Later, our hero went down to the first floor of the tower to the safe zone. At the transition to each floor, there were special zones where monsters do not respawn. It is called safe, because the conquerors can rest there after difficult battles. This area is also useful when conquerors are exploring the tower and are collecting a lot of useful items. In the safe zone, they can sell everything they have obtained to merchants and buy something new. Our hero did the same, selling the crystals he had collected and buying himself a new, more durable sword. Even though his purchase was useful, he was sorry that it cost him almost all of his money. He was thinking about this when I noticed that surrounds him atmosphere and became very strange. Looking around, James drew attention to people standing nearby, quietly whispering among themselves, looking at him. Many simply mocked him and his useless ability of infinite rebirth. The hero was neither surprised nor upset by their words, because he had already managed to become famous as the weakest conqueror, because he was deceived with the skill stone. He smiled at the thought that for others this ability was truly useless. But now that he had inversion, he could unleash its full potential. The flow of his reasoning was interrupted by someone's loud cry. The surprised guy turned around sharply, trying to understand what was going on there. The plump man standing in front loudly declared that except for him, who held the title of champion, no one else would be able to kill the boss from the 5th floor. James, exhausted, covered his face with his hand when he saw this man. In the tower, the conqueror is awarded the title of champion once he kills the boss of a particular floor. And as soon as all the bosses from each floor are killed, the tower will disappear without a trace. Usually, defeating such bosses can yield incredibly rare weapons. But usually champions don't behave as arrogantly towards their colleagues as Nick does. James's face showed surprise when he noticed the one arguing with Nick. Despite all of Yuri's attempts to stop her friend, Monica openly scorned Nick and said that he had no right to be called a champion after clearing a tower that consisted of only 2 floors with weak monsters. When her friend tried to appeal to her common sense once again, she turned around abruptly and shouted that she wasn't going to let him take all the credit for finding the room with the boss first, the 2 of them. Yuri, although a little hesitantly, insisted that they shouldn't continue unless they wanted to get into even bigger trouble and lose the reward this time. Monica fell silent and pursed her lips in displeasure, thinking about her words. When Nick, standing next to her, mockingly asked if their argument was over, the girl's irritation increased. Instead of answering, Monica sighed heavily, running her hand through her hair. Nick's smile widened as he proudly showed off his shield, saying that the item was an undeniable proof of his status. Hearing their names, the surprised girls immediately looked around. Seeing James made the situation a little more awkward for them. Before our hero could say a word, Nick jumped forward and gave the guy a careful look. Afterwards, he smiled broadly and mockingly said that he had heard about the biggest loser among them, who was given some kind of trash skill for an exorbitant price. He did not skimp on words at all, wanting to sting his interlocutor as painfully as possible. James had no intention of responding to this provocation in any way. When Nick finally finished, he let out a quiet chuckle. Then he looked out from behind the large body of the guy standing in front of him and told the girls to leave the showdown with the boss to Nick and his guys. Monica was extremely unhappy with the proposed arrangement and immediately began to object. But, having passed the champion, James interrupted her, explaining that in the meantime, they would be doing something much more interesting. He planned to go to the boss on the top floor and get a bigger fish. When the hero said this, one could read a certain obsession in his eyes. Yuri looked up at him in surprise, asking what he meant. James replied that he was not just offering them this, and that the three of them could definitely handle it. His words made Nika truly furious. Grabbing his shield, he rushed at the guy, angrily shouting that he shouldn't exalt himself above everyone else when he only had a useless ability in his arsenal. He furiously struck blow after blow, but the hero dodged each one without much difficulty. At some point, James simply tripped him up. Captivated by the battle, Nick did not notice this and fell to the floor. Sitting up, he looked up with a puzzled look, asking what just happened. James approached him and said that now he would even be interested to see how the team of champions would deal with the boss of the middle floor. So, half an hour later, they all went together to the 4th floor of the tower, our hero and the girls walking behind, looking around. Hearing his name, he stopped. Monica and Yuri looked at the boy with uncertainty, asking if they were making a mistake by coming here with the champion team. The first was worried that James was not very strong and could get seriously hurt. Yuri shared her concerns, knowing how strong the monsters from the middle floors were. Turning around, James cheerfully said that they shouldn't worry and walked on, leaving the girls confused. He understood perfectly well the reason for the excitement of both of them, because they were conquerors of the 13th and 15th levels, while he was only at the 8th. But the current him was very different from his former self. Even though he didn't have a high level, he had high stats. James was completely confident that in battle he would be much stronger than Yuri and Monica. Remembering him, Nick and his guys stopped and called out to him. Afterwards, with a confident grin on his face, he said that he allowed James to watch the middle floor boss being killed for educational purposes, so he shouldn't get in the way and try not to die. The hero was amazed by the level of self-confidence of this guy, and was even afraid to imagine how the fight between the boss and this narcissist would turn out. There was no time for further conversation, because the next moment a crash was heard nearby, causing everyone to tense up. Catching a rustle behind him, Nick turned around and noticed a monster flying towards him. The champion, acting on reflexes, put up his shield, defending himself from the deadly blow of the monster's sword. Immediately after its unsuccessful attempt at attack, the monster jumped to the side. As he stood up, preparing for another attack, Nick was able to recognize him as a monster called a lizardman. The guy's lips twisted into a weak smile at the thought that since there was only one lizardman here, the fight would be quick and easy. His thoughts were interrupted by James standing behind him. Feeling the constricting pressure with his whole body, he shouted that the enemy was not alone. At that very moment, the shadows that had been hidden on the high ceiling all this time began to move. Nick and his boys watched in horror as one after another, many lizardmen descended. He had absolutely no idea what was going on and where so many monsters had come from. As soon as more than 100 monsters descended, a lizard man, distinguished from everyone else by his red color, stepped forward from the crowd. All the others obediently bowed their heads. This monster was the highest representative of the lizardmen, commanding the entire pack. Suddenly he stopped and, chuckling, pointed the blade of his sword at the conquering team. At that moment, all the lizardmen rushed at their victims. A spark of excitement lit up James's eyes as he saw the approaching enemies. Monica stepped forward and shouted for Yuri to protect him. The guy watched the girls surrounding him with surprise and a bit of bewilderment. Completely unprepared for such a turn of events, he shouted out that everything was fine and that he too was capable of fighting. Monica gritted her teeth and said that now was not the time to be a hero. James turned his shocked gaze to her. Also looking at him, Monica said that someone like him would never be able to stand up to such an enemy. The hero simply froze in place, struck by her words, which cut his heart no worse than a knife. The final blow was dealt to him by Yuri, who looked at the guy with a pleading look in her eyes and asked him to stay away. Without a second's hesitation, Monica immediately entered the battle, chopping the bodies of her enemies with short blades. Yuri also fought hard, attacking the lizardmen with her spells. Only James stood in the midst of the carnage, feeling like complete ballast. He had never felt so terrible before. Nick fought 2 monsters at the same time, one of which was the leader of the pack. Having sent the first opponent flying, the guy missed the blow of the second, and thus was sent into flight. But he managed to land on his feet without injury. However, as soon as he took a careless step to the side, The stove made a strange sound. James immediately recognized the familiar sound of the trap, and his whole body was filled with horror. To his great misfortune, the trap that was triggered was located right underneath him. As he fell, James wondered why this had happened to him. Monica and Yuri watched this scene in horror. As the name of the Heavenly Demon Tower suggests, it will test the Conqueror's reaction speed, as a trap awaits at every step. Only this time, James wasn't going to die so easily because of some pathetic traps. So I pulled myself together and, about jumping off the walls, he was able to land safely and not die. Then he slowly rose to his feet, brushing the dust off his clothes. It was only after looking around that James noticed a multitude of red lizards. All the monsters' gazes were focused only on our hero. An ironic grin appeared on the guy's face when he realized that there was simply no way out of this trap. This situation would have been hopeless for the old James, but the current one was determined to destroy all the monsters and get out of here alive. Due to the sudden change in the aura around the guy, the monsters all shuddered in fear. Meanwhile, James's new sword appeared in his hand. He rushed through the crowd of monsters like an arrow, and with a couple of incredibly fast blows made them fly apart. The hero admitted to himself that, to some extent, he was even glad that he ended up with them. The lizardmen were in no hurry to approach, warily examining their enemy. James was also in no hurry to attack, thinking that the previous him would never have gotten out of here alive. Suddenly, about one of them suddenly ran forward and jumped on James. But the hero was already prepared for such a turn of events. He also jumped into the air and struck first, catching the monster off guard. And then he cut the lizardman's body in half. Immediately, two others attacked him. James pushed off the ground sharply and somersaulted through the air, avoiding the simultaneous attack of the monsters. The two lizards looked behind them in bewilderment. The next moment, the hero chopped off their heads. Looking up at the remaining monsters, he asked what they were waiting for when the food that had fallen into their trap was right in front of them. But none of the lizards were in a hurry to attack. They all stood to the side, casting wary glances at the guy. He didn't wait for them to take the first step, so he rushed towards them himself. Blood stained the floor as he cut down one monster after another. At one point, James noted that there were too many enemies here, but this was not able to stop him. Passing by the lizard trails, he said that death is a very scary thing, and he has already become a pro at it. The faces of the remaining monsters were distorted with genuine fear and horror of James. Having finished with everything, the guy stopped and exhaled tiredly, throwing his head back. When he looked around more carefully, he noticed a small passage with a ladder in one of the walls. Entering it, James was glad to have the opportunity to calmly climb back up. Sometime later, the stone door opened and our hero came out. The girls were the first to notice a guy walking past them, unharmed and complaining about the terrifying length of the stairs. An excited Yuri immediately ran up to the guy, causing him to be surprised. She looked him over carefully from all sides, asking if he was okay. After seeing his condition, Yuri smiled tenderly and admitted that she was very worried about him. Monica, who approached them, said that they were planning to go down to him, but the hatch immediately closed. Afterwards, she worriedly asked if the hero had encountered any monsters there. James smiled slightly and replied that he didn't see any monsters there. He decided not to mention the mountain of lizards he had killed. Not noticing the champion team there, he asked where they had gone. Monica replied with displeasure that after James fell, the battle continued. Nick and his guys decided to go straight to the boss, and she and Yuri stayed, trying to find that plate with a trap. Seeing the girl's discontent growing, James said that she had known Nick for several days, and should already understand that such behavior was typical of him. Afterwards, slightly embarrassed, he thanked both girls for trying to help him, and apologized for making them worry. His words made the friends look at each other in surprise. Almost immediately, surprise was replaced by happy smiles on their faces. Trying to hide his own embarrassment, the guy turned away and suggested that they hurry. Looking back at the girls, he said that perhaps they would even be able to catch up with Nick by the very height of the fight with the boss. At this point, the guy froze in place, and his eyes widened in horror. Behind Monica and Yuri, he saw a red lizard. As he jumped up, intending to attack Yuri, James called out loudly to the girl, warning her of the danger. And at the same time, he immediately ran towards her, hoping to make it in time. Hearing the boy's warning, Yuri looked up in surprise to understand what kind of danger he was talking about. While James ran frantically towards her, Monica simply froze in place. At some point, the guy simply disappeared, leaving behind a destroyed floor surface. Appearing in front of the monster, James blocked its strike with his sword. Yuri's face showed strong surprise when she saw the guy's back in front of her. At this moment, Monica decided to join the fight. Flying past the lizard, she delivered a couple of deep blows to his chest. Then she looked back, where the lizard had already fallen dead, and said that it was dangerous. The hero breathed a sigh of relief and put his sword back into his inventory. Standing behind him, Yuri thanked him for saving her. The guy looked away and, rubbing his cheek, replied that it wasn't difficult for him. Watching this couple, Monica smiled contentedly. Afterwards, remembering the details of the battle, she asked how he managed to repel the monster's blow. Smiling, James asked, instead of answering, whether he had managed to prove his usefulness. A little later, the three of them reached the 5th floor of the tower. Thanks to the fact that the hero killed a bunch of lizardmen commanders, he was able to increase his level to 10. Besides, there was one more thing that made the guy incredibly happy. As the level increases, the stats also increase. But compared to the increase in stats thanks to the inversion ability, leveling up seemed almost insignificant. And this meant that only thanks to his inversion, James would definitely be able to become the strongest person in this tower. He was distracted from these thoughts by Yuri's surprised voice, pointing somewhere ahead. In front of them was a huge door, which was supposed to lead them to the boss of the middle floor. Before going inside, Monica told them that the Hermes Heavenly Demon Tower only had 10 floors, and even though they were currently on the middle floor, no one had been able to defeat the boss there. She also added that it was this room that she and Yuri found first. But as soon as she returned down to the safe zone to stock up on weapons and prepare for a protracted battle, she met Nick. As James approached the door, he guessed that the champion team must already be fighting this boss. Confident, he pushed the door open, saying that even if they didn't make it to the battle, they would at least see what kind of reward those guys had received. Despite the words he had spoken, the hero was haunted by a strange feeling that made him tense up. But despite this, he took the first step into the boss's room. At that very moment, not far away from him, someone's body flew towards the wall. James froze in place, his face showing tension and shock as he noticed this. All his attention and the attention of the girls was riveted to the wall into which the conqueror had flown. Nick also noticed their appearance here, surprised that James was still alive. Afterwards, he turned his gaze back to the enemy and shouted that since the hero had reached here, he could see what he so desperately wanted, the boss of the middle floor. At that moment, the orc standing in front, armed with a heavy axe, let out a terrifying roar. And then he jumped straight at Nick, swinging his axe to strike. James shouted that the champion should be more careful with his opponent, but he was completely confident in himself and the strength of his shield. Therefore, he did not think for a moment that perhaps he should have somehow dodged in order to avoid getting hit by the blade of the axe, relying entirely on the shield. When the orc struck, Nick actually managed to block his blow without any difficulty. Afterwards, without taking his eyes off the enemy, he said that in the battle with the lizardmen he was caught off guard, which is why he was unable to show himself in all his glory. But in a one-on-one fight, Nick wasn't going to lose to anyone. That's why he said that James should keep his eyes peeled for how grown men fight. These were the last words before the enraged orc rushed towards the guy with renewed strength. When their blows collided, the floor within a radius of several meters was covered with deep cracks. But Nick managed to stay on his feet and was now smiling contentedly, looking out from under his shield. The orc let out a furious roar. Then he raised the axe for another blow, but Nick successfully dodged each of his attacks. Laughing cheerfully, the champion asked the monster if this was all the middle floor boss could do. The smile on his face grew even wider as he held up his shield and said that in that case, it would be an absolute victory. All this time, James watched what was happening from the side. At the moment, all his attention was focused only on Nick's shield, which possessed such incredible power. He saw that the champion's stats were quite mediocre, and he was still holding on only thanks to this shield. The orc, growling furiously, rushed at Nick again in a desperate attempt to kill him. He, without continuing to smile, smugly shouted that he would never win just by waving his axe. Immediately after these words, he repelled the monster's attack, causing it to fall on its back. His companions did not miss this opportunity and quickly ran towards the orc. As they ran past him, they managed to inflict a couple of deep wounds on him, from which green blood gushed. Nick then jumped high into the air, intending to deliver the finishing blow. The orc didn't have time to do anything before the guy hit him in the head with incredible force. This knocked any strength out of the monster, so a few moments later his massive body fell dead to the floor. Looking back at James, Nick enthusiastically asked how he felt about the true strength of a champion. A faint smile appeared on the hero's lips, and then he replied that his unique shield was indeed very strong. Nick definitely liked these words. He laughed loudly and said that such talentless people as they should thank him for defeating the boss for them. He would have continued to mock them for a long time if it weren't for his partner. With a strange smile on his face, the guy pointed with a trembling hand somewhere behind Nick, asking him to look at it. In place of the defeated boss's body, a large chest appeared, from which a golden glow emanated. The appearance of this chest made the champion incredibly happy, and he was the first to rush towards it, pushing his partners aside. When the boy saw that this chest with the reward was even bigger than the one where his shield was kept, joy and inspiration began to overwhelm Nick. But our hero had some very unpleasant memories of how he also came across the same rare reward, and what followed after that. And now James had a very unpleasant premonition regarding this chest. which was many times more luxurious than the one where the unique weapon was kept, and the appearance of something like this on the 5th floor seemed unlikely. Realizing it was a trap, he rushed forward, shouting at Nick not to open it. But it was too late. James, whose face expressed despair, realized that he had allowed himself to relax too much and forget that this tower was full of insidious traps. When Nick opened the chest, instead of the incredible weapons or mountains of jewelry he expected, he saw only emptiness. His face contorted in confusion. The next moment, a golden pillar of energy flared up in the center of the room, from which several circles with magical pentagrams appeared in the air. James instinctively covered his face with his hand, and when the golden light began to blind him, he had to close his eyes completely. A few moments later, our heroes found themselves in a completely different place. Coming to his senses first, James began to look around, trying to figure out where they were. The girls immediately tensed up, and looking around, Monica noticed that this was definitely not the middle floor boss's room. The only one who understood what was happening right now was Nick, whose face was frozen in horror. He said with undisguised fear in his voice that he had only been in a room with such an atmosphere once before. James immediately turned his gaze to him and asked tensely what they were talking about. Nick said, pausing long between his words as if trying to suppress the horror that had gripped him, that it was on the top floor of the Heavenly Demon Tower in the final boss room. Immediately after these words, a purple pillar descended from the ceiling, from which various circles with pentagrams emanated, similar to those that appeared after the chest was opened. A few moments later, when the pillar disappeared, everyone saw that a huge monster was sitting on the previously empty throne. Suddenly, a purple flash appeared in his eyes. The terrifying roar of this monster created simply incredible pressure on everyone in this room. When the roar stopped, a red message appeared in front of James, warning him that he had been forcibly teleported to the final boss room of the Heavenly Demon Tower of Hermes. After reading this, the boy looked up at the monster in shock and disbelief. Before them stood the master of the tower, the emperor of the orcs. Snatching his sword from behind his back, the monster suddenly rushed towards them. The orc was next to James in an instant. At the moment of impact, all our heroes were thrown to the sides by the shockwave. James realized with horror that this boss was strikingly different from all the other monsters, and no one except him would be able to properly resist this monster. Quickly finding Nick with his gaze, he shouted that he would detain the enemy, and that they should hurry and get out of here. He looked back and angrily shouted at James not to talk such nonsense, because he would die before he could last a minute against such a monster one-on-one. And immediately after that, he and his guys confidently ran forward, ignoring the cries of our hero. One of the guys managed to slash the monster's body with his sword, leaving a cut on it. Others also tried to somehow hurt the orc. A smile appeared on Matt's face as they managed to deal some damage to their enemy, but this did not stop the monster from raising its uninjured paw for another blow. Nick immediately ran forward to be able to counterattack. Holding his shield in front of him, he shouted loudly that he would defeat the orc at any cost. He bent down and slashed his claws straight across the guy's shield. No one could have expected that the shield would not withstand this blow and would be destroyed, and Nick, deprived of protection, would receive serious injuries. James's face fell in shock. He had absolutely no idea how this could happen, because this shield could block absolutely any attack. Nick was the first to fall at the hands of the tower's master. His partners immediately rushed to him. James wanted to stop them to avoid more victims. But he didn't have time. The orc cut their bodies in half with one swing. The hero could do nothing to prevent this outcome. A wide smile appeared on the orc's face. The girls were overcome with genuine horror and decided to run away from there as quickly as possible. Monica began to look around for an exit. Only here there was only one door leading to the exit, and unfortunately it was sealed with magic. This deprived Yuri of any hope of salvation. At that moment, the orc approached her, intending to attack. The girl covered herself with her hands and closed her eyes, preparing to accept her death. But James couldn't let her die so easily. Instantly appearing in front of her, he parried the blow of the tower's owner. The faces of the friends showed strong surprise. The hero, without taking his blazing gaze off his enemy, said that they would all definitely survive, and from that moment on, only he would die as many times as necessary. Without giving time to rest, the orc attacked again, but James managed to jump to the side, avoiding this fatal blow. And then he flashed past the enemy, leaving several wounds on his body. Only when he looked back did James see that he hadn't really hurt the monster, but had only left some shallow scratches. The monster suddenly jumped into the air, trying to close the distance between them. There was a loud thud as his massive body landed and James was thrown to the side. As soon as the guy's feet touched the ground, he rushed towards the enemy at full speed. The orc easily covered himself from his sword strike with his hand, which had protective bracers on it. The girlfriends watched in disbelief as the boy fought the tower's owner one-on-one. James, blocking the monster's counterattack, realized that his current strength would not be enough to win. So he decided to take the only possible step, thanks to which he would definitely be able to kill this boss. A red aura enveloped the boy's body. Clutching his sword tighter, he quietly asked how many of his deaths would be needed before he could achieve victory. Immediately after this, he rushed towards the enemy like a steely. They both exchanged incredibly fast and powerful blows with each other. At some point, James managed to hit the orc's head. He howled furiously and lunged forward. The blow from his fist sent the guy flying to the side. The hero understood that he had almost reached his limit. And then the OC came up to him and slashed with its claws, cutting off the guy's head. Yuri's eyes widened in horror, and his body became numb with fear at the sight of this scene. But very soon James was revived, increasing his agility by 55 points. Monica and Yuri were well aware of the side effects of his skill, so their worries were greatly increased. During the battle, our hero died several more times in the hope of obtaining the characteristics he needed to win. But his skill still refused to listen to his pleas, so James had to die again and again. And now he opens his eyes again in the border space, countless times already. The guy tiredly covered his face with his hand, thinking that a little more and he could definitely go crazy, because he constantly feels the pain from all the deaths. However, this time he was finally able to get the boost he wanted so much. 140 points were added to his attack. After the stat increase message disappeared, another message appeared in front of him saying that a new ability, Respawn Point, had been added. For a few moments, James considered the possibilities of his new ability, which allowed him to designate a respawn point within a radius of 3 meters from the place of his last death. Hesmeled, deciding that it was high time to try it out in practice. He closed his eyes, preparing to return to the real world. The hero assumed that this ability was intended to reduce the amount of debuffs. It is obvious that if a person is reborn in the same place, he will never be able to avoid death. But thanks to the respawn point ability, there is a way to escape from this deadly loop. So when James was brought back, time in the real world froze. The guy, however, took advantage of the opportunity given to him wisely and went behind the monster. Then he crouched down, preparing to jump. When time resumed its course, he was already in the air directly above the orc's head, sword in hand. James immediately struck a blow that the tower's owner could neither dodge nor defend against. Watching the monster's body fall to the floor, Monica asked in confusion how the guy managed to teleport. Hearing her question, the hero realized with surprise that they were able to see it. With a roar, the orc rose to his feet and tried to attack, but James ducked in time to avoid it. Afterwards, he said that if he defeats the boss, he will be able to receive a unique weapon. Raising his fiery gaze to the monster, he admitted that he was now driven not by the thirst for profit, but by the desire to finally finish off the orc. Growling, the monster punched the place where the boy stood, but James avoided the blow and was now climbing up his arm under the puzzled gaze of the tower's owner. Grasping the hilt of the sword with both hands, the guy rushed towards the enemy's head. This attack was his last. A moment later it was all over, and the monster fell down dead. The hero sighed with relief and put his sword back into his inventory. When the message appeared in front of him that the unique magic weapons and magic stones had been automatically added to the inventory, James did not feel a surge of joy, but only some strange feeling that he did not understand. Suddenly, Yuri pressed herself against him from behind and hugged him tightly, surprising the guy himself. With tears in her eyes, she said that if it weren't for him, they would all be dead long ago. But suddenly she stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening in surprise as she realized what she had just done. Quickly pulling away from the guy, Yuri, with a reddening face, began to frantically explain that she didn't do it on purpose, and that it just happened somehow. She was interrupted by Monica, who stepped forward and thanked James. Afterwards, with a bit of condemnation, she said that the way he fought was completely wrong. It was hard for her to even imagine how terrible the pain must be, dying over and over again in such a horrific way. After a moment of silence, she apologized for the fact that she and Yuri had not been able to help James and protect him from all these deaths. The guy came closer and stroked her head, telling her not to think about it. Then he looked down and admitted that he himself did not want to die so many times, and he couldn't help but shout loudly that it was incredibly painful. James could not put into words all the pain he had to endure. Shocked by the guy's reaction, Monica tried to somehow calm him down. Suddenly, a loud crash caught their attention. As each of their bodies began to be enveloped in a golden glow, Yuri said that after the death of the tower's owner, the tower itself disappears. James said goodbye to the disappearing girls, promising to meet them later in the outside world. Then, left alone, he looked back at the bodies of the dead boys. He took one last look at them and quietly said that he would never forget their sacrifice. And after that, he disappeared from the tower. News of this immediately reached the very top. The man who entered handed over a tablet with a prepared video recording confirming that the Hermes Tower no longer exists. The girl studied the recording carefully for a while, and then she put the tablet aside and, smiling, said that something very interesting had happened there. Our hero woke up outside the tower. Not only he, but everyone in the tower was thrown back into the square. Everyone watched in amazement and bewilderment as the tower they had been conquering all this time quickly disappeared. James also did not take his surprised gaze off her. The realization that he had managed to climb to the very top sent a warmth through the boy's chest. A happy smile shone on his face, but just a few moments later, his smile began to fade rapidly. The question that came next to him about who had defeated the tower's master reminded James of the harsh reality. Everyone was completely perplexed, because the conquest stopped only on the 5th floor. The guy understood that no one would believe that the weakest conqueror single-handedly killed the owner of the tower, and there would be a lot of questions for him. Therefore, they decided to keep quiet about what happened until they had established a good reputation. James was planning to sneak out of here, but to his misfortune he was spotted by Monica standing nearby. When the girl called out to him loudly, the hero shuddered in surprise and looked around. Both friends immediately approached him. Monica, with burning admiration in her eyes, asked what unique weapon James received for killing the boss. The guy desperately wanted to avoid this moment, but thanks to Monica, everyone's attention was focused on him. As our hero expected, many did not believe it, and were even outraged that the owner of the most wretched ability became a champion. James had no desire to remain in front of all that public, so the first thought that came to him was about escape. So now, he, together with Yuri and Monica, was in a quiet and remote alley. Opening the can of cola he had bought, James breathed a sigh of relief, glad that they had managed to escape safely. Holding back a smile, Monica folded her palms in front of her and apologized for her thoughtless action. Yuri said that now that James is champion, there will be a lot of attention on him. Hero collapsed on the wall behind and admitted that he felt strange when his new title was mentioned, because until recently, he was the weakest link with the most useless ability. He believed that if he had bought the Infinite Rebirth Skill Stone back then, his life could have turned out completely differently. His thoughts were interrupted by Yuri, who remembered that in the event of death, this skill gave a strong debuff to a random stat. And now she absolutely did not understand why James, every time he was reborn, became, on the contrary, stronger. The guy scratched the back of his head, trying to think of what to answer her. He thought about telling about inversion, but then he would have to tell about how he found that golden stone during the fight with the monster. He was saved from this torment by Yuri, who was tense by the prolonged silence, and she waved her hands in front of her, saying that James did not have to answer this question if he did not want to. She was just curious. Having thanked her, the guy took a cool sip, and cola. Monica coughed into her fist, drawing attention to herself, and suggested dropping the topic. Then with the same delight and impatience, she approached James and asked what weapon he had actually received. Sighing, he threw the jar into the trash and asked to wait a little. When the guy tried to call up his inventory window, he was surprised to realize that he couldn't do it. The girls explained that this was normal because they were now outside the tower. Thus, the inventory window can only be opened inside the tower itself. Outside the tower, it is also impossible to use swords, magic, or skills. This restriction was created to prevent conquerors from causing outrage in the outside world. But there was one exception to these rules. The only place outside the tower where you can call up the inventory window was the ruins of the tower itself, where our heroes went. The hero walked slowly and hesitantly through the greenish barrier. Once inside, Yuri immediately noticed that the atmosphere here was strikingly different. James decided not to waste time and tried to call up the inventory window. When he succeeded, a happy smile appeared on his face. All three pairs of excited eyes were directed at the inventory. Due to the fact that James had few items inside, the guy was quickly able to find his new weapon. As soon as he touched the right cell, a strong wind suddenly rose and everything around was once again enveloped in a golden glow. Nesconly moments later, a long sword began to materialize in James's palm. As soon as the golden glow disappeared, the blade of the sword turned red, and the aura emanating from it softly enveloped the hero's entire body. Both girls looked at his weapon with interest. After making a few quick experimental swings, James said that the sword was very light and easy to handle, and he couldn't wait to try it out in combat. Watching him, Monica accidentally noticed her friend's embarrassment and blushing cheeks. A cunning idea immediately crept into her head, causing a sly smile to appear on her face. Yuri's face showed surprise when she heard about Monica suggesting that James form a team to conquer the new tower. She immediately raised her hand up and shouted loudly that she also wanted to join their team. For a few moments, there was an awkward silence around them. Feeling awkward with a bit of disappointment, Yuri added in a sad voice that if the hero didn't want to, then he didn't have to fulfill her request. James smiled contentedly. P. the donkey replied that he had nothing against it, especially since they had known each other for quite some time. The friends looked at each other happily, rejoicing at this. Having achieved her goal, Monica again turned her confident gaze to the guy. She moved closer to him, causing him to involuntarily flinch, and asked which tower he wanted to conquer next. Without even waiting for his answer, she said that their target could be the highest heavenly demonic tower called Zeus. The hero thought about her words while the girls quietly argued among themselves. After some time, James admitted that after conquering Hermes, he had planned to visit a certain place first. Frowning slightly, Yuri asked what exactly he was talking about. James replied that this place was the Tokyo branch of the Conqueror's administration. These words made the friends very surprised, because they expected that they were talking about a new tower. The hero explained that at the central office, he would be able to sell the magic stones at higher prices than to the traders in the tower. Then admitted that he urgently needed money, because he spent all he had on buying this stupid skill, Infinite Rebirth. This confession shocked the girls even more than the previous one. The Tokyo branch of the Conqueror's office is a specially created government unit to support the Conquerors. It contains various information regarding the Heavenly Demon Towers, from their origins to the monsters and bosses that live there, and it also allows you to buy weapons and sell magic stones at high prices. The authority advises Conquerors not to do business with the merchants inside the towers, because most of them are swindlers, ready to cheat at any moment. Moreover, management also exists to educate a new generation of Conquerors, training them from scratch. In addition to the unique weapon, as a reward for defeating the tower's owner, our hero was given a certain amount of magic stones, which he was going to sell to cover his debts. As soon as his turn came, he walked up to the receptionist. It was only after he called up his inventory that James began to wonder how many stones he had at the moment. As soon as he clicked on the right icon in the inventory, a huge amount of purple stones poured out onto the table, causing the girl sitting in her place to jump to her feet in surprise. James himself looked at this whole mountain with no less surprise. Anna apologized and said that it would take her some time to count all these stones. And so, half an hour later, our hero received a sum that made him simply fabulously rich and able to pay off all his debts. His girlfriends didn't miss his wide smile as the guy approached them. Monica immediately blocked his path, and with displeasure, anticipating his further thoughts, said that when people receive a lot of money, then, inspired by happiness, they begin to spend it indiscriminately and fall into a debt hole, so James should not spend it on all sorts of nonsense. At that moment, someone else noticed the three of them. As soon as the hero heard the voice calling him, everything inside him involuntarily turned cold with horror and tension. The girl slowly approaching him said that as soon as she heard about the guy who brought a whole mountain of magic stones, she immediately came here to meet him. Looking at the stranger, James cautiously asked who she was. Victoria stopped in front of him and replied that she was the head of the Tokyo branch of the Conqueror's office. Then she leaned closer to him and in a tone that brooked no argument, asked him to give her a little of his time. Hearing her name, James immediately understood why this girl's face seemed so familiar to him. Victoria became widely famous for her extraordinary strength and was able to unite all the conquerors around her. Some even nicknamed her the monster in a skirt. It was because she conquered 3 towers on her own that she was able to obtain the title of leader. But Victoria was not only known for her power and influence, she could also be frequently seen on various TV shows, fashion magazine covers, and billboards. At a loss, the hero asked to what he owed such an honor. Victoria replied that she wanted to know how he had defeated the master of the Hermes Tower, when, according to reports, only 5 of its floors had been conquered. She would also like to see for herself what the new champion is capable of. Thus, soon they all went together to one of the training grounds, during which Victoria was told in detail about what happened in the tower and the death of the members of the previous champion team. After listening to everything, the head of the department thanked the guys for the information about Nick's death, when she said that she would soon contact the families of the victims and notify them of what had happened. All 3 silently pursed their lips. It was morally difficult for them to remember and talk about someone's death. Victoria noticed their reaction out of the corner of her eye and said that death in the towers was not that rare, even for champions. Stopping at the very aisle, she added a little more quietly that in the end, this could not help but be sad. The words James heard made him freeze. Out of resentment and suppressed emotions, he bit his lower lip hard. It hurt him to realize that at that moment Nick and his guys were fighting the boss, putting their lives on the line, and now, all they could hear about their heroism were only words about how sad it was. The boy couldn't hold back his burning tears, which he wiped away with the sleeve of his jacket. Soon they all found themselves inside a spacious training ground. Victoria immediately brought up her inventory window. Then, she threw the weapon to James without any warning, but thanks to his increased agility, the guy caught the sword. After examining it, he was amazed at the extraordinary lightness of this sword. Victoria explained that this was the most ordinary sword for training, which they would use during their sparring. When she also had the same sword in her hand, she explained that assessing the abilities of young talents was also part of her direct responsibilities. James was surprised that he would have to fight against her, but he understood that he had no right to refuse, so he could only agree. When Monica, standing behind him, cheerfully encouraged him, saying that if he took the matter seriously, he could overcome the chapter, James smiled tensely, not cheerfully, thinking that she believed in him too much. But despite this, excitement lit up his eyes and, squeezing the hilt of his sword tighter, he said that he would try to fight seriously. Watching Victoria deftly throw her sword, James tried to convince himself that, although his opponent was one of the strongest conquerors, he was no weakling either, and had even defeated the tower's owner. Confident that he could put up a worthy fight, the guy said that they could begin. At that very moment, the girl standing in front of him literally disappeared into thin air. Then she suddenly appeared in front of him. A shocked James barely managed to dodge her sword, which flew just a few centimeters from him. But Victoria didn't stop there. Without stopping for a second, she launched a series of incredibly fast attacks. Attacks that our hero had to fight off. He couldn't help but notice the terrifying speed of his opponent, which he could barely cope with. At some point, he managed to seize the moment and jump to the side to a safe distance. But he was not given the chance to catch his breath, because Victoria immediately appeared behind him. James flinched in horror as he felt her presence behind him. Only thanks to his agility and quick reaction, he managed to somehow defend himself from the attack that threw him aside. The boy landed on the floor, breathing heavily. Looking up at the girl, he realized that he had been too self-confident before, and that there was a huge difference between them. Besides, Victoria had never said goodbye to her life, while he was able to defeat the tower's master only after surviving several deaths. Thinking about this prompted our hero onto another realization. It was an understanding that Ia's power is contained. It was exactly in his persistence, and no matter how many times he was dying, getting stronger. Therefore, he decided that he should not defend himself from now on if he wanted to win. As if reading his thoughts, Victoria suddenly rushed towards him with a terrifying thirst for murder. With a tense smile on his face, James ran towards her. Surprised by his actions, Victoria slowed down. The guy didn't miss this, and decided that this was a good opportunity for him. Shouting out that he was much faster than her, James launched a downward punch, aiming at his opponent, but she managed to twist and avoid the attack. The guy's face showed shock as Victoria rushed past him. Even though he managed to block her next attack, James was thrown to the side. Without taking her eyes off him, the girl admitted that she was surprised by his unexpected maneuver. Jumping off the floor, James flew towards her, saying that it was natural for humans and monsters alike to avoid direct attacks from their opponents. But against her, one could not hesitate for even a moment. Victoria easily blocked his straight slash, causing the guy's sword to slide down. P the donkey then struck back, aiming straight at James's head. When her sword failed to reach its target, she immediately changed its position. But our hero disappeared before the enemy's blade could touch him. A moment later, James appeared a few meters away from Victoria. He looked at her with a slight smile and said that he couldn't help but notice her hesitation when she realized that he was absolutely not her equal. Victoria swung her sword, not commenting on his remark. James continued more confidently, saying that although it only lasted a moment, she instinctively slowed the movement of her hands when he went for a counterattack. All this led him to the realization that Victoria was giving him the opportunity to overcome himself. He rushed towards her and explained that because of his skill, he had to constantly analyze his opponent. Immediately after these words, he suddenly accelerated and attacked Victoria from above, but she blocked his blow. With a tense grin, James said that an ordinary person could not defeat her. His words made Victoria frown. She had absolutely no idea what he meant by an ordinary person. Afterwards, she abruptly put away her sword and jumped to the side. Here she had to dodge another attack from James. Circling around him, Victoria kept her gaze fixed on the guy. She had previously read his dossier, which detailed his immortality skill. She understood that this ability was the reason why he moved forward so treacherously, without thinking at all about the consequences. It was this power that made him a real monster. But that wasn't enough, so, unexpectedly for James, she delivered a sharp punch to the chin. Zand then she said seriously that she would no longer hesitate during their battle. The hero whispered through clenched teeth that, although he didn't die, it still hurt like hell. The next moment he came to his senses, and his gaze flashed scarlet. Victoria simply froze in shock. Before she could notice anything, James's sword stopped dangerously close to her chest. In a tone full of seriousness and tension, he said that the pain of death was 100 times worse than some kind of blow to the face. Victoria didn't react to this at all, and just silently looked at the guy for a while. But suddenly a faint, satisfied smile appeared on her face. Turning her back to him, she put away her sword, saying that she had seen enough. She was about to admit defeat when suddenly there was a crash behind her. James collapsed to the floor, exhausted. Victoria's face reflected surprise and even some concern. The hero said with difficulty that victory or defeat did not matter to him now, because now he was simply ready to die. While Victoria was at a loss, an excited Monica and Yuri ran up to him. Sometime later, James came to his senses, sat on the floor, and wearily said that if he had waited a little longer, he would have really died. Watching him, Victoria asked with a hint of incomprehension in her voice how this was possible, since his skill would not let him die. In response, the guy emotionally shouted that this was not the case at all. Afterwards, he sighed heavily and asked if he could go now, since she had already gotten everything she wanted. Victoria replied that before that they had to have one important conversation. Standing up, James asked what they were talking about. Putting her hand to her chest, she, on behalf of the head of the department, acknowledged his high level of strength and ability. And now Victoria admitted that she would like to make a personal request to him as a champion. The faces of the friends reflected strong surprise. It was difficult for them to even imagine how huge the reward for this task would be, if it was a personal order from the branch. Without taking her eyes off the hero, Victoria promised that she would pay enough for her request, so there was no need to worry about it. James was reluctant to agree to this, sensing a catch, so he cautiously asked about the details of the order. The girl said that their branch recently recorded a new heavenly demonic tower. At the moment, passage into it is closed to conquerors. Victoria wanted James to go in there first and gather information about a new tower called Persephone. Surprised by what he heard, the guy asked what he had to do with it, if such an investigation should be carried out by special agents of the branch. Victoria's answer that they had already sent agents to investigate this tower surprised him even more. Seeing his reaction, the head of the department said that 2 groups of 5 people each had been sent to inspect the tower. The news that none of the 10 people had returned added to the already tense atmosphere. Monica and Yuri simply couldn't believe something like this, so they asked if there was some mistake. Victoria replied that she had thought the same at first, and therefore ordered a rescue team to be sent. It didn't take long to find the victims, because they were all already dead on the first floor, not far from the entrance. From the position of their bodies, it was concluded that they were all desperately running towards the exit. This situation seemed incredibly strange to James, because usually at the entrance to each tower, there should be a safe zone that monsters cannot enter. Victoria interrupted his train of thought by reporting that no monster wounds were found on the agents' bodies. After the bodies were taken away, an examination was carried out, which determined that their hearts simply stopped instantly. Thus, until now it was not known how, when, and at whose hands all these people died in the Tower of Persephone. After her story, James understood why Victoria decided to hire a person with the infinite rebirth skill for such a dangerous mission. She explained that she was giving him this order not because she didn't care about his life, but because she had no one else to ask. And at the moment, of all the conquerors, James was the only one who would be able to handle it. Having said this, she came a little closer, then looked into his eyes, asking his decision regarding this task. For a few moments, the hero simply looked at his interlocutor in silence, once again replaying their entire conversation in his head. And then he put his hand behind his head and sighed heavily, agreeing to this task. The next day, the hero entered Persephone's tower alone. He stopped and sniffed the air. He as with forces slapped himself across the cheeks, putting his thoughts in order. He had to find out the cause of the deaths that had occurred here, and quickly return back. He remembered how much Yuri was worried about him, and didn't want to let him go alone. Deciding not to delay for long, the guy called his sword. A moment later, someone's footsteps were heard approaching ahead. A whole crowd of skeletons, armed with swords and shields, slowly moved towards James. But he didn't just wait for them to attack him, and decided to make the first move himself. Rushing past the skeletons, he blew them apart with one blow. It was the first time James had used his new sword, and he was amazed at how light and deadly it was. He wanted to test what else his weapon was capable of, when something strange happened. A strange purple mist began to gather around him. Not knowing what it was, James began to fight off the fog and the shadows in it. Suddenly, a red message appeared in front of him, warning him that he had been inflicted with Persephone's curse status and would die within 2 minutes. Thanks to this message, he was able to understand why all those agents died and why they were running in panic towards the exit. As soon as you leave the tower, all buffs and debuffs are automatically removed. Therefore, the agents, having received the curse, immediately rushed to the exit. But as soon as they reached the safe zone, the curse immediately took effect. James involuntarily pursed his lips, realizing that no monsters were needed here, because the tower itself killed the conquerors. He was brought out of his thoughts when the purple one appeared before him like a huge wall. In the next moment, for some unknown reason, the smoke rushed away from him. James watched the purple cloud disappear around the corner in bewilderment, completely confused about what had happened and where it was heading. As much as he wanted to follow this fog, he couldn't because the 2 minutes allotted to him were about to pass. At the last moment, his inversion skill was activated, completely restoring his health. Immediately after that, James rushed forward at full speed, smiling widely. Thanks to the curse, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. He intended to catch up with that purple cloud. He was unable to find the fog he had fought before. Instead, the guy came across another room with the cursed fog. Having received another warning notification, James noted with dismay that an ordinary conqueror would not last here for more than a couple of minutes. At some point, he noticed that the fog in front of him began to thicken. Walking forward, straight through the fog, he came out into a spacious hidden room. Looking at the huge pool of strange purple liquid, James realized that he had found the source of this curse. Suddenly, he noticed a purple ball flying towards him at high speed. He barely managed to dodge this sudden attack. The purple ball collided with the wall behind it, causing a powerful explosion. Meanwhile, a stranger, wrapped in a dark cloak, appeared in the air above the pool. All this time, it was this creature that controlled the cursed source and attacked James a few seconds earlier. The monster made another attempt to destroy and threw several spears at our hero. James deftly avoided each of the attacks, deftly jumping to the sides. Watching this, the creature only became more angry. At some point, he couldn't take it anymore and let out a shrill, thin, deafening scream. Following his hand movements, the liquid from the fog rose into the air in a column, transforming into a purple fog. James's face showed confusion and bewilderment as the fog began to surround him again. The monster watched as his opponent's body was enveloped in a cocoon of cursed fog. Laughing loudly, he clapped his hands joyfully, pleased with this outcome. Looking around, James realized that the agents had died thanks to the efforts of this monster. He was surrounded by countless windows, warning of curses that had been cast upon him. At some point, a skeleton appeared from the fog behind the guy, with a sword raised to strike. James turned around instantly and cut the skeleton's body in half with one swing. But this monster was not alone here. From the fog, many flaming gazes were looking at our hero. They all rushed at the guy at the same time, surrounding him in a ring. James fought back as best he could, and completely failed to notice how one of his opponents snuck up on him from behind. He cried out in pain as the blade of the alien's sword slashed across his back, leaving a deep wound. The pain was incredibly strong, and coupled with all the active curses, James became very weak. He fell to the floor and slowly died, bleeding out. When all the sounds of carnage died down, the walls of the cave were shaken by the loud laughter of the monster that controlled the curses. And our hero's life force was almost exhausted, and the inversion skill was activated, completely restoring health. James stood up and instantly scattered all the skeletons. So then he suddenly jumped high into the air. Looming over the monster with his sword raised, he said contentedly that this whole tower with curses, it's like a potion of complete restoration for him. Thus the monster was cut into many pieces. A look of surprise crossed James's face as he noticed the strange blue glow. Right before his eyes, the cursed source was completely purified. Having completed his mission, he returned back to the Tokyo branch of the administration. There he told Victoria that all the agents were killed by a curse. The girl found it difficult to believe that such a terrifying tower existed. Looking up at the guy, she asked seriously if he had managed to find a way to get rid of the curse. James smiled contentedly and, fishing his proof out of his pocket, deftly tossed it to Victoria. She easily caught the bottle filled with blue liquid. Soon after she carefully examined the bottle, trying to figure out what it was, a window appeared in front of her with a message that this was Persephone's holy water, capable of removing the curse and giving immunity to it for 5 minutes. James revealed that he had killed the monster that controlled the cursed spring, and after his death, the spring was purified and acquired a different effect, allowing any conqueror to enter the tower and survive. He also said that after the victory, he reached the 3rd floor. On each new floor, he found a new cursed source. This discovery gave James the idea that in order to survive on each floor of this tower, it was necessary to cleanse all the sources up to its very top. After listening to him, Victoria thanked him for the work he had done, saying that thanks to his reconnaissance, he had brought them not only valuable knowledge, but had also created the conditions for others to conquer the tower. Then she pulled out one of the drawers of her desk, saying that such work would be generously rewarded. Under James's intense gaze, she placed several wads of bills on the table. Seeing such an impressive sum, the guy looked at the completely calm Victoria in bewilderment and asked if she was joking. When she asked if she should have doubled the reward, the guy waved his hands in front of him and said that it was more than enough. Passers-by gave him strange looks as he moved towards the exit of the office. All this time he walked hunched over, clutching a bag of money to himself. His whole body and thoughts were tense to the limit as he thought about how he was going to spend such a huge amount of money. In a few days he managed to pay off all his debts once and for all, and even after that, he still had plenty of money left. In search of something to spend his hard-earned money on, James wandered into a designer clothing store. So now our hero was standing at the exit of the store in a very extravagant image, dressed from head to toe in expensive branded items. But even though James had fulfilled his dream and spent a large sum of money at the store, he did not feel the proper pleasure. Suddenly, familiar voices reached him, making him flinch. Looking around, he noticed Monica and Yuri walking nearby, happily discussing the fact that Persephone was now open to anyone who wanted to visit. The guy's face showed genuine horror. James turned his back to them, silently praying that they would simply walk past and not notice him. He even involuntarily held his breath when both girls passed behind him. And he breathed a sigh of relief only when they had moved some distance away. As if sensing something, Monica stood up and looked around. As the girl began to walk quickly towards him, James cursed mentally. He turned away, arching his neck to prevent Monica from seeing his face, but she still recognized him. Trying to rectify the situation, James shouted that she was mistaken. But when the girls cornered him, he shamefully shouted that for the first time in his life, he had received so much money and wanted to please himself somehow. Monica said weakly that it was his choice how to spend the money, but she considered the guy's outfit to be truly awful. And then she switched to another topic and cheerfully asked if he wanted to go conquer Persephone with them. Taking off his hat and glasses, James asked in confusion where they were going in such a hurry, and warned that the conquest would be quite difficult. Monica explained that the magic stones that were under the influence of a local curse were worth a lot of money, and that you could easily get rich from them, so all the experienced conquerors had already run there. Yuri added that thanks to the management, the strategy for conquering the tower was developed in just a couple of days. When asked again what the rush was, Monica excitedly shouted that she also wanted to live a luxurious life and asked the guy to help her get rich. Slightly embarrassed, Yuri said that if they all went together, then conquering the tower would be fun. James thought about this offer. He was sure that if the girls got enough potion, they would definitely not die from the curse, so he did not have to worry about them. When he replied that he would go with them, happy smiles appeared on the faces of his friends. But before leaving, James sheepishly admitted that he needed a change of clothes. But the conquest of Persephone's tower did not go as smoothly as our hero imagined. Against the new enemy, holy water, which gives immunity, was absolutely useless. In a short time, James and his companions managed to reach the 10th floor of the tower. On each new floor, our hero had to fight skeletons, but he dealt with them without a drop of effort. Thus, he has already reached the 16th level. The girls watching the fight from the sidelines applauded him with admiration. Monica could not help but notice that James had become much stronger. The guy replied that there was nothing surprising about this, since they had been able to level up quite well in this tower. Even though the points for leveling up actually had little effect on his stats, James was glad that his strength would now be justified by his high level. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him warning that the holy water would expire in 60 seconds. The same message appeared for the girls. Monica worriedly said that the source on this floor had already been cleared, and the possibility that they would fall under the curse was low, but still remained. So she decided they should play it safe and took out a few bottles of holy water from her inventory. After receiving one of the bottles, James turned away, thinking that if he took even a sip of this water, then due to the inversion skill, a curse would immediately fall on him. He cast a thoughtful glance at the girls. He was tormented by doubts about whether he should tell them about the inversion, since they were not yet aware of it. Having made his decision, James decided to talk about his second skill. But he didn't have time to do this, because at that moment a certain creature dressed in a white cloak loomed over the girls. James called out to both of them, trying to warn them of the danger, when a bony hand fell on Yuri's face. Before anyone could react, the monster took off, dragging the girl along with him. The bottle of holy water, which she had not yet managed to open, fell to the floor. Stopping a few meters from our heroes, the monster froze in place. The next moment, a dark purple scythe began to appear in his free hand. Yuri closed her eyes and squeezed the monster's hand tighter, as he held the blade of his scythe to her. James was horrified to see a familiar fog on this spit. The girl's eyes showed fear and bewilderment when she read the message that appeared. She was cursed so that she would die within 2 minutes. James was very shocked the fact that the monster himself was able to cast the curse, especially now, when the potion's effect had ended. He didn't even have time to do anything before Monica was the first to jump up from her seat and rushed at the monster with a crazy look. She struck several blows with her blades, but the monster easily parried each one, simply by twirling the scythe in his hand. Then he went on the offensive. Monica was able to withstand the enemy's blow, but was then thrown aside. She had barely landed on the floor when James decided to join the fight. Hein Stanley turned out to be near the monster, and confidently shouted that he would deal with him himself. The monster blocked his blow with a scythe, which he still held in one hand. But the guy wasn't going to give up so easily, so he delivered a few more incredibly fast blows. His opponent again, seemingly without any effort, blocked all of his attacks. This situation did not please James at all. However, now he was full of confidence that this creature before him was nothing compared to the little things they had killed before. The hero prudently jumped back towards Monica, deciding to refrain from rash actions. He was completely incomprehensible. and was very alarmed by the fact that this monster, with all its strength, was only defending itself. He was interrupted from further thinking about this by a girl standing next to him, who excitedly said that they should hurry. The excitement and panic in her voice was due to the fact that there were less than 90 seconds left before the curse would activate. Yuri desperately tried to loosen the monster's grip, shedding tears and screaming for him to let her go, but her pleas only amused him. Suddenly, our heroes felt an incredibly strong pressure that made them stagger. In fact, the being in front of them was a soul slayer. James only now realized that their opponent had deliberately waited until Yuri's holy water wore off, so that he could then grab her and watch her fear of death. Real anger flashed in his eyes, saying that he would never forgive this. The boy instantly approached the executioner with the clear intention of destroying him. The familiar sound of metal clanging echoed through the air as James launched a frontal attack, only to be blocked once again. Watching his futile attempts, the executioner continued to laugh merrily. Our hero's tension grew more and more as he thought about how he could save Yuri and destroy this creature. Suddenly, his opponent pushed him away sharply and, spinning on the spot, flew to the other end of the room. Watching the retreating figure, an irritated James shouted in a commanding tone for him to stop. Monica, who had given chase, shouted that they could not afford to lose the executioner. James, who had gotten ahead of her, replied that he already knew about it very well. They almost caught up with the monster when it disappeared around the nearest bend. Without slowing down, our heroes followed him, trying not to crash into the wall due to such a sharp turn. As soon as they turned, bewilderment and horror were reflected on both their faces, and they froze in place. In front of them was a large army of skeletons, with the executioner hovering over their heads, still holding Yuri. Laughing, he raised his right hand and signaled his warriors to attack. James frowned, noting with displeasure that their enemy seriously determined to get rid of them. Taking into account the unusual silence of his friend, he asked if she was scared. The girl held both daggers out in front of her, a faint smile appearing on her face as she replied that it was not in her nature to be afraid. At that very moment, one of the skeletons jumped towards her with his sword raised. Monica delivered several incredibly fast blows, cutting the skeleton's body into many pieces. Afterwards, she cheerfully added that she even got a second wind. James liked her answer and asked her to cover it. With obvious displeasure, she replied that he might not have asked for such obvious things. Immediately after that, they both rushed towards the enemy at full speed. Flashing brightly among the army of skeletons, they mercilessly chopped them down one after another. Several previously unnoticed skeleton archers emerged from behind the columns and fired several arrows at once. The sound of an arrow approaching her was something Monica noticed too late, when it was almost upon her. She ducked down and instinctively covered herself with her hands, but then James came to her aid, deflecting the arrow with one swing. Without taking his intense gaze off the enemies and expecting a new attack from them, he asked his friend if she was okay. She sank to the ground, shocked by what had just happened, and quietly replied that she was alive. James's eyes glowed red as he gritted his teeth, thinking about how they had less than 60 seconds left before the curse would activate. The realization that Yuri's life was hanging by a thread forced him to act with full force. He said decisively that he would clear the way for them. He rushed forward, throwing the skeletons in different directions, striking them with his sword. At some point, his attention was drawn to a message that appeared. For killing monsters, he received a ring with the skill Secret Grudge of the Dead, which will cause the person who puts it on to receive fatal damage every 5 seconds. As soon as he read about the properties of this ring, a wide smile appeared on his face. No one in their right mind except James himself would wear this ring. Therefore, the guy, without any hesitation, reached for the treasured yes button to equip the received item. As soon as the cursed ring began to materialize on his middle finger, another message appeared, warning that he would now take fatal damage every 5 seconds. The reason James took such a risk was for his own safety, because when combined with the inversion skill, this ring would restore his health by a significant percentage every 5 seconds. Without wasting any more time, he rushed into battle with renewed vigor. This time, the guy decided not to bother himself with useless killing of skeletons, but simply used them to climb higher. With the intent to kill, James jumped high into the air. Towering over the executioner, he said that he would test his sword's special skill on him. This special skill was a combo consisting of 7 hits. Each subsequent hit would be several times stronger than the previous one. If James lost his concentration and slowed down for even a second during the attack, he would have to start over, and since this skill took too long to recover, he was hesitant to use it. But the current situation leaves him no other choice. While he was thinking, the boy missed the executioner's attack, which was aimed at his left hand. Seeing this, Yuri's eyes widened in horror and tears welled up in his eyes. Our hero did not lose his arm thanks to the ring skill that worked, and the wound he received instantly healed. In the next moment, he attacked with all his might, delivering a slashing blow from above. but he failed to hit the executioner because the sword hit the extended scythe. Unlike all the previous times, this monster was no longer laughing. Surprise was easily seen in his eyes. Without wasting any time, James attacked again. He managed to make the enemy fly back several meters. He didn't plan to give him time to counterattack, so he went straight away, following behind the executioner. When the hero was dangerously close, the monster swung his scythe. Moving at high speed, James did not have time to dodge, so the enemy's blade cut through his chest. The inversion skill did its job and the guy's health was fully restored, and he immediately attacked. Nan, the executioner's face reflected shock when the guy with his attack cut his braid in half and also took away his left arm, which he used to hold Yuri. When the time came for the final seventh blow, the hero, without slowing down, rushed towards the enemy, clutching the shining sword tighter. The next attack contained incredibly destructive power. The executioner could not resist such force. He was destroyed, and the remains of his body turned to dust and disappeared without a trace. The freed Yuri was unconscious and was now flying down like a stone, risking breaking on the stone slabs. But James couldn't let that happen, so when the girl opened her eyes, coming to her senses, she felt herself pressed against a warm body. As soon as she saw James holding her in his arms, her eyes widened in surprise. The guy smiled broadly and said that she was now safe. At that moment, a disgruntled Monica ran up to them and reminded them that Yuri was still under the curse that everyone had already forgotten about. Having received a flask of holy water, the girl poured it onto her hands, removing the previously imposed curse. While Monica was lecturing her friend about always keeping holy water on hand, James, standing to the side, looked around. The many warning messages that appeared before him surprised him and even made him afraid. But when he realized that it was all because of the ring he was wearing, he relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked down thoughtfully at the ring, wondering if he would be receiving these notifications constantly. Suddenly he heard a quiet crack, and a deep crack appeared on the red stone. As a large amount of dark miasma erupted from there, James felt his insides go cold with horror. He expected it to harm him in some way. But when nothing happened, he became even more wary. Without understanding what was happening at all, he began waving his hand, dispersing the miasma. But the girls didn't notice any of this. James decided that the ring was simply broken and was going to take it off. But as soon as he touched it, the stone flashed bright purple. Pulling his hand back, the guy instinctively closed his eyes, preparing himself for some kind of painful sensation. When nothing happened again, the boy opened his eyes in surprise. The first thing he immediately noticed was the ring's stone changing to blue. And then the message hanging nearby stating that the death limit from the dead man's secret resentment skill had been exceeded, and now the ring had been transformed into a regular rusty ring. When the girls asked with some bewilderment what that light was just now, the guy explained that the object he had picked up suddenly changed right on him. Since this ring didn't contain any other skill, he decided to take it off in order to figure out in more detail what exactly happened to it a little later. Then he looked at his friends and asked what their next plan of action was. Monica said thoughtfully that Yuri was very tired after everything that had happened, so she suggested taking the magic stones and finishing for today. Feeling extremely guilty, Yuri apologized for making them finish early. Monica waved her hand and smiled, saying that they were all fine and there was nothing wrong with it. In order to somehow make amends and make a contribution, Yuri resolutely asked to provide her with the extraction of magic stones on that floor. Thus, for the next few minutes, James and Monica cheerfully encouraged their friend while she stubbornly dealt with the monsters. But when the minutes began to flow into hours, these two were overcome by an irresistible fatigue, which, unlike them, Yuri did not feel at all, and was ready to do her job for several more hours without a break. The subsequent clearing of the Persephone Tower proceeded quite smoothly, with many of the conquerors, as well as the branch agents, sharing the knowledge they had gained about the floors of the tower. So in just a week, the boss's room on the 30th floor was found. But there was one nuance. Now James sat alone at a cafeteria table in the conqueror's office. His thoughts revolved around recent events. The voices heard nearby caught his attention and made him look away from it. Two men nearby were discussing rumors that the door to the Persephone Tower boss's room was sealed, and that no one had yet managed to open it. The boy looked from the men forward, hearing another familiar voice. Monica, who approached him in the company of Yuri, asked if he wanted to visit the boss of the Persephone Tower today. James asked, confused, how she planned to do that if the boss's room was sealed. When the girl sat down opposite him, pushing the chair back. Smiling, she said that one of her friends had shared with her information on how to open this door. What he heard greatly surprised James. He was about to find out all the details, but Monica leaned forward and hissed discontentedly, making it clear that others could not be allowed to hear this. The hero nodded silently and also leaned forward a little. Only after that Monica whispered what she had managed to find out. There was not much information, and it sounded like a riddle. The first necessary condition was to find yourself beyond the brink of death. The second condition required the presentation of some rotten evidence. James, with a sullen expression and an unusually serious expression, asked tensely what this all meant. No less serious, Monica replied that she had no idea about it. Thus, they were completely at a loss and had no idea what to do with this information. But Yuri, who was sitting next to them, had some suggestions. She noted that in this tower, many conquerors had received a ring with a deadly skill. Noticing the surprise on the guy's face, Monica asked if he really had it too. While a confused James opened his inventory under the girl's attentive gaze, Yuri continued to talk about how every person who has visited the tower can receive a similar ring, and many assume that it is the key to the mystery of opening the passage. Taking out his ring, James examined it carefully. After some thought, the guy came up with an idea. The words of the riddle about being beyond the edge of death brought back memories of the countless windows that appeared, and the subsequent message about the death limit being used up. And the part with the rotten evidence could well have been about the ring changing color. While Yuri was pondering over the information they had from the rumors, James silently rose from the table. The girls looked at the back of the departing guy in surprise, asking where he was going. He, without stopping, replied that he would go to Persephone's tower. James threw his ring into the air and said with a smile that it was most likely his ring that would help them open the boss's door. He certainly enjoyed this feeling, as if he had a magic key in his hands. Some time later, all three climbed to the 30th floor of the tower. It was only once he was there that James began to consider the possibility that his ring might not work. He was afraid and completely unprepared to see contempt in the eyes of his companions. As if reading his thoughts, Yuri called out to the guy with suspicion in her voice, causing him to lose his step in surprise. The girl asked how exactly he knew that his ring could open the doors to the room. Boss. James showed her the ring and explained that when he put it on, the lethal effect exceeded the permissible limit, and then the ring changed right on him. Yuri couldn't contain her surprise when she learned that he had been wearing such a dangerous ring all this time. Belatedly remembering the guy's infinite rebirth skill, she calmed down, while Monica threw him offended glances because such important information was hidden from them. James decided not to tell them about the inversion skill, and added that after the change, the ring no longer had any features, which seemed strange to him. But now, remembering the words of the riddle, he explained that it was necessary to raise the ring's deadly skill to the limit so that the ring would rot, that is, become rusty, which would need to be presented as evidence. Admiration and joy appeared on the faces of his friends when they listened to him. James decided to keep silent about the fact that this was only his assumption. All his hope was only in this ring. Casting a very intense look at the ring, the boy mentally prayed for it to work, because he didn't want to disappoint Yuri and Monica. Arriving at the boss's door, Monica volunteered to be the first to try to open it. But no matter how much she tried and how much effort she put in, the door wouldn't budge. So the girl decided to pass the baton to James. He walked slowly towards the door, mentally calming himself. Afterwards, he raised his hand with the ring on it, and confidently said that the door should open for him, who had the right to enter there. However, contrary to all their expectations and hopes, nothing happened. Even after standing in this position for several long minutes, James was still unable to achieve any results. He did not want to admit that he had actually been wrong in his assumption. As soon as I thought about it, the ring flared up with a blue flash, and a light blue fog enveloped the door. A few moments later, the door finally opened. Yuri and Monica were incredibly happy about this event. James couldn't do it, contain tears of happiness because he was right after all. Only he belatedly realized that all this time he had been focused only on the task of opening the doors and had completely forgotten that the boss was inside. Meeting a creature that was stronger than the boss of the Hermes Tower undoubtedly filled the guy with uncertainty and sticky fear. Turning to the girls standing a little further away, he suggested that they retreat and return here later, when they were properly prepared for the fight with this boss. But before James could finish speaking, someone burst out of the doorway, Thathuga Hand. When the hero noticed her, it was already too late to do anything. Strong fingers grabbed his body and forcibly dragged him inside the boss's room. As soon as the guy was inside, the hand immediately threw him into the very depths. James hit his back several times and rolled across the ground before he finally managed to stop, scraping the skin on his palms. As soon as the worried girls ran after him, he immediately shouted for them to run back. But they didn't have the chance to do this, because the next moment the door behind them slammed shut, locking them all in this trap. And then scarlet lines of a sealing seal flashed on its surface. James said with a bitter smile and resignedly that now they wouldn't be able to get out of here so easily. Suddenly, a blue portal appeared in front of him, pulsating slightly as it expanded more and more. Soon, a monster's clawed paw appeared from there. The owner of the tower slowly approached our heroes. James watched him tensely, while the girls standing behind him already had their weapons at the ready to attack at any moment. At some point, the boss froze in place, forcefully hitting his staff on the stone slabs. As soon as he did this, his eyes flashed dangerously scarlet. A strange dark smoke began to swirl around his figure, slowly enveloping his entire body from head to toe. As the last clouds of smoke were absorbed into his body, a satisfied smile appeared on the monster's face. With his mouth wide open, he let out a deafening roar that shook the air and sent it flying in powerful waves in all directions. James, barely keeping his balance, instinctively covered his was with hands. Then, without taking his eyes off the tower's owner, he confidently said that since he himself had opened this door, it was now up to him to deal with it. But the monster wasn't going to just stand there and wait. So he hoarsely uttered a short phrase in an unfamiliar language, the meaning of which certainly didn't mean anything good for our heroes. Immediately, a multitude of blue lights burst out from behind his back and began to slowly fill the space. Our heroes recoiled in horror as the blue flames grew at an alarming speed, closing in a ring around them. Suddenly, countless footsteps were heard approaching from all sides at the same time. Skeleton warriors began to appear one after another right out of the flames. James tensed up at their appearance, feeling a cold sweat run down his back. All his hopes of a one-on-one fight with the boss crumbled to dust. Without waiting for the number of opponents to increase even more, the guy shot out of his place like an arrow. He understood perfectly well that every second counted, and he was not going to waste his energy on a senseless slaughter with endless pawn bones, so he immediately aimed at the tower's owner. James put all his rage and hope for victory into this blow. But suddenly his sword collided with a deafening ringing with the materialized barrier of the enemy. The monster didn't even flinch, but only smiled mockingly, watching the futile attempts to break through the barrier. At some point, the shield was broken, and many sharp fragments flew in all directions, including one that hit James himself. Falling back to the ground, the boy clenched his fists, annoyed that his opponent had decided to resort to using barriers. He didn't even have time to get to his feet before one of the skeletons, who had crept up on him from behind, was already raising a sharp blade over him, preparing to cut him in half. While James was getting rid of the enemy flying at him from the front, the second one took advantage of the moment and mercilessly plunged his sword into his back, and the hero felt with surprise how cold steel pierced his chest. Coughing up his own blood, the hero turned his shocked gaze back to the skeletal warrior who had attacked him. There he saw two more skeletons flying towards him with swords in their hands. These blows became decisive for him. The hero died, but the next moment he was revived, having received 40 points to his defense. Those who appeared, right behind the skeleton warrior, James raised his sword to strike, deciding to repeat his maneuver of a surprise attack. But to his surprise, the skeleton reacted instantly, turning sharply. He blocked the sword with his own. Despite the fact that the guy tried his best, he could not overcome his opponent. Having exchanged a couple of blows, he could confidently say that the strength and reaction speed of this monster was several times higher than those on the lower floors. At one point, James was able to hold back an enemy attack with great difficulty. Having rationally assessed his strength, he realized that he simply would not be able to cope with such a crowd alone, if even fighting one such monster was unusually difficult. He was unable to come up with an effective plan, because two skeletons immediately attacked him from behind. Ignoring all his screams and attempts to resist, they pinned the boy to the floor. Here the owner of the tower approached them and hung over the hero, carefully examining him. But his interest quickly faded, and he turned his gaze to the side where more interesting events were taking place. James followed his gaze, trying to figure out what he was looking at. Taking a closer look, he saw Monica and Yuri among the crowd of skeletons, who were surrounded by enemies. Yuri gripped her staff tightly and held it out in front of her, activating the spell, and a blue sphere immediately appeared at the tip, increasing in size. A moment later, the sphere turned into a powerful stream of water. The water column swirled and fell straight onto the monsters. A joyful smile lit up the girl's face at the thought that she had managed to defeat her enemies. But her joy lasted only for a moment, as the smile slid off her face. The army of skeletons, as before, stood before her, completely unharmed. Monica could only fight off enemy attacks. The friends realized that they themselves could not cope with such a number of opponents, and because the monsters began to push them to the corner, they began to panic. Watching this scene, James tried desperately to break free, screaming furiously at the skeletons to let him go, but this only served to press him further into the floor. At some point, the owner of the tower loomed over him again with his staff raised high. One sharp movement and the guy saw with horror how his own hand, separated from his body, flew to the side. A wave of horrific pain from the loss of a limb immediately covered his consciousness, blinding him with a bright flash. Screaming in wild pain, he grabbed his bleeding limb. The tower's master raised his staff again, clearly enjoying the torment of his victim. Zan then he let go just as sharply, cutting off his left leg as well. Even louder cries of pain from James echoed throughout the room, which the monster seemed to enjoy. Soon the exhausted and pain-blinded boy began to fall, no longer able to scream. But several pairs of bony hands reached out to him again. The tower's owner decided not to stop there, and once again thrust his staff into the guy's body, causing red splashes of blood to fly out like a fountain. James lay in a pool of his own blood, breathing heavily and hoping for a quick death. But the monster didn't want to let him go so easily. Tears rolled down the boy's cheeks, and horror froze in his eyes when he saw that this time the cane was aimed at his eye socket. Having killed James, the tower's owner threw his head back and laughed loudly. Our hero came to his senses, already in the dimension of his skill. The face of the tower's owner was immediately imprinted in his memory. At the same time, I also remembered the excruciating pain from the loss of my arm. James looked down at his shaking palms in fear, still feeling the dull phantom pain. In memories of the horror he had experienced continued to flash before his eyes. Holding back his screams in panic, the boy covered his mouth and face with his hands. But in the end he couldn't take it anymore and screamed hysterically, almost going crazy. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the images of enemies tearing his body apart again and again out of his head. The cries of pain and all the memories he relived completely exhausted the guy. Now, only incredible fatigue could be seen in his eyes. Looking up, he saw a familiar window reminding him that the infinite rebirth skill would be activated in a few seconds. James clenched his fists tightly, thinking that he needed to go back, because Monica and Yuri were left there all alone. With these thoughts, he began to slowly rise to his feet. Despite all his own convictions not to give in to fear, his own body played against him. Remembering all that pain, his body simply went numb, and his arms and legs were shaking violently. The message that appeared in front of the guy again, saying that he would automatically die in 3 seconds if he did not confirm the activation of the skill, made him understand that he had no other choice. So he gave his confirmation, and the next moment he moved back to the boss's room. The hero immediately found his girlfriends with his gaze, on whose faces an expression of horror and despair was frozen. He wanted to call out to the girls, but he couldn't make a sound. The terrifying face of the tower's owner, which he had seen before his death, appeared before him again. Watching as the skeletal warriors began to attack mercilessly, James couldn't help but reach out with a trembling hand, wanting to help. But the fear he felt turned out to be much stronger. Our hero remained standing in place, helplessly watching what was happening. The feeling of his own weakness and insignificance was killing him from the inside. Realizing the limits of their strength and the complete hopelessness of the situation, the girls huddled close to each other and closed their eyes tightly, preparing for their death. Burning tears rolled down James's cheeks. He could do nothing and could not save them. Suddenly, deep cracks appeared on the door that was sealed with a seal. In the next moment, the seal flashed with a bright flash. James's eyes widened in surprise as a deafening explosion sounded behind him. He turned his frightened gaze back. Having completely destroyed the door blocking the way, the stranger entered inside with a sword in his hands. Michael brushed away the rising dust with his hand and said in disappointment that he had hoped to be first, which was why he had used force since the door was impossible to open, but he had been beaten to it. Afterwards, he cast a keen glance at the numerous monsters, led by the tower's owner. The man couldn't help but notice the guy standing in front of him, whose appearance screamed about the hopelessness of the whole situation. He sighed heavily and said that not everything here was as rosy as it seemed to him at first glance. At that very moment, the skeleton warriors began to move again, and 2 of them simultaneously rushed at the oblivious James. The guy's eyes reflected surprise when the man standing in front of him evaporated into thin air and immediately appeared behind him. With one sharp, confident swing of his sword, Michael cut through the monsters' bodies and said with a smile that he would cover our hero. P the donkey looked back at him and added just as confidently that as long as the king was alive, no one would die here. James was well aware of the title of king, so his surprise was even greater. The reason for this was that this title was awarded only to those people who had conquered towers with 100 floors, and such people in their country could easily be counted on the fingers of one hand. Putting it off all further conversations for later, the man gripped his sword tighter. Michael activated his sword skill again, preparing to burn everything here to the ground. A few moments later, a powerful pillar of flame descended into the center of the room. Our hero stood in the midst of this fiery whirlwind, devouring everything, together with Michael, and looked around in amazement. The skeleton warriors could not resist this element, which mercilessly burned their bodies. Only the tower owner was not attacked. He flew into the air with lightning speed before the flames could spread any further. But he was quickly caught up by Michael, who couldn't let him escape so easily. He didn't have time to dodge, so the monster prudently put up a protective barrier in front of himself. This action did not shake the king's resolve in the least, and putting all his strength into the blow, he brought it down on his opponent. When his sword collided with the shield barrier, powerful air currents flew out from the shockwave. The tower owner's shield could not withstand such force and began to rapidly crack. Zat! There was another explosion and the barrier fell to the floor, breaking into many small pieces. James struggled to stay on his feet as he fought against the gusts of air flying at him. Michael continued to face his opponent fearlessly. Perfect, their attack failed to kill the tower's owner, so now he moved behind them, preparing to attack. But he didn't manage to strike first. Without turning around, Michael pulled his fist behind his back and sent the monster flying back with the blow. The defeated owner of the tower fell to the floor with a crash. James watched the scene with shock and disbelief. Sides, when he heard his name, he flinched in surprise. Michael coldly told him to finish off the enemy. Our hero was very surprised by his words, so he raised a puzzled look at the man and asked if he had misheard it. He said that although he didn't know what this monster had managed to do to James, he couldn't let fear consume his mind, and then repeated the order to destroy the boss with his own hands. His words had an effect. The hero squeezed the hilt of his sword tighter and thanked Michael. The next moment he jumped up and flew like an arrow after the fleeing owner of the tower. Having caught up with him, James, with tears in his eyes, delivered a confident, swift blow with his sword. This time the tower's owner was unable to dodge or defend himself, and this attack was his last. And the old confidence appeared in his gaze, completely replacing the fear. A satisfied smile played on Michael's lips at how quickly the guy was able to pull himself together. Approaching him from behind, he congratulated him contentedly on becoming champion of Persephone's tower. What he said left James truly perplexed. Turning sharply, he shouted in a tone of objection that he had only delivered the final blow and nothing more. The man replied that it didn't matter who contributed what, because the tower believed that the reward should go to our hero. At the same time as these words, a message appeared stating that for defeating the boss, unique weapons and magic stones would be sent straight to James's inventory. When the guy said he would give the entire award to him because he didn't deserve it, Michael tactfully refused, saying that the award would help them become stronger. He also added that he has no need for money and is quite satisfied with his own weapon. Despite his convictions, James was still confused and didn't know what he should do. The man saw this perfectly well, so as a token of gratitude for his help, he asked the guy to show him what weapon he had received. Without answering, our hero turned his gaze to Monica standing next to him, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. A few moments later, confusion and disappointment crossed his face as he opened the inventory window. The weapon he received looked too much like a magic staff. As soon as James touched the icon, a staff materialized in the air. Our hero couldn't help but gasp in surprise at his appearance. Michael smiled contentedly and asked how the boy was doing with magic. James admitted, not without disappointment, that he was not at all good with magic. Suddenly a brilliant thought struck him, and he turned his gaze to Yuri standing next to him. Turning around, he handed the surprised girl the staff and asked if she would like to take it for herself. There was silence in the room for a few minutes. The hero did not take his eyes off the questioning glance at Yuri, waiting for an answer. When he repeated his question, she smiled sadly and replied that she did not deserve such a weapon. James didn't expect such an answer at all, so he was confused. The girl explained her decision by the fact that she could not bring any benefit to their team, not only in this tower, but also in previous battles. She confessed, "What felt like I was pulling them down ballast." At this point, Monica intervened in the conversation, saying that after some discussion, they had come to the conclusion that James would be much better off without them in the squad. Stunned by this news, he began to object, saying that this time he was the one who was useless. He also admitted that if Michael had not appeared, he would never have been able to protect them. A sad smile appeared on Monica's face. Then the girl quietly added that he always protects them, but they can't help him in any way. Completely confused and devastated, James wanted to object to her, but all the words were stuck in his throat. Only now did he see the chasm that had managed to appear between them. The boy pressed his lips together and began to wonder when this had happened. But he was distracted from these thoughts by the confident voice of Monica, who declared that she and Yuri had decided to become stronger. James looked up at the girls in shock and asked what that meant. This time, Yuri answered, saying that next time they would conquer the tower on their own and become stronger that way. With a cheerful smile on her face, Monica asked the guy to wait for them until that moment. Yuri added that until she becomes stronger, this staff will remain with him. But James thought differently. So without listening to the end, he threw his staff in her direction. Having caught it, the girl looked at the weapon in surprise. In response to her surprised look, the hero said with a smile that in the current situation she would need this staff more. They should use all possible resources to become stronger. Suddenly, a window appeared in front of each of them with a message that there were less than 10 seconds left before the tower disappeared. As their bodies began to be enveloped in a golden glow, James said goodbye to the girls, wishing them luck on their chosen path. After they were in the outside world, Michael came up behind him and remarked that it was a rather mature farewell. Without turning around, the guy replied that in fact everything was completely different, because thinking about what had happened, he felt only loneliness. A few moments later, having thought it over, the man approached James with a proposal. Since our hero had just lost his partners, he suggested that they combine their combined forces and create a new team. James responded with some hesitation that he was not against it, but asked if Michael was so bored that he suggested it. He stretched and said that the head of the Tokyo branch had called him, but he mainly worked with the towers of another prefecture. When the man turned and headed towards the management office, saying that he was not used to refusing the boss, our hero also stood up and followed him. He only went into Persephone's tower to while away the time before the meeting. When Michael finished, the boy asked him, confused, why he decided to help him. He assumed that the man was most likely unaware of his endless rebirth skill. So he tried to understand what exactly was driving his interlocutor at that moment. He stopped and, looking at him, admitted that in conversation Victoria had casually noted that James would become one of the best conquerors of this generation. What he said undoubtedly shocked our hero. With difficulty containing his emotions, he asked in bewilderment if the headmistress had really said that, to which he received a confident nod from Michael. He admitted that he did not expect that he was very surprised to meet him in the boss's room, because he did not expect that fate would bring them together so quickly. James looked away and said with regret that, in the end, he had done practically nothing in that battle. Encouraging him, Michael said that this time he had gained valuable experience, and next time he would simply try better. Then he took out his phone, checking the time, which, as it turned out, was still too much time before the appointed meeting. Therefore, he confidently declared that they would devote the remaining time entirely to shopping. He, being the king of conquerors, was going to show him how to spend his money wisely. Our hero really liked this idea and even inspired him. He knew that there were only a few kings in Japan, and they were all incredibly rich. With now he could hardly believe that he had such a rare opportunity to get advice from a real rich man. They arrived at the management office later in the evening. Both conquerors completely changed their image, dressing in branded clothes. Victoria looked at both of them and coldly asked who they were anyway. James tore off his sunglasses, and with tears in his eyes, emotionally shouted that she couldn't help but recognize them. The girl also coldly replied that they looked like freaks now, so she couldn't help but ask about it. When Michael slapped the guy on the shoulder and told him he should behave decently, the guy gave him a very displeased look, completely not understanding what he was being told. The man stepped forward and, proudly straightening his shoulders, explained that, wearing such expensive clothes, they should feel confident, because they earned it with their own blood and sweat. But Victoria's cold words about what they don't have absolutely no taste in clothes like knives pierced James's heart. Unable to bear it, the guy slammed the table and, under Michael's shocked gaze, pointed at the girl, confidently declaring that she herself didn't understand much and didn't follow fashion at all. He even suggested that at home she wore nothing but old stretched shirt. Victoria listened to all this without interrupting. Then she silently reached for the drawer of her desk. Taking out the magazine that was lying there, she put it down before Guy. Her photo was easily recognizable on the cover, and the top line featured a headline about the recommended 7 fashion looks from the world-famous trendsetter, director of the Tokyo branch of the department. After reading this headline, James immediately fell to his knees in front of Victoria and began to apologize for his thoughtless words. Michael, who was watching this scene, laughed merrily. Then he looked at Victoria and asked why she had called him so urgently. The girl replied that since the king himself had been summoned, it could only mean one thing. Their branch was planning a large-scale operation. James, who had risen from his knees, joined the conversation and asked what operation they were talking about. Victoria explained that their target was the highest demon tower in heaven, Zeus. Michael thoughtfully rubbed his chin, surprised that management had decided to take on this tower. Victoria continued, saying that the number of conquerors killed in this tower was growing every day, and she, as the head of the branch, could not ignore such a danger, so she decided to begin a large-scale operation. She also mentioned that all volunteers who agreed to take part in this would have access to some of the treasures from the upper floors. Now they needed not only fighters, but also logistics units along with magical support units. The reason for this was that the Tower of Zeus was incomparable in terms of the level of danger. Victoria was well aware of all the risks and that there would be a huge number of casualties. So in order to reduce their number, she wants to send Michael to fight on the front lines. She had complete confidence in the man who had conquered Hephaestus, one of the highest towers in the country. The man smiled and replied that since his support would help reduce the number of deaths, he would take part in it. Throughout the entire conversation, James felt completely out of place here. After a short pause, Michael put forward his condition. Pulling the guy standing next to him towards him, he said with enthusiasm that James should go with him, When Victoria accepted this condition without any hesitation, our hero's face reflected bewilderment and strong dissatisfaction with the current situation. Having achieved his goal, Michael winked at his new partner and cheerfully said that from now on, he would rely on him. After his words, James's bewildered cry echoed throughout the entire administration building. The very next day, Michael dragged our hero to the Proteus Tower. Once they were inside, the man quickly stretched his muscles, preparing for the battles to come. P the donkey looked at his partner with a smile and said that now they would go to pump up their powers. At yesterday's meeting, Victoria said that at the moment the strategic group for conquering the Zeus Tower is still in the formation stage. That's why she gave they have free time up until this point. Michael was happy with the opportunity and asked her to recommend some towers for them to upgrade. Glancing at the guy standing next to him, he explained that before sending him on such a serious mission, he wanted to train him a little. When James asked in a displeased tone whether he should go to conquer Zeus at all, the man laughed loudly and replied that they were going together and no objections would be accepted. The hero sincerely did not understand what the point was in taking him along. Michael replied that he wanted him to become stronger. He then added with a broad smile that he wanted to be in the front row to see James achieve it. Victoria coughed into her fist to get everyone's attention and said, "There is one tower that matches this request." According to her, although there were no anomalies observed in the Proteus Tower, there was an incredibly large number of high-level monsters there. She also said that, this tower became especially popular among the conquerors due to the fact that a large number of magic stones could be obtained from it. After considering all the information he had heard, Michael thought this was indeed a good option. Once the decision was made, he headed towards the exit. Smiling broadly, the man said that James was also going with him to the owner of this tower, which caused a lot of discontent in the guy himself. And now our hero was forced to conquer the tower together with him. The meeting with the first enemy happened quite quickly. The enchanted knight himself came out to them. Without taking his eyes off the approaching enemy, Michael asked the guy if he could handle it on his own. James sighed heavily and replied that he wasn't sure about that, but he would try. The next moment, a sword from his inventory materialized in his hand, and the guy himself began to prepare for a dash. Pushing off the ground sharply, he approached his opponent with lightning speed. He immediately reacted to his approach and attacked. James parried the blow with one movement, pushing the enemy's weapon aside. The enchanted knight immediately struck again, and the hero had to defend himself. He deftly dodged another blow by diving down. The enchanted knight took advantage of the moment and, grasping the hilt with both hands, raised the weapon above his head, intending to make a slashing blow. A slight grin appeared on the guy's face as he said that his opponent was too predictable. Immediately after these words, James rushed past the knight, causing serious damage with one precise blow. He breathed a sigh of relief, happy that he had won this fight so easily. Michael's face showed excitement as he shouted that it was too early for the hero to relax. James immediately turned around at the sound of his scream, trying to figure out what it meant. At that moment, horror appeared on his face. The enemy fell to one knee and threw his weapon at him. Michael could have realized that he could have stopped that blow. However, he chose to do nothing in order to see James's ability in action with his own eyes. The hero didn't have time to do anything before a sharp blade pierced his chest. Completely immobilized, he fell to the ground. With his eyes wide open in horror, he lay in a pool of his own blood, unable to move. The damned knight did not take his eyes off his fallen victim. But suddenly, as if from nowhere, James appeared in front of him, alive and unharmed, and with one blow cut off his right hand. Breathing heavily, the boy whispered angrily that it was incredibly painful. Now, having seen everything for himself, Michael was convinced that this boy who could not die was the only possible partner for him. James, putting his sword to the enemy's neck, said that there was no point in fighting any further. But the damned knight still had a couple of trump cards left. As soon as he touched the place with the severed limb, a strange pink sphere immediately appeared there. And the next moment, in place of his severed arm, flesh appeared, from which sharp thorns grew. And it was this that pierced the chest of our hero, who naively believed that everything was already over. Having revived again, the guy clutched his t-shirt in the chest area and whispered that his heart had already been pierced twice today. The next moment he jumped up from his seat. Burning with rage and anger, James attacked his enemy with renewed vigor, but he defended himself with a newly grown claw. He put even more effort into trying to break through this defense. After everything he had been through, the hero no longer intended to spare the enemy. But the monster turned out to be stronger, and at some point simply threw the guy aside. After this, our hero exchanged a series of lightning-fast blows with him. He was greatly irritated by the fact that he could not reach this monster and deliver the decisive blow. Suddenly he noticed a purple flash a couple of meters away from him. James only miraculously managed to dodge such an unexpected and fast attack, leaning his body back. As soon as he returned to his previous position, he saw with bewilderment another enemy in front of him. Distracted by the appearance of a new monster, The guy completely failed to notice the sharp needles flying at him from above. They fell to the ground with a crash on either side of him, without touching him. The next moment, 2 more monsters jumped from the ceiling. Looking around at the crowd surrounding him, James chuckled tensely and said that it was not nice for everyone to attack one person. As the monsters began to attack, closing the distance, he swung his sword in front of him, parrying the blows. One of the monsters managed to get close to him and began to push him back. Hoping to get rid of at least a couple of opponents, the guy committed circular strike, but they dodged it safely. For the next few minutes, he simply dodged other people's blows without the opportunity to counterattack. James realized that if this continued, he would die again, and he really didn't want that, because his body still remembered the pain from his pierced heart. At this point, Michael finally decided to intervene in what was happening. The man instantly appeared next to the boy, piercing one of the monsters with his sword, and smiled contentedly, saying that he had seen enough to draw certain conclusions. Then, with one swing, he struck down 2 more monsters. They flew off into one of the walls with a loud crash, destroying it with their bodies. Looking at the guy, Michael noted that his strength was truly unique. Immediately after these words, he frowned and added that now it was his turn to show what he was capable of. The reason for his change of mood was 2 other monsters that jumped on him at the same time. As Michael tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, the blade was immediately engulfed in raging flames. With one swing, the man caused the bodies of both opponents to burn to ashes in this flame that engulfed everything around. This man was like a god controlling flames, so strong was he. James watched this scene with genuine surprise. Turning to him, the man, whose face expressed unusual seriousness and tension, said that he originally wanted to show him another level of his strength, but all the opponents somehow died too quickly. Still under the impression, James also tensely replied that Michael had already shown his abilities to a sufficient extent. Sighing in disappointment, he said dejectedly that he still didn't understand anything about the hero. He then explained that he also wanted to demonstrate how desperately he could fight, but he was unable to replicate such a unique fighting style. James asked with vehement displeasure and bewilderment how Michael could even call his fighting style desperate. For several long minutes, the 2 of them had a heated argument about this topic. This exhausted both of them quite a bit, so Michael decided to change the subject, saying that in any case, he would still have many chances to prove himself in the future. James gave him a disgruntled look and asked what their next plan was. The man thought and remembered Victoria's words about this tower being filled with magical stones. In addition to the available information, he told the hero that these stones not only grant unusual abilities to conquerors, monsters also adore them, because the stones make them stronger. So if they manage to find a vein of stones, there will be strong monsters nearby. With a slight smile, the man looked at James again, asking if his hint had been understood. The hero also smiled faintly and said that they were just going to start hunting strong monsters. Pleased with his answer, Michael extended his fist and said that now that they had sorted this out, they could move on. Meanwhile, in the depths of the tower, another squad was busy with a pickaxe, trying to get the magic stones they desired. But because this process was too slow, it required a lot of effort and patience from the collectors. Every now and then they took short breaks to rest and share their progress. A couple of hours later, our heroes reached the 25th floor, which is a deposit of magic stones. Noticing how surprised the boy was, Michael asked if this was his first time in the fields. Actively examining everything around, James replied with sincere admiration that he had never found anything like this in the demonic towers before. Suddenly he remembered how last time he brought a pile of magic stones from the tower and received a lot of money. The guy took a new look at the countless number of stones located here. A plan quickly formed in his head that if he could take out all these stones, he would become simply fabulously rich. Inspired by this brilliant idea, he turned to Michael and insistently said that they must immediately get out their picks and start mining the stones. Looking at the revived guy, the man felt a little confused. After leading him to the right idea, he asked why the local conquerors had not yet become fabulously rich, following his logic. Lost in thought, James looked away and suggested that they were collecting too few stones. Shaking his head, the man explained that in such deposits, abundant with stones, there is not much power in individual stones. The reason for this was that one large magic stone generates several more of the same, but smaller ones. Since each of these smaller stones absorbs a piece of its parent, there is not much magic left in them. He ended his explanation by saying that even if James took out all this deposit, he would definitely not become rich. Walking deeper into the deposit, Michael also said that all the people here are not conquerors, but miners of stones, and the management actively takes care of them, assigning a couple of conquerors to protect them. This is how he explained that this is one of the profitable ways for conquerors to earn extra money by defending others. As James passed a group of girls who were rejoicing at finding a large stone, he thought with a bit of sadness that they should all have fun working together. Involuntarily in his memory surfaced memories of how he went to conquer the tower with Yuri and Monica, and then he also had fun with them. Now the guy missed their broken team. Over the past few days he realized that working alone wasn't all that interesting. From these sad thoughts, he was distracted by Michael, who suddenly flew at him, and with a cheerful smile reached for the guy's cheeks. The hero tried in every way to push him away from himself, asking discontentedly what he needed. But the man continued to squeeze his cheek, and conspiratorially said that he noticed how he had just been staring at these girls. Michael glanced in their direction and asked what type of women James was attracted to. He replied with displeasure that he didn't have any type. After these words, his partner let him go and, sighing sadly, said that he was too boring a guy for his age, which irritated him even more. Suddenly, it occurred to Michael that since none of these girls attracted the boy, he might already have taken a liking to some girl from his circle. He chuckled quietly as he admitted that the two girls who were with them in Persephone Tower were real cuties. Monica attracted people not only with her pretty appearance, but also with her lively character. Yuri was the opposite of her, gentle and calm. Thinking about this, the man suggested that James might be attracted to girls similar to Victoria, cold and harboring some kind of mystery. He placed his hand on his partner's shoulder, demanding an answer. The hero waved him off and asked with a bit of embarrassment what all these stupid questions were for. Continuing on their way, he reminded the saddened man that they had come here to train. Suddenly, Michael's face became serious, and he pointed at the guy, causing him to look slightly surprised. And then, as if it were a sentence, he said that he was a real shy person. Suddenly, James's attention was drawn to the joyful cry of one of the girls standing nearby, saying that she had found a place with incredibly large stones. When the other girls saw the boulder strewn with stones, they were also delighted with such a valuable find. Angelica immediately raised her pickaxe over her head, intending to extract these stones. But when she struck with a pickaxe, she only received an incredibly strong recoil in her hand. The girl did not understand at all why this happened, because with other veins it was much easier. Trying to figure out what happened, the girls completely failed to notice the living threat hiding in a seemingly safe stone. However, James managed to, his eyes noticed a strange red flash, and his face reflected the horror of realization. At that moment, the monster, whose eyes glowed with a dangerous red light, began to move. The girls froze in place in shock and horror at the sight. Without a second thought, all three of them rushed away from there. But the monster rushed in pursuit of them, pushing off the ground with its incredibly long limbs. And a moment later, he landed with a crash on the ground, intending to crush them with his weight. But the girls managed to avoid such a terrible fate. The monster was not going to stop there, so the next moment a multitude of small stones began to rise into the air. Under the influence of his power, their shape began to slowly stretch out into sharp needles. Only 3 girls were in the crosshairs violated his peace. As his eyes glowed even brighter, the needles began to move and rapidly descend. The friends were in real horror. The only thing they could do in this situation was to instinctively cover their heads with their hands. They were about to prepare for their own death, when James suddenly appeared ahead, moving at incredible speed and knocking away each of the flying needles. Then he turned to the girls and, asking if they were hurt, advised them to run as quickly as possible, leaving the monster to him. Happy smiles appeared on their faces. Without wasting any time, the girls took the advice and ran away. James, with several stones he had missed sticking out of his chest, chuckled ironically, and added more quietly that he had wanted to show his best side, but in the end it turned out as usual. He could no longer stand on his feet and collapsed to the floor, where a large pool of blood immediately formed. He even felt sorry that he was dying in such a stupid way once again. Our hero couldn't help but wonder when he would be able to become like Michael, and also defeat strong enemies and instill faith in the weak. Previously, he had already managed to conquer several heavenly demon towers and earn money. But James didn't know what to do next. He could not find an answer to this question, but that was until he met Michael in Persephone's tower, after which he was ignited with a burning desire to become the same cool conqueror who is capable of protecting the weak. At the same time, the monster raised its powerful paw over his body, intending to finish off the victim. Being crushed, James was immediately revived, gaining 34 additional points to his intelligence. Now the guy's eyes were filled with complete confidence, because he had everything to achieve his goal, except for combat experience, which could easily be gained. Without wasting another second, he rushed towards his opponent. The hero decided that this particular monster would lay the foundation for achieving his goal. But the monster's stone body turned out to be stronger, and his attack did not leave even a scratch on it. James, who had not expected this at all, frowned. Jumping back, he began to think about how he could cut down this monster. Hoping to get a hint, the hero looked back at Michael. He stood at the exit, shouting loudly for everyone to escape as quickly as possible. He would lead them to a safe zone. The conquerors who approached him asked if the guards really didn't need to stay here and help with the monster. Michael confidently replied that this monster would be too much for them, so they could go. Besides, he firmly believed that his partner could handle everything here on his own. This statement greatly shocked our hero, but he had no more time to be distracted by anything else, because the monster attacked him again with needles made of stones. Extremely dissatisfied with the current situation, James began to fight back again, chopping the stones into small pieces. When larger stones came into play, he preferred to dodge them rather than try to cut through such giants. Suddenly, Michael, who was standing a few meters behind him, called out to him. Smiling broadly, the man said contentedly that the hero was now a smart guy and no longer needed anyone's help. The hero, irritated to the limit, deflected the stone flying at him without looking, and angrily asked how much longer they planned to mock him. His partner laughed cheerfully and clarified that he had in mind not his level of intelligence, but his performance indicators. He assured him that now that his IQ was high enough, James would be able to figure out how to handle this machine himself. Then he waved goodbye to him and wished him luck. The hero didn't have any such ideas. He knew that intelligence was an important stat for magic classes, because the higher it was, the more powerful and complex spells it allowed one to use. Therefore, the guy strongly doubted that thanks to inversion, his skill could increase so much that magic would become available to him. But he decided to check by calling the system window. The data loaded in just a couple of seconds, and now the message showed that the intellect had reached a certain mark, thanks to which 2 new skills became available for use: magical sense of the first level, and manipulation of magical energy of the same level. The guy's gaze reflected confusion after reading this information. He did not understand at all why the skills of the magic class became available to him. But suddenly he remembered that during his last revival he had received a 34-point increase in intelligence. Smiling slightly, James quietly said that since he had paid for these skills with the excruciating pain of death, he should definitely try them out. He immediately activated his magic sense and, covering his right eye, concentrated all his energy on the remaining one, the color of which changed to blue. Thanks to this skill, the hero was able to see the purple haze, covering the body of his opponent. It only lasted a second, so he didn't have time to really take a good look at anything. But James didn't give up and tried again, and with now he saw that the monster's entire body was protected by a magical barrier. Now he could understand the reason why he had been unable to cause any damage. Suddenly he noticed how the purple haze near the magic stones began to thicken. A moment later, several magical vortexes appeared in the air behind the monster. They expanded at an incredible rate. As James watched this, he realized with horror that the monster was about to fire magic, which was concentrated in the magical stones that had grown on it. He didn't have time to do anything before he was attacked. The force of the blow threw the guy back. He flew intoxicated behind the wall, hitting painfully against the sharp protrusions. Looking up at his opponent, he asked with displeasure what the point of all these skills was if he still couldn't win. Here he managed to notice one oddity. After such a powerful blow, the monster's barrier became unstable. A satisfied smile appeared on the guy's face. He simply couldn't help but take advantage of the opportunity that had come his way. James jerked to his feet and rushed towards the monster again. As soon as he reached the required distance, he stopped, confidently saying that he would tear off this magical armor with one precise blow. After these words, he checked the density of the shield again. Since the monster could not attack and defend at the same time, it decided that if it continued to attack with the same force, sooner or later, the barrier would collapse. But he had another option: to try to concentrate the magic in one point and hit the monster with it. To reach the required level of power for this attack, he would need to destroy all the magical stones around him and energize the air. Meanwhile, his opponent had once again turned the stone fragments into sharp needles. The next moment he sent them all at James. The hero successfully dodged the stones flying at him, simultaneously putting his plan into action. Reaching a mountain strewn with many large crystals, he performed a series of lightning strikes. The entire space around him was filled with countless fragments. Having looked at all this with his magical vision, James mentally rejoiced, deciding that this magic would be more than enough. The guy shuddered when he heard the approach of the monster, who decided to reduce the distance between them with a jump. It took only a moment for the monster to carry out its plan and crash down to the ground. But the hero reacted quickly and was able to jump to the side in time. Without wasting a moment, James immediately activated the magical energy manipulation skill. A multitude of blue clots of energy rushed towards him, as if responding to a silent call. This skill allowed our hero to collect magical energy in one specific point. So James decided to infuse his sword with magic, fervently hoping that it would help smash his opponent's head. Once all the magic was absorbed, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The amount of magic he felt from his sword was truly incredible. The guy jumped out of his seat like a bullet. Leaping over the monster, he delivered the first blow. The crack that appeared was not enough to win, but it clearly showed that he was on the right track. The guy immediately jumped back. He had expected this outcome, so he already had a backup plan in store, in which he was going to use his sword's special 7/ skill. The monster used its magic stone attack again. The hero actively fought back, planning to repel 7 blows from the enemy in order to then receive one strengthened one. Once all the small stones were used, the monster caused 2 huge crystals to float into the air. Seeing the boulders flying at him, James tensed up considerably. But having pulled himself together, he was able to cut both stones with one swing. As his sword absorbed the magical power, he thanked the monster for the service he had rendered, then jumped into the air, intending to end it all once and for all. The monster immediately began to create the already familiar funnels from the magic of stones, pursuing only one goal: to get rid of the enemy. James deftly dodged the beams flying at him without slowing down. Soon, he was able to get close to the monster by using a special skill with his magic-enhanced sword. Feeling the incredible power, Michael shuddered, stopping halfway to the safe zone. The man immediately understood what exactly had happened, so he said in amazement that this time, James had outdone himself. At that very moment, our hero dealt a crushing blow to the monster, putting all his strength into it. Blade easily, like butter, cut through the monster's defense, cutting his body in half. Immediately after this, there was a deafening explosion. The shockwave threw James aside. He landed heavily on his back, letting out a painful gasp. As soon as he heard footsteps nearby, James opened one eye to see who it was. Michael's familiar face loomed over him, a wide smile playing across his satisfied features. Seeing him, our hero couldn't help but smile and chuckle cheerfully. Michael helped him up, and now they were walking together to the safe zone. The hero couldn't help but ask if everyone was safe now. His partner assured him that everyone was fine. As soon as the girls James had saved earlier noticed their approach, a noticeable blush appeared on their cheeks, and they looked at the guy with interest. That would have been the end of it, if not for the sudden collapse of the wall. James was already a few steps away from the safe zone when it happened. And from the resulting hole, a huge mouth of a new monster appeared. The snake-like monster suddenly slammed its iron mouth shut, completely swallowing the boy's body. Michael was overcome with genuine horror at the sight of this. For a moment he even forgot about his partner's skill. The frightened girls huddled close to each other, trembling with fear. After reviving, the hero used the skill and moved the respawn point 3 meters from the place of his death. He then looked up at the monster called the Steel Destroyer, and was horrified by its gigantic size. But James was alarmed not only by its size, but also by how easily this monster broke through the wall and ate him. As he turned his gaze to the destroyed wall, one guess had already settled in his head. Despite their extreme rarity, there was only one type of monster in the tower that was capable of such a thing: the anomalous monster. Hissing furiously, the Steel Destroyer lunged at James again. But this time Michael managed to intervene and block the monster's path. Holding back his onslaught, the man grinned tensely, appreciating the strength of his opponent. A few moments later, he still managed to push him back. The next moment, Michael used his sword's special skill, not giving the enemy a chance to attack again. A powerful, raging flame quickly spread around and engulfed the body of the snake. Standing to the side, James covered his face with his hands, protecting himself from the intense heat. What he saw next made the guy's eyes widen in shock. The fire did not cause any harm to the Steel Destroyer at all. Michael appeared behind him and said with regret in his voice that their enemy was immune to fire. So he gripped his sword tighter and took a stance, deciding to fight the old-fashioned way. The man suddenly jumped up from his seat and ran at full speed towards the monster. Noticing him, the destroyer opened its mouth wide and reached out to him, intending to eat him just like he had James a little earlier. A terrifying crash echoed through the room, along with clouds of dust, as his head hit the floor. Michael emerged from the dust column, completely alive and unharmed, his sword raised above his head to strike. The next moment he chopped the monster's body. The snake hissed even more furiously and made another attempt to swallow him. But before the monster's mouth could close, Michael managed to escape. Suddenly, iron tentacles burst out from the body of the Steel Destroyer. Rising into the air, they began to surround the man. He tensed up and said sullenly that he certainly didn't expect this. When one of them threatened to attack him, Michael held his sword out in front of him to defend himself. But suddenly he was thrown aside. James took his place, pushing his partner aside. The man's face showed complete bewilderment at the guy's actions. The hero himself had no time to avoid the fatal blow. So the next moment his body was pierced through and through. Thanks to this sacrifice, he was able to get closer to the monster. Since his skin was impossible to penetrate, he decided to test how strong his eyes were. The next moment, he resolutely thrust his sword into the Steel Destroyer's right eye. He threw off his fingers with a shrill roar and began to rage furiously. Michael immediately caught him, not letting him fall to the ground. Thanks to this, our hero was able to avoid unnecessary injuries. About let go V, his man. He apologized for the fact that, due to his carelessness, James had to die again, to which he awkwardly replied that he had even begun to get used to such things. They soon switched back to the monster, which was still capable of fighting. The monster let out a shrill hiss and leaned forward, but our heroes were already in the safe zone, so the monster was stopped by an invisible barrier. Green electric lightning bolts pierced his entire body. James, shielding himself from the powerful air currents with his hands, said in amazement that this was the first time he had seen a monster try so hard to get to a safe zone. Suddenly, a monster recoiled and turned the other way. Something else caught his attention. Noticing this, the hero became wary and assumed that their enemy was up to something. And the next moment, with his massive body, he punched a hole in the floor and slid into it. Michael and James watched this scene with bewilderment. The hero glanced worriedly at his partner, and uneasily suggested that if this monster with Yushi from the first floor will get to the lower ones, and he can attack the unprepared conquerors. Nodding slowly, Michael said that it was more likely that they would all die. As soon as the monster was gone without a trace, James ran to the huge hole in the floor. Looking at the incredibly long tunnel, he had no doubt that this snake had gone to the lower floors. Michael, who was standing nearby, said sullenly that usually the transition to the next floor was controlled by a safe zone, which monsters would never be able to enter. There was just one exception to these rules, which was what he was currently afraid of. Monsters with enormous combat power were literally capable of punching their way down. He had no doubt that the iron snake they had encountered belonged to such an anomaly. Therefore, the man said that the management had established a special category for this kind of monsters. James, tense to the limit, asked warily what category this was exactly. Michael frowned even more and replied that the department had called it an unauthorized threat. The name the guy heard filled him with some horror. Looking carefully at the hole, the man said that James could not have heard of this before because this information was only available to a few experienced conquerors and kings. A few moments later, the man turned around and walked away from there, under the surprised gaze of his partner. He was going to immediately report everything that happened here to the administration. Stopping at the edge of the safe zone, the man waited patiently for James to catch up with him. Suddenly, someone's call caught the guy's attention, causing him to stop. The girls he had saved earlier looked at him with fear and horror. They did not understand at all how this was possible, because he had just been killed by a monster. Remembering this, James realized that these three were seeing a person resurrected from death for the first time, and now he had to somehow explain it. He quickly came up with an excuse and, smiling tensely, said that it was just an illusion to confuse the enemy. So James decided to act like a gentleman, not revealing the whole truth, sparing the nerves of the girls, who were already having a hard time. It was only when one of the girls pointed to a pool of blood behind him that the hero realized he had screwed up. Carefully looking away, he explained to them that sometimes illusions leave traces behind. If it were someone who understood at least a little bit about magic, he would not have fallen for all this nonsense. But the girls easily believed him, being ordinary stone collectors. As soon as our hero had finished all the explanations, all three approached him hesitantly. With happy smiles on their faces, they thanked him for saving them. The face, which had not expected this, reflected genuine surprise. But he quickly pulled himself together and, smiling, replied that everything was fine with them. Each of their cheeks instantly turned red. Angelica, as the most determined of them, came close to the surprised James. Zand then, through embarrassment, she asked if he would like to exchange numbers with her. Yuri, who was in a completely different place, sensed the impending danger and completely forgot about fighting the monsters. Before our hero could answer, Michael interrupted them, calling out to the couple, reminding them that they needed to get out of here. The confused hero asked to wait for him for 1 minute. Then he turned his gaze back to the girl. Pointing to the portal ahead, James told her to quickly return if she didn't want to face that monster again. Having sent the girl away, he ran up to his partner and apologized for the delay. He leaned over a little and said with a grin that he didn't mind waiting a little, because today he had accomplished a real feat, and now he was entitled to all the laurels. When the guy replied that he wasn't trying for that reason at all, Michael's face reflected genuine surprise. But then he smiled again and said that they should also use the portal and return to the first floor. Only with the help of portals in the towers could the conquerors move freely between floors. Typically, portals were placed starting from the first floor every 5 floors and were located in safe zones. As soon as someone opens a new floor, a portal immediately appears there. Still thinking about his recent encounter with the monster, James wondered if the people on the lower floors would have time to reach the portal in the safe zone if they encountered the snake. Michael replied that the likelihood of this was very low. Poetry salutely heading towards the portal. He said that they would immediately go to Victoria to plan their further actions and bring reinforcements here. Within 2 hours, they reached the administration building and informed Victoria about everything that had happened. also told that after Antracini Lauer explored to her, they found several conquerors who had become unwitting victims. The culprit was a monster called the Steel Destroyer. Victoria made a lightning-fast decision to eliminate the threat of an unauthorized class. Afterwards, the girl rose from her seat. She announced that for the time being they were freezing the project to conquer the Tower of Zeus. In view of changed plans, Michael decided to tell about how he and James fought together against the Steel Destroyer, but were unable to harm him even a little bit. For this reason, he advised Victoria to be extremely careful in choosing those who would go on this mission. Victoria She came out from behind the table and, throwing her hair back, said that they didn't have to worry about it. At that moment, her left palm was engulfed in green sparks. James's face reflected surprise at the girl's next statement. Summoning her sword, Victoria said that this time she would personally take part. Soon they returned back to the Proteus Tower. The 8th floor was strewn with numerous pools of blood. Standing behind the men, Victoria said that after their battle with the snake, the number of floors affected had increased greatly. She also reported that she was able to feel weak tremors here, which meant that their enemy was very close. Her eyes flashed dangerously, and she said coldly that she would never let him leave. James asked cautiously if she was worried about her agents who had gone ahead. He was interested in this, because he remembered very well how many people died when the girl did this in Persephone's tower. Turning away, Victoria sternly replied that this situation was completely different from that one, and this time her people knew exactly what they were dealing with, because only those who had encountered anomalies before were sent on this mission. At these words, Michael smiled and said with satisfaction that they had arrived on time. At that moment, James saw members of the Rapid Response Squad approaching them. Working under the direct command of the director of the Tokyo branch office, they were also widely known as the Ice Flower Squad. Stopping a couple of meters from Victoria, Oscar leaned over slightly and reported that during reconnaissance, they found out that the reports they received were correct. Afterwards, the guy suggested that the snake was now hiding somewhere in the walls, and the tremors were occurring because of its movements in the tower. At this point, he finished his report and turned his gaze to the head of the department's companions. Faced with his cold and piercing gaze, James asked tensely what he wanted. Michael, just like James himself, was very surprised when Oscar bowed low to them and said that he was glad to collaborate with such outstanding people. Afterwards, he said that it was originally assumed that the ice flower would be able to neutralize the target on its own. But as it turned out, this monster was an unauthorized first-class threat, equal in strength to the tower's owner. Looking down, he concluded that in the current situation, they needed help to keep the number of casualties to a minimum. James rubbed the back of his head, wondering what he was even talking about. But then Michael's hand fell on his shoulder, and he confidently said that as long as they were here, no one else would die. Picking up on his mood, the hero added that the only one who would die here was himself. Oscar smiled and said that in that case he would rely entirely on them. Suddenly the tower was shaken by a new incredibly strong wave, knocking our heroes off their feet. From these powerful jolts, Victoria guessed that the monster was now below. The next moment, the floor was destroyed with a loud crash, and the heroes had to jump back in different directions. Here, the head of an iron snake appeared from a hole in the floor. Oscar reacted instantly to his appearance, ordering his guys to take their positions. Each member of the squad had swords in their hands. Acting in sync, the two boys jumped into the air, intending to attack his head. At the same time, several more surrounded the snake from below. Hissing furiously, the Steel Destroyer released several iron tentacles. The guys fought off the tentacles flying at them without much difficulty. But at some point, Nate, carried away by the fight, noticed too late another tentacle flying at him. His other teammates immediately covered him, eliminating the threat. In this way, the squad members fought off one tentacle after another. Watching from the side, Michael said that the Ice Flower Squad was an elite group that existed for this kind of situation, and that mid-level monsters were just gnats to them. Afterwards, he added more sullenly that even they wouldn't last long against this snake. The boys' actions really became less confident, and it became noticeable that they were having difficulty holding back attacks. Michael suggested that his partner help them out a little, and he had no objections, so he nodded in agreement. Summoning his sword, the man sternly said that they needed to fight with full force, without holding back. Immediately after this, they simultaneously jumped up from their seats. Michael raced ahead at full speed. Xand, our hero, followed him, practically keeping pace. Having gotten as close to the monster as possible, they split up. As James moved to the side, Michael jumped up, drawing the snake's attention to himself. With a powerful blow, he sent the monster flying back. Here, because of the prepared trap our hero flew out, he aimed straight at the snake's head, intending to destroy it. Only his attack was blocked by one of the iron tentacles. The boy tensed when he heard the sound of the wind cutting through behind him. Spinning sharply in the air, he was able to dodge the tentacles flying at him. The destroyer himself took advantage of the moment and slipped away again. Victoria couldn't allow him to do this. She instantly jumped up from her seat and ran after him. She managed to get ahead of the snake in just a split second and block its path. Falling back to the ground, James watched in shock. Michael also noted in surprise that he hadn't seen her in action for a long time. Afterwards, turning to his partner, he advised him to watch more carefully, because if Victoria was serious about the fight, it would end very quickly. At that very moment, the girl, with complete confidence in her eyes, went on the attack. Although it was minor, she managed to cause damage. As soon as she landed back on the ground, she immediately disappeared again. Circling the kite, Victoria inflicted numerous. She never stopped striking again. But even after this, the steel destroyer remained safe and sound. So the next moment the girl rushed towards the monster again. Having reached the desired point, she jumped high into the air, towering over the kite. By then she struck even harder and left a deep wound, causing the monster to growl in pain. James was very shocked that she managed to break through the monster's defense and wound him. But Michael explained that her sword Frost was imbued with powerful magical power. The girl herself was a true genius in the use of magic, manipulating magic so masterfully that she could strengthen not only her body, but also the edge of her sword. This was the true power of the head of the Conqueror's branch office. Meanwhile, Victoria addressed all her agents with the words that they must immediately destroy the monster, which is an unauthorized threat. Watching this, James realized with some confusion that their help was not needed, and scattered his sword. Victoria climbed onto the snake's head and raised her sword to deliver the finishing blow. But suddenly the monster opened its eyes. In the next moment, a multitude of iron tentacles burst out of his body. While the monster growled furiously, writhing its entire body, its iron tentacles chaotically hit the walls and floor around it. Oscar clicked his tongue in displeasure, noting that they could no longer reach the snake. Taking advantage of the moment, the monster made another attempt to escape. Victoria was about to go after him again. She couldn't let him get away, when they finally managed to pierce his iron skin. But suddenly a figure flashed past her like lightning. James chased the monster at full speed, leaving his surprised partners behind. Suddenly, several tentacles rushed towards him. It was too unexpected a move, which the guy was completely unable to dodge, and once again died painfully from the fact that the enemy pierced his chest. But thanks to this, our hero managed to get as close as possible to the snake. Clinging to his body, James said that in this situation, no living person could get close to him. Only he, possessing immortality, was an exception. Despite the fact that thanks to the rebirth point he managed to end up right on the monster's belly, the hero had absolutely no idea what to do next. The appearance of an unwanted rider could not pass unnoticed. The destroyer himself became. So the next moment he accelerated several times, which caused great surprise and confusion in the guy. Barely holding on to it, a panicked James shouted for the snake to stop, but he didn't listen to him at all, continuing to rush through the cave at lightning speed. At some point the hero couldn't take it anymore and fell off of it, flying to the side. Looking behind him, he realized with horror that he would not have time to try to prevent himself from colliding with the wall. Thus James died once again, this time being smashed against the wall by sharp stones. But the hero rose again above the snake, shouting loudly that it had already managed to piss him off quite a bit. As soon as the guy materialized in the air, he was again surrounded by several tentacles. Seeing the threat approaching him, James cursed loudly, horrified. His body was once again pierced through, and blood flowed in pools onto the floor. But the boy's determination was not so easy to break. Reviving again and again, he stubbornly clung to the monster. As soon as James looked up, a look appeared on his face, reflected shock and bewilderment. The monster was about to dive into the narrow portal hole ahead. Ignoring all the desperate and protesting cries of the boy, the snake achieved its goal. Thus, having broken through one of the walls, they moved to the top floor of the tower. James fell to the ground, hitting the hard surface painfully, and then rolled several meters on the ground. Hissing in pain, he began to slowly rise to his feet, not allowing himself to lie down for long. But as soon as he understood the look and looked around, the hero realized that he was in a completely unfamiliar place. Taking a close look at the unusual magical stones here, he could say with complete confidence that this place was completely unlike any floor he had been on before. Certain that this place is the lair of a snake, James got to his feet, holding his arm, which had been bruised during the fall. Immediately, several tentacles aimed at him, starting to approach at high speed. A loud roar echoed throughout the cave as all of the tentacles simultaneously descended to the ground, completely shattering the surface beneath them. James only managed to avoid another death thanks to his quick reflexes. But he understood perfectly well that he would never be able to defeat this piece of iron alone. So the smartest decision for him in this situation was to bring all the other guys here and kill the snake together. But the constant attacks of the monster complicated his plan considerably. At some point, while dodging an attack, the guy accidentally noticed a passage in the wall nearby. He immediately, without wasting another second, attempted to escape from here. The snake once again sent several pointed tentacles after its fleeing victim. James cursed loudly as one of the punches that flew past him almost caught him. Not allowing him to bring his plans to life, several more tentacles flew after him. Only this time they acted more cunningly. They did not attack the guy directly, but went around him, blocking his further path. James chuckled and said cheerfully that he never liked playing tag by other people's rules. After these words, he dived under the tentacles that were trying to grab him, rolling across the floor straight to his target. Having reached the hole, the hero cheerfully said goodbye to the snake, promising that they would meet again very soon. And without reacting to the sound of the crashes left behind, he confidently jumped inside. Meanwhile, Ice's squad tried to figure out where the monster was headed, taking away with him one of their valuable fighters. Suddenly, Victoria's attention was drawn to someone's approaching footsteps. She was very surprised when she saw James appearing alive from behind the stone. The hero allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief, finding himself safe and surrounded by friends. Michael, who had approached him with displeasure and reproach in his voice, said that all this time they had been very worried about him, for which James had to apologize. But then a smile appeared on his face, and he said that he didn't come with empty hands. Interested by these words, Victoria asked him to tell her more. Our hero didn't have to be asked twice, so he immediately began to tell them that he had discovered the lair of this snake on the upper floors, and shared his guess that it was in that place that they would be able to defeat it. Everyone present listened attentively to his report, not missing a single detail. Suddenly Victoria stepped forward and asked if he had seen any unusual magical stones in that place. James, trying to remember that cave in detail, thoughtfully said that, in comparison with the lower floors, the stones there sparkled with a golden glow. Nodding, the girl thanked him for the information, saying that it would be very useful to them in the future. The hero had absolutely no idea how this information could be so useful. Noticing his confused look, Victoria explained that during their first fight, Iceflower analyzed the structure of Steel Destroyer's body. Thanks to this, they were able to discover that their enemy fed exclusively on stones with a high content of magical power. There was just one peculiarity about this tower. Almost all the stones in it were impurities, so Victoria didn't even suggest that the purest magical stones could be here. Summing up her words, James said with a degree of uncertainty that in this case they were very lucky to encounter this monster. Victoria nodded slightly, and confidently added that there was no other place in this bathhouse with the purest magic stones, so if they caught the monster there by surprise, it would have nowhere to run. Immediately after these words, the girl turned sharply and resolutely stepped forward, intending to finally finish off the Steel Destroyer. Her determination and confidence were passed on to the others, who also became seriously prepared for the final battle. But, after walking a few steps, the girl suddenly stopped, which caused genuine surprise in our hero. Victoria didn't know the right direction, so she looked at James, and with a bit of embarrassment told him to lead their team. Thus, sometime later, he led everyone through the tunnel in the wall that was already familiar to him. Before him immediately appeared a scene of an iron snake eating magic stones. The groaning that came from behind him distracted the guy from watching the monster. Looking back, he saw how from tunnel someone's hand appeared. The next moment, a sweaty and heavily breathing Oscar crawled out from there. Looking up at James, he noticed that not only had he climbed up faster than anyone else, but he hadn't even broken a sweat. Michael and Victoria followed him out of the tunnel, still full of strength, unlike Oscar. The head of the department immediately stepped forward, summoning her sword. After waiting for everyone, she coldly said that the target is identified, and they begin their operation to eliminate it. At these words, everyone rushed towards the Destroyer of Steel. Their approach did not go unnoticed by the monster. Noticing them, he threw his head back and let out a furious growl. Michael announced with a loud cry that I don't intend to play all these games anymore. Immediately after that, he accelerated sharply, breaking ahead. In this fight he intended to show all his strength. With a furious hiss, the iron serpent opened its mouth wide and rushed towards him. A moment later, Michael's sword collided with the snake's face. With his blow, he managed to leave deep cracks in the iron skin of his opponent. Then, with a little more effort, the king threw the snake aside altogether. There was a loud crash throughout the cave as the snake collided with one of the walls. James, watching from the side, couldn't take his eyes off this fight, involuntarily admiring the simply incredible abilities of his partner. But this blow was not enough to kill the Steel Destroyer. As soon as he fell to the ground and let out an angry hiss, a multitude of iron rope-like limbs with sharp claws at the end burst out from his body. Seeing this, Michael clicked his tongue in displeasure, realizing that his opponent had no intention of giving up so easily. Changing its target, the snake directed its claws towards the remaining members of the squad. The Iceflower squad members had to dodge these deadly claws by opening them in different directions. Victoria also tried to avoid attacks rather than hit back. The two guys were unable to dodge and had to hold back the claw attacks with their own weapons. They firmly believed in their mission and were determined to destroy the unauthorized threat at any cost. But Ivan, distracted by the battle, completely failed to notice the threat hanging over them. James, fighting off the claws flying at him, turned around and screamed desperately for them to lie down on the ground immediately. But it was already too late. In an instant, the two guys from the ice flower were brutally torn apart by the iron claws. Even Michael froze in horror and shock after witnessing this scene. Victoria was also in shock. She couldn't even imagine that her people could be killed so easily. Overwhelmed with horror and despair at the loss of his comrades, Oscar rushed forward. But he stopped abruptly, noticing several tentacles hanging over him. Having already come to terms with the fact of his death, the guy tensed up to the limit and closed his eyes. Our hero had other plans regarding Oscar's future. Appearing at the last moment, he fought off the pincers and angrily shouted at the ice flower captain that he shouldn't relax in such a situation. Then, with the same anger and irritation in his voice, he added that watching his comrades die was unbearably painful. But if he died too, there would be no one to mourn their death. James had gone through a similar experience himself, so he knew exactly what he was talking about and how Oscar was feeling right now. Listening to the hero's words, the captain of the Ice Flower Squad glanced at the tortured bodies of the dead. Afterwards, with bitterness in his voice, he said in a strangled voice that he would survive here at any cost. All this time, Michael fought with the claws and was thrown back by one of them. Dropping down next to James, he noted with displeasure that their opponent had a simply terrifying number of these iron claws. When the man asked where they should aim to hurt the snake, the hero did not know what to answer. But this was no longer necessary, because Victoria decided to take up the matter. As soon as she activated her sword's ability at full power, everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was covered in a thick layer of ice. The claws that threatened to take the lives of several more members of the squad were instantly frozen and turned into a statue. James turned his wary gaze to the head of the department. Reacting to her own magic, the girl's body underwent changes. Her hair turned from blue-black to white, like snow. Summoning her sword, Victoria said that she should have been more serious from the start and not allowed this to happen, so now she would personally end everything. Feeling a threat from her, the iron snake directed several claws in her direction. Moving with incredible ease, as if dancing, Victoria dodged each of them. Changing his approach, the monster decided to try to attack her from above. With a deft movement, the girl pushed off the surface and jumped into the air. And then, with one precise swing, she cut through the iron skeletal cable. An endless stream of more claws immediately rushed towards her. This time Victoria decided not to dodge, but to deal with them all at once. She rushed forward, delivering quick slashes, clearing away any obstacle in her path. She was like a real snow demon at that moment. Having lost his claws, the destroyer hissed painfully. Filled with anger, he suddenly rushed towards Victoria. In an instant he appeared in front of her and, hanging over her, opened his mouth wide, intending to simply devour her. But his opponent was able to avoid this fate, jumping aside just before his mouth snapped shut. Victoria had been waiting from the very beginning for the monster to open up to strike. Therefore, she did not miss the opportunity that presented itself to her, and immediately used the special skill of her sword. The small ice floes that had previously surrounded her greatly stretched out and increased in size, and the blade of the sword itself became covered with a thick layer of ice. The snake hissed quietly, watching her actions with caution. As the huge ice blade descended upon him, the monster froze for a moment. His eyes reflected the most genuine fear of death. Although he managed to dodge at the last moment, it did not interfere much with Victoria's plans. Instead of his head, she wounded his torso. Looking up, she decided to check the condition of the snake, but he suddenly hit her in the back with his tail. With a sharp movement, the steel destroyer threw the girl into the wall. Hitting the back of her head on the sharp protruding stones, she winced in pain, and blood gushed from her mouth. The sword fell from her hands and struck the ground nearby with a ringing sound. James gripped his own weapon, thinking hard that it wouldn't be strong enough to cut off the snake's head. The head of the administration's sword, overflowing with mana, could easily cope with this task. Hearing approaching footsteps, the monster immediately looked back at the sound. Seeing the guy standing in front of him, his eyes flashed dangerously with a cold radiance. The hero was tense to the limit, wondering whether he was doing the right thing. But at some point he managed to let go of these thoughts and breathe out calmly. Immediately after his words that the snake could attack, it suddenly rushed towards him. As the monster's huge mouth loomed over him, the boy didn't move from his spot, and the next moment death befell him. Only thanks to this sacrifice, he was able to reach Frost and pick him up. Immediately after this, he rushed back to the snake. Although James was not as fast as the head of the department, he had his own proven method. Putting the blade to his own neck, he declared that he would destroy the snake at any cost. Having been revived, James admitted that in a normal situation he would never have done such a thing. But thanks to his own death, his opponent will never be able to guess where exactly he will appear next. Thus, the hero managed to deal a critical blow, catching the monster off guard. For a few moments, the cave was engulfed in an incredibly bright flash from the double blade technique. The ice blade was able to cut through the iron neck of the steel destroyer. A small smile appeared on Michael's face as he watched his partner finally surpass himself and reach a new level. Oscar's face showed shock and disbelief at what was happening. Even Victoria herself was deeply surprised that James was able to do what even she could not do. The severed head of the monster separated from the body and flew down. Following this, James himself sank back to the ground. Rising from her seat, the girl walked closer to the dead body of the snake, dispersing her skill along the way. Without turning to the hero, she quietly thanked him, saying that by killing this creature, he proved that the sacrifices of the dead were not in vain. James let go of the sword as it began to dissipate and replied that he had to do it. Immediately his attention was drawn to a window with a message that appeared. His eyes widened in surprise when he read that for defeating the master of the Proteus Tower, the weapons and magic stones he received would be automatically added to his inventory. The shocked guy turned his gaze to Victoria, asking what this meant. She sighed and admitted that it was her mistake, because earlier she said that there was nothing abnormal in this tower. But her statement turned out to be fundamentally wrong. James, not understanding anything, asked what she meant. The girl said that according to the reports of their organization, monsters with transforming hands and stone monsters were recorded in this tower. There were reports of other subjects besides them, but they all hid the true evil lurking in the depths of this tower. It was precisely the steel destroyer that was being talked about, hiding its presence as it traveled through the floors. After listening to her, James turned his confused gaze to the monster he had defeated, trying to wrap his head around the fact that it was indeed the owner of the tower. Seeing his doubts, Victoria also added that usually the tower's owner does not leave his room, but this time the monster acted according to his status as an unauthorized threat. Still confused, James said that he had not killed the snake, but only finished it off. With a degree of surprise, Victoria asked if he had any complaints about this. The hero looked away and rubbed the back of his head, saying that it was not that, but that of all those present, he had contributed the least to the battle and received all the awards. Victoria just listened to him silently, without commenting on anything. Distracting himself from further thoughts about this, the hero's attention was drawn to a message that appeared stating that the tower would soon disappear, and they would be forcibly teleported outside. As everyone began to disappear in golden sparks, James took one last look at the monster's body, deciding for himself that he had to become even stronger. Thus, the Proteus Tower disappeared after the conquest. The first thing our hero did was go to Victoria's management office in the company of Michael. He gave her the weapon bracelet without any hesitation. Looking up at the guy in surprise, the girl asked if this was the same weapon he had received for his victory. Having confirmed this, the hero also gave her all the magic stones he had received, a whole mountain of which had spilled out onto the table. Looking at all this, Victoria skeptically asked if he was thinking of buying it. James replied that they had defeated the tower's master with their combined efforts, so he decided to give her the reward. He also admitted that he had previously discussed this with Michael, and that he supported his decision. All this time, another person was waiting for our hero at the entrance to Victoria's office. Approaching the two conquerors, whose names had already become widely famous, Oscar admitted that he had one business with them, which caused sincere amazement in James. Slightly lowering his head, the guy said that the administration was currently preparing for a large-scale operation to conquer the heavenly demonic tower of Zeus, and his Ice Flower squad would be brought in as a strike force. He was worried that they might encounter anomalies there again, and he still didn't have the strength to handle the role of leader of a squad that specialized in this kind of monster. He no longer wanted any more of his comrades to die in battle. So, bowing his head low, he asked James to take him as an apprentice. So unnoticed, a month passed since the murder of the Steel Destroyer. Now he, Oscar, was giving it his all in training, attacking Michael almost non-stop. The man smiled contentedly, repelling his attacks. Jumping up, Mile dodged Oscar's new attack. But here, taking advantage of his distraction, James attacked him from behind. He turned around sharply and blocked his attack with his sword. The experienced conqueror also did not let Oscar out of his sight. Spinning around on the spot, he threw two guys aside with one movement. After placing the sword in front of him, Michael pronounced his verdict that their blows were still too weak. He advised them to try even harder. A month ago, when Oscar asked to take him as an apprentice, James refused him, saying that he himself was not yet strong enough to take someone as an apprentice, and the mission to conquer Proteus was only part of his training. Oscar pursed his lips at his refusal, but he wasn't going to give up so easily, so he grabbed James's shoulders and desperately offered to start training together, his tone and persistence not tolerating refusal. Michael's sudden laughter made them stop arguing and look at him. The man smiled broadly and said that he could take over their training since they were both so enthusiastic. Despite the fact that the training period was only set until the start of the mission to conquer Zeus, Oscar was incredibly happy with the opportunity that was presented to him. Thus, our hero spent the entire month together with Oscar in the training hall, challenging the king again and again. Now James could say with certainty that he was fighting much better than before. But even so, he was still a long way from Michael's level. With a slight grin, he said that the man was truly incredible. The next moment, he and Oscar rushed towards Michael again, continuing their desperate attempts to injure him. He lazily dodged the blow of his sword, simply moving slightly to the side. After blocking a blow from Oscar, who attacked him from behind, he said that they should not forget that some conquerors can be completely powerless against certain types of monsters, such as his fire against the Steel Destroyer. Throwing both boys back, he added that if they became stronger, then in the future, he himself would not have to put in any effort in battle. Watching the man suddenly approach him, James was horrified that in all the time they had been training to fight with real weapons, they had never even managed to scratch Michael. To avoid someone else's grip, the hero had to bend back even more. Without touching each other, they both flew off to different ends of the hall. Oscar immediately called out to James. The hero understood without words what he had planned. Afterwards, without saying a word, they ran towards Michael together. As soon as the boys were close enough, he pulled aside the sword, around which fiery flashes had already appeared. With a dangerous grin on his lips, the King of Conquerors said that they could use a good warm-up. Jace was horrified when he realized what he had planned. The next moment, the training room was engulfed in a powerful whirlwind of raging flames. Sometime later, both guys, completely tired and exhausted, were sitting against the wall, disappointed that they had failed again. To raise the boys' spirits a little, Michael praised them, noting that they had become better at orienting themselves during combat. Rising to his feet, James asked with displeasure what good it would do him if they had never managed to defeat him. Sighing, the man replied that winning or losing was not important, but how much this knowledge would help them survive in the tower. Although his words were true, Oscar was upset that they couldn't even scratch him. Michael advised him to try harder in the future. Having finished their training, they all headed back, the guys staying behind, once again replaying today's fight in their heads. Loud voices heard nearby attracted the attention of our hero. When he looked up, he involuntarily froze in place from shock. On one of the walls, a message projection appeared, causing a lot of excited exclamations, stating that the planning of the strategy for capturing the heavenly demonic tower Zeus had finally been completed, and applications for participation would now be actively accepted. Oscar and Michael also read it, and while the man was surprised that everything had been organized in such a short time, the boy felt his heart beat faster in his chest. There was only one thought in his head. This time he had to protect his squad at any cost. A couple of days after the end of the application process, the Bureau organized an exam for the right to participate in the operation to conquer the Zeus Tower, in which Victoria was going to conduct the selection personally. Her assistant said that now the chief will test their abilities. During the testing process, they can fight both in groups and individually, and depending on the results, they will be distributed to operational areas. As soon as the first group was invited, Victoria was not even surprised to see the girls coming out to her. Tilting her head to the side, she asked them to show her all that they could do. Once entry into the tower was permitted, our hero, together with Michael, after careful preparation, moved through the portal to the safe zone of the 60th floor. Walking through the Conqueror's offensive camp, James looked around carefully. When he noticed that there were quite a lot of people there, his partner smiled and explained that this area was filled with both people working in the rear and Conquerors participating in the battle. Hearing this, the hero asked hopefully if this meant that Oscar was also somewhere here. To this, Michael replied that the Ice Flower was one of the main attacking forces, so they would be able to meet later on the battlefield itself. Casting a sly glance at the man, James said that they all still had to live to see that meeting, and he also grinned and said that it was not for him to talk about it. And then they both burst into loud laughter. Their cheerful behavior, which was completely out of keeping with the tense atmosphere here, caused discontent and sidelong glances from the other Conquerors. Boiling with anger and discontent, Patrick stepped forward and shouted after our heroes, calling them idiots, that they did not come here for entertainment. His words made them both stop. Turning around, they cast simply murderous glances at the daredevil. The guy was immediately thrown into horror. He recoiled in fear. Only now did he realize who exactly he had dared to block the way. The hero was amused by his reaction. Michael approached Patrick, put his hand on his shoulder and said that the most important thing now was to stay motivated and not go crazy. Afterwards, James looked around the area again and said more quietly that he could understand him to some extent. It was obvious that few people would like to be in a place that resembled real hell. The Zeus Tower was considered one of the tallest towers, the height of which exceeds 150 floors, and it has been open to the general public for quite some time now, and has even been reached to the 50th floor. However, no one managed to get further. Almost all the conquerors died on the 60th floor. For this reason, the Management Bureau took it upon itself to draw up a plan for its conquest. Having personally seen the situation here, James quickly guessed that the reason for so many deaths was simply abnormal heat. Wiping the sweat away with his sleeve, he said that it was simply impossible to be here because of this heat. Michael smiled slightly and said that if you go further, the damage from the heat will increase. Then he turned to the rest of the conquerors and explained that the healers must not stop casting healing on their colleagues under any circumstances. Otherwise, their entire group would come to an end. Therefore, he demanded that everyone try to work together to successfully complete their mission. His words about how the healers would protect the rest of the group while they were focused on them made everyone exchange tense glances. James had been watching this from the sidelines with a thoughtful look all this time. He was worried that he hadn't told anyone about all of his skills yet, and if they tried to heal him, his inversion would actually damage him, which would attract unnecessary attention and unwanted questions. Trying to find a way out of this situation, James decided that he should first check if the heat status worked, as well as the curse in Persephone's tower. So he put his hand out in front of him and slowly brought it to the edge of the safe zone. A moment later, a message appeared in front of him, warning that the heat wave status had been applied to him, and that the guy would now receive constant damage in this area. But then inversion triggered, and the text in the message changed to say that his health would now be constantly restored. A satisfied smile appeared on James's face at the thought that he wouldn't need the help of the healers after all, and this gave him a lot of freedom to carry out the plan that had arisen in his head. When the hero called out to his partner, he turned a questioning look at him. With a wide smile on his face, the hero confidently declared that he could handle the heat very well, so he would go first to check out the situation, and without waiting for an answer, he immediately rushed off in a direction known only to him. Michael, even with all his desire, would not have been able to answer anything. He was too shocked by such sudden and crazy behavior of his partner, however, like all the other members of the group. So James ran off into the sunset to the shocked looks of his colleagues. Rushing forward, he himself realized that his decision was not the most sensible one, but he had no other choice. Suddenly, several sharp blades flew past him, attacking his limbs. The hero did not even have time to realize how and what happened. He only felt a sharp pain. He couldn't stay on his feet and just fell to the floor. So the guy lay in a pool of his own blood, unable to get up, and slowly dying. Just before his death, James noticed 3 unfamiliar figures in cloaks emerge from the thick steam. He was immediately reborn without changing the point of return. One of the monsters suddenly waved his hand, which already held a short dagger. And the next moment, all 3 insect-like monsters flew towards the guy, intending to kill him. He quickly summoned his sword from his inventory and repelled all of their attacks at once, forcing the opponents to fly back. With a satisfied smile on his lips, James said that he had been preparing for this trip for a whole month, so now he would not allow himself to be killed so easily. With these words, he jumped up from his seat and confidently rushed towards the monsters. They deftly dodged the swings of his sword. Afterwards, they flew off to the side instead of attacking back. Their strange behavior and appearance raised many questions for the hero, but he decided not to bother his head with this, since there was simply no point in it, and again ran towards his opponents. With his speed increasing several times, James rushed past 2 of them and attacked the one in the center, but he deftly dodged his swift blow. And then, taking advantage of the guy's open position, he decided to strike himself. The hero leaned back, acting on instinct alone. He chuckled nervously and said that if it had been a month ago, he would have already lost his head. The monster did not stop its attempts and tried to attack again, but this time James was already prepared, and with one turn of blow he sent the monster flying into the rock. Despite the force of the blow, it did practically no harm to the monster. Hearing the approaching whistle of air, the hero looked back. Only thanks to his quick reaction speed, he was able to block the dagger flying at him, threatening to pierce his head. Taking advantage of the boy's distraction, the monster he had fought earlier quietly rose from the floor and soared into the air. To James's bewildered cries, all 3 rushed away. Without any thought, he rushed after them, demanding that they stop. It was only some time later that he noticed something odd. Now he was in a completely unknown place, full of incredibly huge red crystals, and was trying to figure out where the monsters had disappeared to. The left aisles were empty. There was absolutely no one on the right. The tense silence and uncertainty weighed on the hero. Hearing the sound of flapping wings, he looked up and saw a monster flying towards him. James thought he was aiming at him, so he held his sword out in front of him as a shield, but his opponent rushed past and cut one of the magic stones with a blow of his dagger. Without understanding the meaning of the monster's actions at all, The hero turned his tense gaze to the fragments of stone. When they began to emit a pulsating glow, he was horrified to realize that they were explosive crystals. The explosion that went off was incredibly powerful, causing the guy to be thrown to the side by the blast wave. Breathing heavily, he barely managed to slow his flight and get to his feet. But he did not see how several more fragments flashed behind him. This explosion was closer and more noticeable, causing James to let out a cry of pain. Having fallen to the ground, he rolled along it for several meters. Without giving him time to recover, 3 monsters immediately flew towards him. Circling around, they actively destroyed all the magic stones that were along their path. Watching their actions from under his brows, James hissed angrily. The subsequent explosion was his last, but as soon as the hero was revived, he cut off the head of one of his opponents with one blow. Immediately after that, he rushed to the remaining 2. In self-defense, they pointed more than a dozen sharp daggers in his direction. At his speed, James had no trouble avoiding each one. Explosions were heard around him every now and then, but the hero managed to break through them, and in an instant found himself at his second victim. In his eyes, there was only one desire: to destroy the enemy. The monster was unable to defend itself in any way, and was cut into many pieces in a few precise blows. Thus, our hero was left with only one enemy, who decided to take advantage of the rising curtain of dust and attack from behind. But his approach did not go unnoticed by James, so he quickly turned around and parried the blow, throwing his opponent back. It crashed into the mountain behind him with a roar. A weak but satisfied smile appeared on our hero's face. He reached the monster in one leap and shouted that he was simply returning the favor for all the deaths he had experienced here. And then he pierced the monster's body with a blow, smashing the magic stone behind him into pieces. Before the fragments could gather strength and flare up, James disappeared, not wanting to experience death by explosion again. Thus his last enemy was defeated. The guy himself moved to a safe distance without being affected by the blast wave. There were only burns on his wrists caused by the heat wave, but they were quickly healed by inversion. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him, saying that due to the reduction in the number of explosive crystals, the damage from heat wave would also be reduced. After reading this message, James looked around, focusing his attention on the magic stones, of which there were quite a large number here. The thought that if he destroyed all these stones, then there would be no need to worry about the heat wave anymore, brought a satisfied smile to his face. Deciding not to delay, he immediately set about carrying out his plan, destroying all the stones that came his way. Meanwhile, the rest of the group, under Michael's command, left the safe zone and moved forward cautiously, languishing in the terrifying heat. Checking his stats, Patrick gritted his teeth in irritation as he watched his health rapidly drop. He stopped and called out to the healer girl walking behind him, demanding that she heal him immediately. She tiredly closed her eyes and immediately began the treatment. In an instant, a green healing glow engulfed every member of the group, completely restoring health. As soon as Anna finished, she looked even more tired, and the girl herself could barely stand on her feet. The angry cry that she couldn't relax yet made the girl shudder in fear. Patrick's eyes showed the same anger and tension as the other members of the group as he told her that she needed to take her task more seriously and start realizing how many lives were at stake. A hand suddenly fell on his shoulder, forcing the guy to shut up. Michael leaned on him, throwing his arm over Patrick, and said that he shouldn't put so much pressure on the girl, because she was far from stupid and understood everything herself, and his words could easily hurt her. Despite his outward calm, the King of Conquerors himself felt a lot of tension. He saw that all the guys were on edge now, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep this situation afloat. What was happening was quite logical, because the constantly active debuff, which put their lives at risk, could not help but exert pressure. A sudden cry that a monster had injured one of the healers made him distracted from thinking about it. Another girl, a healer, immediately ran up to the wounded Anna, intending to help, but a firm grip on her shoulder made her stop. Patrick leaned over her and asked her why. He saw no point in wasting his energy on someone so useless, so he advised the girl to take better care of the others. Their conversation was interrupted by a monster that suddenly appeared. Patrick and Maria froze in place, looking up in shock and fear. Mile, who was standing a little further away, immediately disappeared from his place. The monster barely managed to harm anyone when the man cut off its head with one swing. Immediately, 3 more monsters flew out from behind the mountain and rushed past him. With their appearance, everyone was seized by real panic. There could be no talk of any equal battle. Among them, Michael was the only one who could keep a cool head and fight the monsters. But even he couldn't stand up to all the monsters on his own, and was afraid that if things continued like this, they would all simply die. Suddenly he saw James's rapidly approaching figure. Our hero rushed towards them with a satisfied smile on his face. Noticing him, Patrick grimaced in displeasure. Thinking that James had turned back, scared of the monsters, he angrily shouted that the idiot who had gone ahead, abandoning everyone, was not worthy of help. With a smile on his lips, the hero said that this was too bold a statement for him. Afterwards, he told me that by running ahead he had destroyed the source of the heat debuff, and that it would soon disappear from this area. Patrick's face showed confusion as James began the countdown. Having counted to 0, the hero stopped. At that very moment, everyone felt the pressure suddenly disappear from them. Michael, whose full attention was now focused on his partner, dealt with his opponent without looking, and said with satisfaction that it was now clear to him where he had run off to so quickly back then. And then, with the same grin on his face, he added that James never ceases to amaze him. The hero looked at Patrick with a mocking smile, and asked if he was still the idiot who abandoned everyone and ran away. He looked away, embarrassed, and reluctantly admitted that he had indeed been able to help. Afterwards, Mile came up to him, and holding out his fist, praised him for the work he had done. The hero bumped his fist with his own and said that they needed to move on. So their group managed to advance to the 60th floor. On each new floor, James had to destroy all the explosive crystals to get rid of the thermal full. Sensing their approach, the monster dozing on the upper floors woke up from its long sleep. After some time, our heroes managed to reach the safe zone of the 65th floor. In addition, they were able to open a new portal. Michael looked at him with satisfaction and said that now they could move freely between the lower floors. But first he decided that the rest of the group should rest, as they were very exhausted and could not move on. Patrick, who was standing nearby and was also quite out of breath, looked up at the two of them with displeasure and asked in bewilderment how they could still stand on their feet. James looked away thoughtfully, wondering how he should explain everything. Memories of Michael's hellish training that he and Oscar had gone through immediately came to mind. Deciding not to go into these details, the hero simply replied that he had to survive in worse conditions. And then he changed the subject, saying that everyone needed to gather strength for the further journey. His words about him and Michael going to explore the 65th floor only caused confusion and bewilderment among the others. The very next moment, the long-awaited guest emerged from the portal, saying that now there was no need to worry about these two. A joyful smile blossomed on James's face. The person who appeared from the portal was none other than Oscar, the leader of the Ice Flower Squad. He walked forward a little and reported that they had cleared out all the monsters that remained from the 61st to the 64th floors. Now, on these floors, the technology group is busy collecting valuable resources. So, having completed his task, Oscar and his guys hurried here and, fortunately for him, they arrived just in time. Agreeing with this, James approached him, and they bumped fists in a brotherly manner, as they had become accustomed to doing over the past month. Thus, our heroes continued their journey with a renewed lineup. The first thing Michael noticed was the absence of a heat wave here. The hero was only glad about the peculiarity of this floor, because he would not have to waste time destroying crystals. Oscar, who was walking behind, advised not to relax prematurely. Based on his experience, he knew that the probability of encountering the middle floor boss increased with each floor, and he was worried that the probability of encountering him in this tower was quite high. After his words, James suddenly stopped, and then he said that his Oscar had a chance to fulfill his duty as a commander and protect his subordinates, causing him to be perplexed. At first, the guy really didn't understand what was being talked about, but as soon as he looked up, he was horrified. In front of them was the middle floor boss's room. Without any hesitation, our hero walked inside and everyone else followed him. Immediately, the dark room was illuminated by the light of magic torches. In the depths of the room, where the lighting had not yet reached, the blood-red eyes of the monster lurking there flashed. In front of our heroes stood a three-headed hydra of destruction. Noticing her, Oscar immediately shouted to his guys to prepare for an attack. The monster reacted to his cry instantly, becoming enraged. He rushed forward furiously, to tear people to pieces, but the chain held him firmly. James tensed. Seeing such an important detail, he couldn't help but wonder why this monster was chained up. One terrifying thought crossed his mind almost instantly. Leaning forward, the boy shouted at the Ice Flower Knights to stop and not attack. But his screams were not heard, and all three heads of the monster were torn off in an instant. After the monster was overthrown, an oppressive silence fell over the room. After waiting a few moments, Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. But the Hydra of Destruction wasn't so easy to kill, so when the guy heard a strange movement behind him, he turned around abruptly. The severed heads of the monster began to rapidly regenerate, and now the Hydra, free from its chains, hung over everyone. James tensed even more, realizing that the situation had become worse than ever. Having gained freedom, the Hydra immediately targeted Oscar and raised its massive paw, intending to crush him to death. The lack of reaction from his friend to the monster's actions made our hero seriously worried and call out to his friend. Waiting for the right moment, Oscar attacked, causing the powerful paw to fly back, and shouted to James that he did not need to worry about him, because they had gone through all those difficult training sessions together, and it would not be so easy to kill him now. After its unsuccessful attack, the monster began to look around, looking for a new victim. After some thought, His choice fell on two guys from the ice flower. The monster rose up on its hind legs and wanted to attack them with its front legs, but was again stopped by Oscar, who rushed past, shouting that no one was allowed to hurt his subordinates. The Hydra's heads began to wriggle in different directions, emitting an enraged growl. Oscar waved to his men, signaling them to prepare for the attack. The Hydra decided to take matters more seriously, and its two heads began to create large purple spheres in their mouths. At Oscar's command, all the Ice Flower members simultaneously jumped into the air, dodging. And then they flew to the Hydra. They delivered precise blows, cutting the enemy's body into pieces. James, amazed, couldn't help but notice how much faster these guys were moving than before. Michael agreed with him, and said that now there was no need to worry about them. So the next moment they both confidently rushed forward, not wanting to be left behind. During the past battle, the man noticed that this snake only regenerates heads. At the same time, the wounds on his body do not heal at all. This remark gave our hero the idea that perhaps they should focus on other parts of the body. His partner replied that this was too bad an idea because their opponent was too big, and they wouldn't be able to land a fatal blow on him. Instead, Michael decided to find out exactly how this snake regenerates. To put his plan into action, he leapt at the enemy in one swift movement. And then with a precise blow he cut off one of the heads. Not even a minute passed before she began to recover. Michael examined the body of the Hydra of Destruction with his magical vision, and finally figured out what was going on. Calling out to his partner, he asked him to do the same. Without further ado, James complied with his request and activated his magical vision. Thanks to this, he was able to see how a huge amount of magical energy was concentrated at the site of the severed head. In addition, inside each neck he saw magical cores from which this magical energy emanated. In this situation, James and Michael saw only one way out: to destroy all three cores. Without wasting any more time, they immediately ran to put their plan into action. As if having figured out their plan, the monster howled furiously. And then he flapped his powerful wings, causing strong gusts of wind, and rose into the air. Two heads rose up and the familiar purple spheres appeared in their mouths. In an instant, many spheres flew at our heroes one after another. Michael and James dodged in every possible way, not giving up their attempts to get closer to the enemy. Suddenly, one of the blows threw the collar that had previously restrained the monster into the air. The hero immediately jumped to the side. The red pentagram he noticed on the inside of the collar made him frown. Earlier, when all three heads of the serpent were cut off, James remembered that he had seen the same seal on other collars. Noticing that his partner had stopped, Michael asked him worriedly what had happened. Dodging another attack, he admitted that he was worried about the seals on the monster's broken collars. Michael frowned, completely not understanding what was being discussed. James then explained, pointing to two collars lying to the side with green seals that could contain the power of the Hydra of Destruction. At first, our hero did not pay any attention to this, but now he wondered why only two collars had changed their color. He also noticed that a large amount of magic was emanating from the collar with the red seal inside. James almost immediately came to the conclusion that one of the heads was still sealed, and since the central head had never attacked with magic during all this time, he came to the conclusion that this collar belonged to her. Suddenly, the monster jumped sharply into the air again. The tense silence that hung in the room was broken only by the sound of his powerful wings flapping. As James had expected, this time it was the middle head that was going to attack. Opening its mouth wide, it began to create a huge yellow sphere, which was enveloped in dark lightning. Once the sphere was finally created, the monster immediately directed it towards the conquering squad below. The sphere thrown down did not reach the conquerors, but crashed to the ground with an explosion. The lightning bolts that had crossed to the surface immediately rushed towards the shocked squad members. There was excitement and tension in Michael's voice as he shouted for everyone to jump up. No one argued with him, and at that very second everyone jumped into the air, avoiding the dark lightning bolts spreading across the floor. James tensed as he saw the lightning spread across the room. It was obvious that there was no way they could avoid contact with it. The guys from the Ice Flower squad couldn't stay in the air any longer and started falling back down, where everything was covered in lightning strikes. As soon as they touched the ground, their bodies were pierced by unbearable pain, and their heart-rending cries echoed throughout the room. James frowned even more. He had no idea what to do in this situation. Michael had also been attacked and was now gritted teeth, barely able to stand on his knees, clutching his sword tightly. This fate did not befall James himself, who could not hold back a painful cry from the pain that struck his body. Only a few moments later, the pain began to dull thanks to the inversion skill. Although the pain was terrifying, it was not so much that the hero died from pain shock. Hoping that everyone else had been able to overcome her, he looked back, but what he saw left him in shock. Everyone lay motionless, struck by lightning. As if answering James's silent question about how this happened, a message appeared in front of him warning about the active lightning paralysis debuff. during which a person becomes completely incapacitated. The shocked hero looked back at his barely hanging on partner. The realization that he was left completely alone against the monster did not please him at all. Having attracted his attention, the huge snake went berserk again, furious that his attack had not hit everyone. Leaning forward, his two mouths once again created purple spheres and sent them towards him. James tried to dodge each one and desperately thought about what to do because he understood perfectly well that he would not defeat this monster alone. He was also worried that if the snake tried to attack the immobilized ice flower guys, they would all die. Lost in thought, the hero noticed a shadow approaching him out of the corner of his eye too late. He barely had time to put his sword in front of him to defend himself from the lashing blow of the tail. Having removed him from his path, the monster decided to repeat the attack and finish off his victims. James flew into one of the columns and shouted angrily that he would never allow him to do that. With these words, he jumped down, intending to stop the monster. Thus, having taken the entire blow upon himself, the hero died, protecting his comrades. The snake did not calm down and was about to attack again to end everything. But as soon as he had time to release the sphere, James appeared in front of him again, shouting that he would not allow him to attack them. So the guy met another death from the blow of the purple sphere. When he rose again in front of the snake, all three of his heads looked at the guy with fury, preparing another attack. Suddenly, Monica's familiar voice was heard next to James, shouting that she was attacking from the right. The guy barely had time to turn around to understand what was happening when the girl rushed past him like an arrow, towards the snake. But he had plenty to be surprised about anyway. At the door, holding a staff on which streams of water were collected, stood another girl, in whom he easily recognized Yuri. There was an extraordinary confidence in her gaze that she had not had before. Leaping into the air, Monica flew straight towards the monster, without a drop of doubt or fear. Her quick and precise strikes with her blades made the snake roar in pain. Because of this, the purple sphere crashed into the ceiling instead of its original target. But the monster immediately released another one, more powerful than the previous ones. James tensed at the sight of this, realizing with horror that they simply couldn't stop it. Hearing his words, Monica, who had been standing by all this time, confidently said that there was no need to stop anything. Instead, she would simply repel this attack with one blow. Immediately after these words, she released the same large water ball towards the enemy's purple sphere. Having reached each other, they met in a split second. And then there was a deafening explosion. The acrid cloud hit one of the snake's heads, which was too close to the explosion. As the dust began to settle, the hero saw a headless monster staggering. When both girls appeared next to James, he was in complete shock and confusion. Monica and Yuri glanced at the boy with smiles and asked if they had become stronger. The astonished hero ignored the question and asked in bewilderment what they were doing here. Monica replied that they also wanted to take part in this operation, and they had to get permission from Victoria to finally meet him. The guy's face reflected even greater confusion and surprise when Yuri confidently added that they would no longer be a burden to him. Involuntarily, recent memories of how they worried about him, considering him weak and useless, surfaced in his mind. Soon after, he himself began to actively rush into battle and distance himself from them, trying to prove to both himself and them that he was no longer a burden. Moving in this direction, James did not even notice the huge gap that had grown between them. He became too strong, and both girls were left behind, feeling their own inability to help and weakness. It was for this reason that they left his team, intending to become stronger. Realizing all this, the hero smiled faintly. Then he rose to his feet and confidently said that they must end it all together. Instantly becoming more serious, the hero explained that they needed to destroy the cores inside the snake's body to stop its regeneration. Since Yuri also had magic, he shouted for her to use her magic vision so that she could see their location and understand what he meant. The girl immediately gave in to what she was told and saw 3 cores in the area of the monster's neck. When she reported this to James, he asked if she could break through these cores with her magic. She closed her eyes, dispelling the magical vision, and replied that she would do everything possible. After this, with the help of water, she created a stele of incredible size. Magic enveloped her eyes again, helping her aim. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuri attacked. Disoriented due to the loss of one of its heads, the monster was unable to immediately notice the water arrow flying at it. Therefore, the attack passed through him without meeting any resistance. In one of the snake's necks, there was only a hole through which the cannonball had previously been located. James's lips stretched into a joyful smile at the thought that now one head would not be able to regenerate, and it would be much easier for them to fight. Suddenly the monster rose into the air again. The familiar yellow tint of the sphere told James that he was about to use lightning paralysis again. Knowing how dangerous this technique was, our hero shouted to Monica that they had to stop the enemy and rushed forward, and the girl followed him, trying to keep up. At some point, they both suddenly jumped into the air and rushed towards the monster hovering in the air in bright flashes. They struck the middle neck from both sides at the same time. Despite their efforts, the attack still failed to reach the monster's mouth. But, fortunately for the heroes, the blow landed on the ceiling. But instead of joy, horror froze on the hero's face. The serpent created another such sphere. Yuri, who remained below, quickly reacted and, shouting that she could stop this attack, created a strong stream of water. She managed to shoot another one, the middle one, through the monster's neck. He fell to the ground with a loud roar. Despite his injury, he still managed to hold on to the sphere he had created. The mage's face was frozen in shock as the yellow sphere whistled past her. James also froze with an expression of despair. But luck was still on their side. Oscar was the only one who by this time was able to emerge from the influence of paralysis. So he stepped forward without any hesitation, deciding to take the full brunt of the attack on himself and protect his comrades. James couldn't allow his friend to die, so he jumped up and desperately shouted for him to get out of the line of attack immediately. Oscar smiled weakly and said that he was glad that he could finally fulfill his wish, to protect everyone. The next moment he disappeared in a flashing explosion. Together with the stones, his body was thrown aside by the explosion. Almost immediately, the squad leader flew into the wall with force, destroying it with his body. Having lost consciousness, the boy rolled to the ground, and red spots began to appear on his snow-white jacket due to multiple deep wounds. Throwing all three heads up, the huge snake roared joyfully. Such open gloating made James grind his teeth with anger. The sound of a sword clashing behind him made him turn around tensely. The effects of the paralysis began to wear off on Michael as well. Looking up at his partner, he apologized for not being able to do anything. The rest of the Ice Flower squad also began to slowly come to their senses. The hero closed his eyes tightly, thinking that his friend's sacrifice was not in vain. Without turning around, he quietly called out to Michael and said that he was going to chop off a couple of heads from this snake. He was interested in whether his partner would support him in this matter, or decide to stay away. The man swung his sword sharply, pulling it out of the floor, and shouted loudly that the answer to that question should already be obvious. Without wasting any more time on conversation, the two of them rushed towards the monster. One of the heads began to create a purple sphere again, and then, bending down, she sent an attack at her opponents. But then Yuri entered the battle again. Covering her comrades' backs, she fired a water ball that completely absorbed the enemy attack. Having suffered another failure, the snake roared in rage. He didn't have time for another attack. James got too close to him, so the monster jumped back, still growling angrily. Focusing only on the guy, he completely lost sight of Monica, who decided to attack from above. The girl put all her strength into it and dealt a tangible blow to the snake's skeleton, causing it to roar painfully. He could no longer stay in the air, and with a crash, he fell back down. The paralyzed snake could only desperately move its heads as another enemy approached it with confident steps. With one sharp, confident blow, Michael chopped off one of the monster's heads. She immediately began to recover. James couldn't allow her to be restored. He fell upon the serpent from above, driving the blade of his sword deep into the cut of its neck with a furious cry that he would put an end to this. His attack managed to hit the magic core inside and destroy it. When a bright golden light began to emanate from the monster's body, the guy tensed up even more. Until the very end, he did not unclench his palm holding the sword, driving the blade deeper and deeper. The death of the monster awakened another creature that lived in the depths of this tower. As soon as it was all over, everyone immediately ran to the wounded Oscar, worried about his condition. James called his friend's name with desperation in his voice, hoping, carefully holding him by the back of the head. With difficulty, the guy was able to open his eyes. The hero had a hard time holding back his tears. Smiling slightly with just the corners of his lips, Oscar advised the hero not to make such a gloomy face. He also assured him that he would never die so easily. James could no longer hold back his tears when Oscar extended his fist to him, promising that as soon as he had some rest and recovery, he would rush back into battle and they would fight shoulder to shoulder. These were the last words he said before he lost consciousness, and his hand fell back to the ground limply. James was overcome with even greater horror and despair at the thought that his friend was dead. Using the portal, they moved to the safe zone of the 60th floor and carried Oscar to the first aid tent. All the time, James practically did not leave his friend's side, watching his grave condition with regret. Doctors managed to save the life of the Ice Flower squad leader, but he never regained consciousness. After sitting inside for several hours, the hero went outside in a depressed mood. There he met with his equally worried comrades, and Michael was the first to speak, asking about the condition of his student. The guy looked down sadly and replied that thanks to timely treatment all the wounds had healed, but he still hadn't regained consciousness. Michael breathed a sigh of relief and said that Oscar could be called lucky to have survived something like that. His sudden question about what James was going to do next made the guy look up at him in surprise. Monica shared the man's opinion and explained that what happened had shaken the hero greatly, so he should rest a little before moving on. But he interrupted her and confidently replied that he was fine. He explained that if he decided to stop now, Oscar would simply not forgive him. He had faith that his friend would soon wake up and help him in this desperate moment. But for now, he just had to move forward. At the same time, somewhere in the depths of the tower, Alexia, a being faithful to her god, called together a righteous squad of killers. She gave them the order to bring to her their master, who was modestly hiding among mortals. The very thought of ordinary people being so close to him made her furious. Therefore, she wished to get rid of the pathetic humans and return their god, the owner of infinite rebirth, back to his rightful place. In another part of the 60th floor, mining operations were in full swing. Victoria and her assistant personally observed the process, comparing the data with the report. Studying all the reports she received, the head of the department was surprised at how rich this tower turned out to be in useful resources. Maria cast a worried glance at the conquerors, hoping that they would be able to finish here quickly since the monsters on this floor were all finished. Victoria advised her not to lose her vigilance ahead of time, because it is impossible to predict when the situation might change dramatically. Suddenly, loud, frightened screams made her assistant flinch and drop the tablet with the reports. The head of the department was not at all confused, and immediately rushed towards the sound, shouting to her frightened assistant to follow her. So the girls rushed at full speed, trying to make it on time. But as soon as they arrived at the scene, they froze. All the conquerors who mined the resources on this site were brutally killed. Barely restraining herself from vomiting from horror and the rich smell of blood, Maria covered her mouth with her hand, while Victoria shuddered, feeling someone approaching. As the monster approached her assistant from behind, intending to kill her, she instantly summoned her sword and cut its body in half. Maria cringed in horror as she saw the enemy's head fall to the ground with a thud, trying not to imagine that she could have just been in his place. Instead, she turned her frightened gaze to Victoria and asked in a trembling voice if some of the monsters could have escaped the earlier purge. But before she had time to hear the answer to her question, they were suddenly surrounded by a multitude of golden rays descending from above. Looking intensely at the sinister, red-glowing eyes of the monsters that had appeared, Victoria confidently said that these were newly arrived individuals and that they had come here to kill their squad. All the monsters flew into the air and rushed at them at once. While Maria was just trembling with fear, not knowing what to do, her superior remained icy calm and, clutching her sword, prepared to attack. She was about to deal with everything herself when she felt a familiar aura approaching. The assistant, who had not noticed anything, went into a real panic when Victoria lowered the sword right in front of the enemy's noses. But at that very moment, the monsters flying towards them, every single one, were cut into many pieces. Having destroyed all the enemies, James jumped down. He immediately jumped to his feet and looked at Victoria with concern, asking if everything was okay with her. Instead of answering, the girl only sighed heavily, and her assistant was in a state of genuine horror and bewilderment. But the guy's next words shocked the head of the department. He told me that the entire 60th floor was filled with these flying monsters that were killing everyone indiscriminately. So he asked her for help in destroying these monsters as quickly as possible and saving the remaining conquerors. Clearing the way for them, the guy again entered into a new battle, mercilessly cutting up the bodies of his enemies. Taking advantage of the moment, one of the monsters decided to attack him from above. But James was able to spot him at the last moment and block the attack, and then he swung his sword sharply, pushing the monster back. Here, to our hero's surprise, Victoria decided to intervene and ran forward at full speed. She rushed past and destroyed all the monsters in a matter of moments. All that remained from the enemies she killed was a golden glow. Watching her from the side, James said with an admiring smile that nothing else was expected from the head. Victoria put the sword back into her inventory and demanded that the guy tell her everything that happened on this floor. He sighed and replied that he would tell them while they were walking. He started from the moment when he and the rest of the squad found themselves in a safe zone. At some point, they heard screams coming from outside the safe zone. As soon as they arrived at the source of the sounds, they saw a simply terrifying picture. The merciless carnage that was taking place before their eyes could be called a real hell. The hero also suggested that not only the 60th, but also other floors were attacked. He understood that they would not be able to cope with such a number of enemies on their own. So he left the attack squad under Michael's command and went to look for Victoria. After listening to him, the head of the department frowned slightly and thanked him for the full description of the picture. Suddenly, on the way to the safe zone, they saw several more conquerors fighting monsters. Having barely parried the blow, Alain was puzzled as to where the monsters had come from on the protected floor. At some point, the monster overpowered him and knocked the sword out of his hands. Now Alan was completely defenseless and confused in the face of impending death. Resigned to this outcome, he closed his eyes tightly and prepared himself for the pain. But suddenly the attacked monster simply froze in place, and the next moment his body shattered into many pieces. Victoria and James destroyed him with a combined attack. Alain's eyes widened in surprise, completely unable to understand what had just happened. While destroying the remaining monsters, James called out to the man and asked if he was hurt. Soon the monsters were dealt with. Without turning around, Victoria told the hero to immediately evacuate the survivors to a safe zone. She herself, together with Maria, was going to check the other floors. James nodded in agreement, saying that she could rely on him. Afterwards, he approached the surviving conquerors and said that he could lead them away from here to a safe zone. Thus, the hero continued his further journey with a renewed composition. They moved extremely carefully, trying to avoid clashes with monsters, knowing full well that they themselves would not be able to cope with them without unnecessary losses. After some time, they finally reached the camp set up in a safe zone. James rushed towards him with a joyful and light smile on his face, feeling that all the worst was now behind him. His friends stood on the other side of the barrier, waiting for him. As soon as Yuri noticed him, a happy smile lit up her face. Looking back at his companions, the hero shouted to them that there was only a little left. As soon as he said this, several golden pillars began to appear in front of them. Seeing this, James clicked his tongue in irritation and summoned his sword back from his inventory. At first he thought that only a couple of enemies had appeared, but he was very shocked when he realized that this was far from true. Instead of a couple of pieces, several dozen monsters appeared in front of him. His friends understood that even he could not cope with so many people alone, so they immediately rushed to his aid. Suddenly, one of the pillars appeared right under the guy's nose, forcing him to stop abruptly. When the monster that appeared from there attacked him, he easily blocked the blow. Holding off the enemy, James looked over his shoulder and shouted at his companions to get out of here. No one was going to argue in such a situation, so the conquerors silently fulfilled his demand and ran away. At that moment, Monica ran to the rescue, and with daggers she attacked the monster held back by James from behind. But before she could strike, the monster disappeared right in front of her and she flew past. Stopping next to James, she looked ahead with an intense gaze. The monsters did not take their scarlet eyes off them, completely ignoring the other fleeing conquerors. Their main target was James, so they surrounded him and his comrades, not giving them any chance to escape. The hero was in no hurry to attack first, but merely watched the enemies, just like his companions. The subsequent actions of the monsters only caused him a lot of bewilderment. Bowing their heads, every single monster lowered their weapons. And the next moment, a portal woven from golden radiance opened right in front of him. The sudden appearance of the teleporter surrounded by monsters made Michael very wary. James also understood that this was not a simple coincidence, and if this whole crowd decided to attack nearby, then they simply would not be able to fight back. So he reluctantly admitted that they had no choice but to accept such an original invitation. When Monica asked if this was really a good idea, he replied that they simply had no other choice, since the monsters had already made it clear to them that they needed to go inside this portal. Suddenly, Yuri intervened in their conversation. Clutching her staff, she said that even when she was thinking about the very idea of participating in this mission, she understood perfectly well that she could meet a serious and dangerous opponent. So she expressed her willingness to go anywhere for James, which shocked Monica. Michael smiled contentedly and replied that he had nothing against the idea, and that his partner would also be all for it. Left in the minority, Monica had no choice but to sigh with displeasure and also take part in such a dangerous undertaking. The support of his friends brought a satisfied smile to our hero's face. So, having decided everything, they all confidently entered the portal together. After passing through the portal space, they found themselves in another room, the atmosphere of which was completely different from the previous one. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, James immediately stopped and summoned his sword, ready to attack the enemy at any moment. In the center of the room stood a stranger, half of whose body was trapped in a huge mechanical doll. With her arms folded across her chest, she greeted the arriving guests, announcing that they had arrived at the highest floor of the Heavenly Demon Tower, the 150th, which was the abode of the Supreme Beings. The name of the floor that was announced made the girls even more wary. James was no less tense from the realization that they had been transported straight to the main boss's room. Without taking her eyes off our heroes, Alexia said in confusion that she clearly felt the majestic presence of her god, but in front of her were only ordinary mortals. Suddenly her gaze caught on the golden light inside James. Her voice became even more puzzled when she asked why there was a piece of her god in him. Although the hero did not understand what was being discussed, he clearly did not like this conversation. Alexia gritted her teeth angrily. The next moment, the walls were shaken by her loud scream that no human had the right to possess this power. Immediately after these words, a powerful mechanical hand fell on the place where they were all standing, forcing everyone to jump in different directions. Despite the fact that James managed to escape from the first attack, a second hand immediately appeared next to him, which he did not have time to physically dodge. Thus he seemed to be captured and completely immobilized. Lifting the boy into the air, Alexia angrily said that she would turn his bones into dust and break his spirit. She was determined to do anything to get back a piece of her god, the infinite rebirth. Reacting to her words, "Okay?" The one holding James began to shrink, causing the guy excruciating pain due to broken bones. At some point, she suddenly relaxed, giving him a momentary relief. Falling down like a stone, our hero could do absolutely nothing, risking breaking himself. But Alexia didn't want him to die such a simple and banal death as a fall from a height. So after waiting a few seconds, her palm flew after the guy. Grabbing him at the very ground, the fist suddenly clenched with force, releasing only a fountain of splashes of scarlet blood. Almost immediately, James revived, but his breathing was heavy. Alexia was not going to stop there. She believed that the guy should die a few more times so that the force itself would take away everything he had down to the last crumb, and then she would personally return God's gift back. Her last words made the hero think that she was well aware of the side effects of the ability of infinite rebirth. As the girl put her hands out on either side of her, a multitude of golden portals flared up behind her. The next moment, golden incinerating rays descended from there. The heroes had to jump again, trying to avoid the attack. James, dodging the attacks, decided that it would be better to try to strike himself than for them to constantly dodge, so he suddenly jumped into the air with his sword raised to strike. Alexia wasn't surprised by his decision, so she held her hand out in front of her and created several golden chains. James's face was frozen in shock as he froze in place, inches from her outstretched hand. The chains that wrapped around his arms and legs did not allow him to even move once. With a malicious smile, Alexia said that he had been too stupid and overconfident to think that he could actually hit her. Afterwards, she came a little closer to the guy and said that he needed to be punished for taking away part of her god. The next moment, a golden sword materialized in her hand. Without a drop of pity, she delivered a precise blow, cutting the hero's neck. With an evil smile on her face, Alexia said that as soon as the pain of death broke him completely, she would immediately take his gift for herself. And so, hanging in chains, James met another death at her hands. When he was reborn again, a sword had already materialized in his palm. After striking, the boy furiously shouted that before he could go crazy, he would cut off her head. Alexia, holding his sword with her own, smiled wryly and said that all his efforts were in vain. With a little more force, she easily pushed the guy back. With one wave of her hand, she summoned the golden chains that James was already familiar with. They wrapped around his entire body, preventing him from falling to the floor. The hero cursed in irritation, desperately trying to get out of them. Alexia couldn't help but smile in satisfaction at the sight. The next moment, a guillotine materialized in the air above the guy's head. The girl could no longer hold back her contented laughter, sincerely enjoying what was happening. Following her hand movements, the guillotine flew down, gaining more and more speed. James's eyes were filled with pure horror. He was completely powerless in this situation. Beheading was his third, no less cruel death. Even after being reborn again, the boy still felt that phantom pain from his head being cut off, and it was incredibly difficult for his consciousness to comprehend that death. Unable to bear it, the hero screamed hysterically, clutching his head with his hands. He no longer cared at all about the fight, or the fact that right now he was falling like a stone and could crash. Alexia could not allow the latter option to happen, so she summoned her chains again, saying that she would not allow him to escape from her. Catching the guy in the air, they again enveloped his entire body. When James was level with her, Alexia created a sword in her right palm, and the next moment, she mercilessly cut his body in half with one swing. Our hero, overcome with horror, had barely managed to revive after this death, when chains immediately appeared near him, and then he felt himself being pulled sharply back up. Alexia didn't like repeating herself, so this time she chose to kill the guy by piercing his heart. Instead of a cry of pain, only a wheeze came out of the guy's mouth along with the blood. Looking at the body hanging limply from her sword, the girl said that James should pray with all his heart that he would be deprived of the gift of endless rebirth, and then she would stop this torment. With these words, she threw him down. The hero's body fell to the ground with a crash, like a motionless doll. He met this death in a pool of his own blood. All this time, Yuri watched what was happening from the sidelines, not daring to interfere. But the series of inhuman deaths of the guy simply could not leave her indifferent. Anger burned in her eyes as she stepped forward with a furious cry. Concentrating all her power into her staff, she shouted furiously that she would never allow anyone to lay a finger on James again. The next moment, a multitude of water snakes were released at Alexia. Having reached their target, they turned into ice needles, from which the tower's mistress was easily able to defend herself by covering herself with a mechanical palm. With a mocking grin, she looked at Yuri and said that some ballast was not capable of causing her even a drop of harm. As soon as she said this, her face distorted with bewilderment. Yuri's attacks managed to leave deep cracks on the surface of the mechanical palm. This forced Alexia to admit that she had been too hasty in her conclusions. Yuri firmly decided for herself that she would no longer be a burden to James. Instead, she will destroy anyone who stands in her way. Swinging her staff again, she sent more than a dozen water spheres at her opponent. She drew with her palm in the air and said in disappointment that these attacks were too careless. This time, the tower's owner simply created a translucent protective dome in front of herself. The water spheres smashed one after another against its strong walls. But at some point, one of the spheres still managed to break through. Alexia had no way to defend herself as the sphere exploded right in front of her. Yuri was not going to stop there, and with her magic she created a water ball of simply incredible size, intending to kill her opponent. She turned and threw him forward sharply. This attack made Alexia quite tense. The water ball flying towards her rapidly increased in size, striking any limits of imagination with its size. Anger and irritation began to boil inside Alexia at having to waste time on pathetic underlings. The next moment, 3 pairs of snow-white wings spread out behind her, and golden portals flared up above. The rays that flew out from there pierced the ball from different sides, causing it to rain down on the ground. A sudden bright flash made Yuri look up with a tired expression. Her heart seemed to skip a beat when she saw that her attack had failed, and now her life was in danger. The beams barely had time to attack her when a powerful fiery whirlwind rose around the girl, reflecting each of the attacks. The girl herself sat in confusion under the fiery dome, completely not understanding what was happening. Michael, who had emerged from the flames, sternly told her not to rush into trouble so thoughtlessly. He also wanted to help James, and so he asked that Yuri rely on her teammates from now on, otherwise she wouldn't be able to save anyone. Yuri nodded in confusion, admitting her mistake. A huge shadow suddenly loomed over them, making it clear that they had no time for conversation. The mechanical palm hovered right above them, and echoing Alexia's movement, abruptly dropped down. Monica, too, could no longer sit back and watch her comrades die. Leaping into the air, she used a series of quick strikes to cut the mechanical palm into many small pieces. And then she went down to her friends. She cast a confident glance at the tower's mistress and said that their combined strength would be enough to destroy her. Alexia's lips lifted into a smile, but she couldn't hold back for long and burst into full-throated laughter. Her eerie laughter echoed off the walls of the room and filled our heroes with confusion and horror. After laughing hard, Alexia doubled over and apologized for giving them false hope. Her tone instantly became serious, as she said that she should have shown the difference in their abilities from the very beginning. Then she closed her eyes and offered a prayer to her god, asking him to lend her some of his strength. As she raised her hands up, activating the divine light, a multitude of golden sparks rained down. Monica was shocked to see her opponent's actions. The mechanical palm she had previously destroyed was being restored right before their eyes. In addition, Alexia's own wounds also disappeared. Staring at the ceiling, the tower's mistress shouted that it was all the grace of her god. No matter how hard they tried to hurt her, none of the attacks would have the desired effect, because all her wounds would be healed in a matter of moments. She would have continued to praise her god and his gift if James's voice had not been heard. Having resurrected, the hero, with a confident smile on his face, said that since this was just a normal recovery, defeating her would not be difficult. The next moment, a sword appeared in his palm, and the guy, his gaze burning with determination, rushed towards the mistress of the tower. Alexia grimaced in irritation, saying that she had already killed him 3 times, and the infinite rebirth should have punished him by now. So now she had absolutely no idea how James managed to stand on his feet at all. She ruffled her hair with a movement of her hand, trying to understand what kind of way he had found to get rid of the punishment of his gift. Jumping into the air, the hero shouted that she was very much mistaken if she thought that punishments made him weaker, because the more he died, the stronger he became. The next moment, the sound of swords striking each other echoed through the room again, and the hero told Alexia right to her face that her plan was doomed to failure from the very beginning. She grimaced and replied that he was talking complete nonsense. She then pushed him back, asking what he had done with his body. At that very moment, a mechanical hand covered him from above. James was not going to fall for this trick anymore and delivered several quick blows, cutting the palm, and then he landed on the floor, bouncing back to a safe distance. Having not received an answer to her question, Alexia decided to find it herself. Raising her palm up, she activated her second skill, Higher Analysis. The laser net instantly spread across the floor around him, expanding more and more as the skill's effect was reflected on the hero, who tensed up considerably. He understood that Alexia wanted to analyze his body, and he could not allow her to find out about the inversion. So he rushed towards the tower's mistress, deciding to deal with her as quickly as possible. Cutting through the palms that stood in his way, he rushed past them. Alexia, dissatisfied with his actions, said that he should not make her task more difficult, and stand still until the analysis was completed. To make things easier for herself, she decided to attack James by summoning beams, but a sudden attack from the side prevented her from doing so. Yuri had been watching all this time, waiting for the moment when the hero would need her help. Her behavior really pissed off the tower's owner. Unable to contain her anger, she shouted that lower beings did not dare interfere, and then she unleashed the full force of the attack on Yuri. She tensed up, but firmly decided to take the risk and fight off all the incinerating rays. But suddenly, against her will, she felt someone pulling her back. Picking up her friend in her arms, Monica deftly dodged the attacks. In the process, she was surprised to notice that Yuri had lost a lot of weight recently. But they had no time for further conversation, because Alexia was going to repeat her attack. Turning around, Monica called out to Michael, who was standing nearby with a confident smile. He summoned his sword, the blade of which was immediately covered in flashes of flame, and ran forward. The man swung his sword and created a powerful wave of fire. Thanks to this, all the golden rays released by Alexia dissolved into a wall of flame. The resistance shown by our heroes angered the mistress of the tower and made her increasingly lose her composure. Overcome by emotion, she completely failed to notice James approaching, which resulted in her being seriously wounded by his sword. But it disappeared without a trace at that very moment. James gripped his sword tighter, deciding that since he couldn't kill her with one blow, he would attack her until she could no longer recover. Taking advantage of the fact that the guy himself came into her arms, Alexia hastened to call upon her chains. Having learned from a bitter and very painful experience, the hero was able to dodge, saying that he would not fall for this trick again. And then he came close to her, intending to put an end to this protracted battle. Swinging his sword, he used his sword's special skill, Flower Chain, the power of which was tens of times greater than normal attacks. Before this attack, Alexia found herself completely powerless, for the first time in this entire battle. A few moments later, the hero jumped back to a safe distance. Breathing heavily, he looked up at his opponent. Since most of her body was destroyed, James hoped that he had managed to kill her after all. But just as he was thinking about this, Alexia's quiet voice echoed throughout the room, announcing that she had finally been able to complete the analysis. And when she said that she now knew about James's little secret, his inversion skill, the guy was horrified. This was exactly what he was so afraid of. The walls of the room were shaken by the loud, ringing laughter of the tower's mistress. After laughing her fill, she said with a face distorted in a grimace of disgust that such a combination of skills was the most disgusting thing that could ever be imagined. Her sudden offer to share her blessing with James filled the boy with even more horror. Without waiting for his answer, she raised her hands up in a new prayer to her god. The next moment, the floor beneath the guy's feet flashed with golden light. The green healing sparks that appeared near him began to turn blood red. As Alexia spoke of how her gift of healing would turn into a real curse for a sinner like him, the sparks not only changed color, but also began to spin like sharp daggers. Looking forward to what was to come, Alexia wondered how long it would take for James to break down after dying countless times. The activated inversion turned against the hero for the first time, causing him to die a horrible death from multiple internal injuries. Opening his eyes again, he found himself in the familiar space between worlds. Sitting down on the floor, James covered his face with his hand, admitting that using Supreme Restoration on him during his inversion was indeed pure torture. On Alexia, this skill restores all wounds in a second, while it kills him in an instant. He clenched his teeth in frustration and helplessness. The hero had absolutely no idea what to do, because no matter how hard he tried and no matter what he did, only death always awaited him. When the message appeared in front of him that in 5 seconds he would be transported back to the real world, the guy's mind began to worry about what would happen to that healing skill after he returned. But he had no other choice but to check everything personally. One moment, and the guy again found himself in front of the mistress of the tower. James looked down warily, and first checked for the absence of golden light. Alexia followed his gaze and, smiling wickedly, said that he shouldn't worry about it because she would give him her blessing time and time again. The golden glow that was already familiar to him flared up again under the guy's feet, and healing sparks rained down, which would soon turn deadly for him. As soon as this happened, James felt simply excruciating pain, feeling how the blood was boiling in his veins, and his internal organs were being destroyed right from the inside. Having died from this technique for the second time, the hero prudently shifted the respawn point upon returning back. Smiling even wider, Alexia said that even if he changed his respawn point, God's mercy would still find him. Immediately after her words, healing sparks appeared near the guy again. Feeling the familiar pain, he only cursed irritably. And then he met another death from healing. This death scenario was repeated more than once. Michael, experiencing real shock and horror, could not even force himself to move. After several dozen deaths, James's will to resist was crushed, and his gaze became empty, making him look like a broken doll. With a wry smile, the tower's mistress said that he could revel in this gift until the end of time. The hero was able to rise up on his hands with difficulty, completely unable to understand how something like this could even be called a gift and a blessing. Alexia's mocking gaze and her healing gift caused real hatred in the guy's soul, but the inversion was killing him faster before he could do anything. He didn't have even the slightest chance to get out of this continuous cycle of deaths. It was also incredibly hard for Yuri to watch James suffer. This sight brought tears to her eyes. Emotions took over her mind again, causing her to act impulsively. Alexia turned her attention back to her, saying that she should have been dealt with long ago. The next moment, several winged monsters appeared around Yuri. The confused girl turned around sharply, hearing a rustle behind her. One of the monsters was flying at her from behind with a raised blade, intending to kill her. Monica couldn't let her friend die, so she ran forward and blocked the attack with her blades. Michael also entered the battle here. He cut through the bodies of several monsters at once with just one swing of his sword, which was enveloped in flames. The tower's mistress winced in irritation and asked angrily how long they were going to resist, since they would never be able to defeat her. With these words, she created 3 more monsters to replace the ones destroyed. They immediately headed towards Michael. He once again mercilessly cut down the monsters as soon as they reached him. Engulfed in tongues of raging flame, he walked towards Alexia with heavy steps, saying that he would continue to fight in the name of his fallen comrade, and his sword would not rest until she was killed. Immediately after these words, the man suddenly jumped into the air, causing the ground where he had been standing just a moment ago to crumble. Finding himself near the mistress of the tower, he unleashed all his power on her, but she managed to block his powerful blow. But Michael didn't give up and continued to push with all his might, causing the ground beneath them to become covered in deep cracks. At one point, Alexia was able to push him back, but he immediately took advantage of the opportunity and struck again, sending a fiery whirlwind at her. His opponent had no time to somehow defend himself, so all the flames fell on her body. Jumping to the ground, Michael slowly walked towards the smoldering remains. But suddenly a huge mechanical hand loomed over him. Michael couldn't help but notice her, so he turned sharply on the spot and attacked the palm, throwing it back. So the palm flew into the nearby wall with a crash, raising clouds of dust into the air. But this was not enough to destroy her, because a few moments later she emerged from under a pile of stones. This time Michael cut for sure using flame. As the mechanical hand fell apart before his eyes, he angrily said that this was only a small part of the pain that James had endured. Alexia's mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind him, shocking the man and making every muscle in his body tense. She reminded him that she had been gifted with the healing light, which made her wounds heal so quickly that she did not even have time to feel pain, and therefore she was completely unfamiliar with the feelings of lower creatures. Her words made the man grit his teeth in anger. Lost in his own emotions, he completely failed to notice the threat approaching him. Therefore, at the last moment he only managed to put his sword in front of him, defending himself from the blow of the mechanical palm. But the force of the blow was too great that even his internal organs were damaged. With a crash, he was thrown into a nearby column. Frightened, Yuri and Monica immediately rushed to him. Alexia turned her gaze back to the dying boy's body, saying that she would first extract the infinite rebirth from him, and then kill everyone else. The girls stood up to protect Michael when new monsters created by the tower's mistress appeared before them. While they fought desperately, James could do nothing to help them, balancing on the fine line between life and death. When life finally left his body, the hero found himself in the interworld for the countless time. But this time was still different from all the previous ones. The color of the message hanging in front of him changed from blue to purple. The guy raised his tired gaze to him. But once he learned from the contents of the message that, thanks to the many deaths he had experienced from the sacred power, he would be able to access the expansion of the inversion ability. Godslayer interpretation. His face showed confusion and bewilderment. Although the description of the new ability said that inversion could now be used on enemies, James didn't fully understand how this would help him. After some thought, he remembered that he himself had died many times due to the healing skill that had been cast on him. But Alexia used this same skill on herself. A plan instantly formed in the hero's head, and he was ready to enter the battle again with his former confidence in order to fully repay for everything. When he appeared before the tower's mistress with that confident smile, her face twisted with dislike as she asked in bewilderment what the reason for his joy was. To remind the boy of the situation he was in, she said that his comrades were about to meet their end, and she would completely destroy his body and mind in order to bring back the infinite rebirth. Despite all his determination, James died again from the healing skill before he could do anything. Finding himself in the interworld again, he realized that if he died a few more times in this way, his psyche would definitely come to an end, and then Alexia would achieve her goal. So he needed to end all this as soon as possible, by any means necessary. Returning back, James immediately used Godslayer interpretation and blue energy flared up in his palm, gaining power. The tower's mistress was confused, not understanding at all what it was. With a slight smirk on his lips, James said that very soon they would both find out the full power of this technique. Immediately after that, he confidently rushed forward. Alexia clicked her tongue in irritation and waved her hand to create several golden portals behind her. The next moment, the guy was hit by a multitude of deadly rays, which he tried to avoid, relying on his speed. He paid attention only to those rays that appeared in front of him, and did not expect at all that a ray could descend from above directly on him. After dying from the beam, James was revived and again attempted to get to his opponent. He no longer cared how many more times he would have to die to achieve his goal. The only thing that kept the guy going was the thought that once he killed Alexia, everything would finally end. But contrary to his wishes, the hero failed time after time, dying a painful death from her golden rays. As he returned, James became faster and faster each time, trying to break through the wall of beams. As Alexia created more and more rays, he flew past like an arrow, getting closer and closer to his cherished goal. But at some point, the rays surrounded him from all sides, blocking his path. And then the tower's mistress made her final move. After using healing on James, she killed him again. The series of deaths did not undermine his determination, but only inflamed it more and gave him more strength. The hero gathered all his strength in his palms, confident that this time he would definitely be able to kill her. The continuous use of several abilities at once did not pass without a trace for the tower's mistress herself, exhausting her considerably. Hoping to destroy James, she wanted to crush him with her huge fist, but the guy was able to escape this attack. Alexia did not calm down and immediately unleashed a multitude of rays on him, which the hero also successfully avoided. Without giving him a second to catch his breath, a huge palm immediately loomed over him. Just before she hit the ground with a thud, James jumped to the side. In all this time, he had never been so close to his goal, so without stopping for a moment, he rushed straight to Alexia. She was almost cornered when she put her palm in front of her, preparing to use another skill. Although the guy's body felt colossal tension and pain, he did not allow himself to stop. He only had a little bit left for all this suffering to finally end. But suddenly his body was pulled back. Looking down, James saw that his leg was tightly wrapped in chains. Immediately a golden beam fell on him from above, depriving him of his right arm. Not only did the hero lose his arm, the attack almost completely destroyed his internal organs in the chest and abdomen, causing him to die again. Alexia was breathing heavily, trying to recover in the short time she had. A sudden blue flash that appeared among the wall of dust made her tense up again. The terrifying silhouette of the guy slowly approached her, breaking through the curtain of dust. But James's strength failed him and he collapsed to the ground right in front of his enemy. For several long moments he showed absolutely no signs of life. His appearance made Alexia relax, and then her face was completely distorted by a tired but satisfied smile. She decided to take it out on the exhausted guy. Without any mercy, she killed her exhausted opponent again and again. The awareness of her own victory and the torment experienced by James brought her the most genuine pleasure. She was going to kill him one more time. But what she saw left her in shock. There was no one in the place where the boy's body had previously lain. Not understanding where her opponent could have disappeared to, she began to frantically look around. The guy's voice coming from above made her raise her head and meet his gaze. He smiled evilly and said that, just like she had done before, he wanted to share his blessing with her. Alexia was too shocked to try to resist him in any way, so James put all his strength into this attack and hit her in the stomach. Alexia's face twisted into a pained grimace as it happened. Almost immediately the hero hurried to jump back to a safe distance. It took Alexia a long time to understand what exactly he wanted to do, but her face reflected genuine horror when she saw the healing sparks turn red. Just like for James earlier, the healing turned against her. Under the influence of this skill, her body began to rapidly self-destruct. The realization of what was happening overwhelmed her. Holding her head, she began to scream hysterically, praying for help to her god. But all her prayers were ignored. Her body continued to deteriorate more and more. Without holding out for long, Alexia fell down with a crash right at James's feet. Extending a trembling hand towards him, she croaked a plea for help. Looking up at her, he coldly said that now the deity she adored so much would become her most sworn enemy, because the more she begged for mercy, the more pain she received in return. Tears rolled down his face, distorted with pain. Having lost her last strength, as well as hope, she lowered her doomed gaze. This is how the mistress of the tower met her end. James kept his gaze fixed on her until the very end. Soon, a message appeared in front of him that the owner of the heavenly demon tower, Zeus, had been defeated, and the unique weapons and magic stones received as a reward would be automatically placed in his inventory as usual. Having accomplished his revenge, the hero belatedly remembered his friends. Looking around the room, he quickly found all three alive and well, with happy smiles on their faces. James, overcome by the state of his partner, immediately ran up to him, but he assured him that he was fine, and there was no need to worry. Smiling, Monica said that once the tower's master was defeated, all the monsters also disappeared. She sincerely thanked the guy for this, because otherwise they would already be dead. Yuri was very worried about James's condition and asked hesitantly if he was okay. She had only had to watch from the sidelines as he was killed over and over again countless times, so it was hard for her to even imagine what he was going through now. The hero began to slowly rise to his feet and, trying to make his voice sound lighter, replied that there was little pleasant about it, but it was only thanks to all these deaths that he was able to achieve victory. Turning to the girl, he added with a smile that it was all worth the result he had achieved. His words made Michael remember the last minutes of the fight. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out what exactly James used to kill the enemy, which is what he asked about. James sighed and admitted that he himself did not fully understand what kind of power this was. He said that after all those deaths, a new ability became available to him. This made our hero realize that his skill contained much more power than he could have imagined. Michael chuckled and said cheerfully that at this rate he would soon surpass even him. James waved his hands vigorously in front of himself, arguing that without this ability, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the boss. He was sure that he would never be able to surpass Michael. He stopped him with a wave of his hand and asked if he really thought so. And then he reminded James that he had already managed to take part in the operation to conquer the Zeus Tower and fight on the front lines. In addition, he was able to defeat many bosses on the floors, including the owner of the tower himself. With a smile, Michael summed up that in such a short time the hero had done quite a lot and could now be proud of his title of Grand Champion. The man's last words caused great surprise in the boy. As he was about to ask in disbelief if he had truly become the Grand Champion, a message window appeared in front of him warning that since the tower's master had been defeated, everyone would be automatically transported outside within 10 seconds. Receiving the same message, Yuri folded her hands in front of her and quietly said that the new title suited James perfectly. To his skeptical question about whether she really thought so, the girl nodded silently. And then, with greater confidence, she added that he was the coolest conqueror she had ever seen. The guy couldn't help but smile happily and warmly thanked her for such words. Thus, the operation to conquer the Zeus Tower was completed. The guys from the Ice Flower immediately delivered Oscar, who was in serious condition, to the city hospital. But their leader never came to his senses, which undoubtedly had an impact on their morale. Watching the tower disappear, our hero still couldn't believe that he had been able to do something so incredible and become the Grand Champion. At some point, the faces of the nearby conquerors reflected bewilderment and fear. The excited cries brought James out of his own thoughts. He looked back at the screams to see what was going on. As soon as he did this, the guy saw another tower standing nearby begin to turn red. The same unusual changes occurred with all the other towers. The former ease and joy from the victory he had won was replaced by excitement and strong bewilderment from what was happening, which certainly could not bode well. 2 months have passed completely unnoticed since the conquest of the Tower of Zeus. After her disappearance, the Management Bureau had a lot more work to do. This was due to the fact that all the towers began to change at the same time. Their unusual dark red glow stirred up the public, instilling a sense of anxiety and fear in the hearts of people. Now it was the height of the weekend, and the streets were full of people. Olivia hurried through the crowd, constantly asking for forgiveness from passers-by for the accidental blows she had thrown. Somewhere nearby, an angry cry was heard from a man who was relentlessly following her. Not wanting to be caught, Olivia hurried out of the crowd and disappeared in an unknown direction. So she chose one of the narrow streets and ran into it. Soon she ran out to a dilapidated building surrounded by a high fence. At first she thought that it was an abandoned construction site, and that she would be able to hide here. But as soon as she took a closer look at the structure, the girl realized that she had been wrong in her assumption. At that very moment, the familiar voices of her pursuers were heard from the other end of the street. Therefore, she had no choice but to step into the ruins of the Heavenly Demon Tower. Once inside, she looked around restlessly. A loud clang behind her made Olivia jump in fear. Edgar, in the company of his 2 friends, quickly caught up with her and, kicking down the gate, mockingly asked if she really believed that she could cope with them alone. She turned around and asked with displeasure how they had the nerve to follow a lonely girl. The guy went inside and demanded that she give him her weapon herself, and then they could part on good terms. Frowning, Olivia asked why she should give him the weapon that was rightfully hers. She wasn't afraid to tell them to their faces that their attempt to pursue her to take the weapon was too pathetic. Edgar laughed and said that she had absolutely no understanding of the situation she found herself in. He could see very well that Olivia was a budding conqueror, and explained that the world of conquerors was very different from the world outside the tower. Here, her position directly depended on her strength. Olivia tensed up considerably at his words about the strong getting whatever they wanted. Summoning his weapon, Edgar mockingly said that by running into such a place, she herself had challenged them. Olivia also summoned her weapon, and the next moment, with an awkward movement, she managed to block the enemy's attack. Seeing the sword she was holding in her hand, the boy exclaimed joyfully, recognizing the very weapon that was rumored to be hidden in one of the heavenly demon towers. Olivia only tightened her grip on her holy sword, which bore the name Evil Kest. Two of Edgar's friends also decided to join in and help him. As they rushed past her on both sides, striking, the girl squealed in fear and stepped back. Unable to stand on her feet, she fell exhausted to the floor, dropping her sword. Like hyenas, the three boys loomed over her, demanding that she give them her sword. Despite her fear, Olivia refused them once again. This was the first trophy she had been able to obtain in the Heavenly Demon Tower, and she was unwilling to part with it. Her words only caused mocking laughter from the guys, and then one of them took the evil cross by force. Completely unaware that another person had appeared here, Edgar, sword in hand, cheerfully said that if Olivia didn't like something, she could try to take it back. Coldly asking why the three yokels had cornered the poor girl, James got their attention. All three boys immediately turned around and cast wary glances at him. Edgar looked eloquently at Paul, who nodded in agreement, accepting the silent order given to him. Afterwards, he came forward to James and mockingly said that they were very strong conquerors, so Paul advised him not to act tough and to quietly leave while he could still do it himself. Without responding to these words, the hero simply walked up to the guy and grabbed him by the wrist. In an instant, the stocky opponent was thrown over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Losing all interest, James walked past and explained that he had no interest in fighting them and simply demanded that they give him the evil cross or return it to its rightful owner themselves. Edgar gritted his teeth in irritation. Unable to contain himself, he rushed at James with a furious cry. He didn't even move from his place when he saw the approaching enemy. Instead, he let out a tired sigh, disappointed that his words had been ignored. Just as Edgar was about to reach him, James swung his sword, sending the boy flying back. And then he cast a withering glance at him and said with emphasis that Edgar should calm down and not commit rash acts. Olivia watched what was happening with her eyes full of shock. Edgar, who attacked our hero, was confused when he recognized the legendary sword, which is given only for passing the Tower of Zeus. He simply could not confuse it with anything else, because he had seen it on TV so many times. James confirmed his guess by naming his sword, Shadow Raven. The boy's face turned a sickly gray when he realized that the Grand Champion himself was standing in front of him. Running his hand over the back of his head, the hero wearily admitted that he still hadn't gotten used to this title, and then added that since he was now a significant figure in society, he simply couldn't allow himself to pass by a defenseless girl in trouble. But the displeasure on his face quickly gave way to a satisfied smile. He was not averse to stretching his legs and taking the sword stolen by Edgar in order to personally return it back to its owner. His words caused a lot of discontent and irritation in Thomas. With a desperate cry, he rushed at James. Edgar, who was smart enough to realize that they were much weaker and simply couldn't handle the Grand Champion, tried to stop his friend. But suddenly the thought entered his head that even though James was the Grand Champion, he was still an ordinary man, and if they caught him off guard, they could succeed. Unaware of the trap being prepared, James held back Thomas's attack without a hint of interest in his eyes, and Edgar's face was distorted by a sinister grin. Deciding to take advantage of the moment, he moved at full speed and moved behind his opponent. The hero was still holding Thomas's sword when the second guy approached him with his sword raised to strike. James clicked his tongue in displeasure and punched the first one in the nose, causing him to lose consciousness. In his mind, Edgar was already rejoicing at his own victory over such an outstanding figure as the Great Champion. But his plan failed as soon as James, emitting a terrifying aura, slowly turned around and coldly said that Edgar should have listened to his words, and finally realized that he was not his equal. The boy felt real fear when he saw how James had suddenly changed. The hero took advantage of his confusion and hit his opponent on the head with his fist. It flew off with a crash into a pile of stones behind. The sword that Edgar had been clinging to so tightly fell from his hand. James picked up the Evil Kret with ease. After this blow, Edgar lay there, only trembling slightly from pain, but he could not move. Seeing his dying state, the hero was perplexed. He did not understand how this was possible if he had lightly hit him. The remaining two were truly horrified. Without a second thought, they rushed away from there with loud screams. James froze, grabbing Edgar by the lapels, becoming even more confused by their actions. He found it hard to believe that those two had simply abandoned their friend. But he was pulled out of his thoughts by Olivia's joyful cry. Sparkling with happiness, she sincerely thanked the hero for the help he had given her. James let the poor guy go and handed her the sword, explaining as if to a child that there were good people among the conquerors, but such scoundrels were also common, so she should always be on her guard. After listening to his advice, The girl became extremely serious, and this sudden change made the hero quite wary. Faced with his wary and puzzled gaze, Olivia lowered her dark glasses and said admiringly that it was not every day that she was lucky enough to meet such a living legend as the great champion, who was now a real celebrity among conquerors. James sighed heavily and asked her discontentedly not to mention it. Full of indignation, Olivia shouted out that when the heavenly demon tower Zeus fell, the media only talked about him and his success in defeating the tower's master. Her words made the guy remember the events of those days. 2 months ago, after the Tower of Zeus fell, all the other towers turned red and acquired a new name, Scarlet Sky Demon Towers. For the safety of the conquerors, the Control Bureau blocked the passage to them and carried out numerous checks to find out the reasons for such drastic changes. Ordinary people were in fear of the unknown lurking within the walls of these towers. One day, Victoria urgently called James to her place without explaining the reasons. It was only when he came to her office that she told him that he would have to take part in a conference. This is how the stunned guy, against his will, became a hero to distract people. Now, looking at Olivia's unceasing interest, James had already regretted 100 times that he had not simply passed by. Suddenly the girl came very close to him, scaring him quite a bit, and with a satisfied smile admitted that she had been looking for someone strong enough to form a team to pass the tower. She folded her palms in a pleading gesture, quickly explaining that she herself was not yet accustomed to fighting monsters and ran away as soon as she received the sword. Having muttered all this, she confidently grabbed James by the hand, which caused confusion and bewilderment in him. And then, without even waiting for an answer, she joyfully pulled him along with her. Following her, the confused hero shouted out that he had not yet given his consent. These words made Olivia stop abruptly. Not intending to give up, the girl put her natural charm into play and cast an offended glance at the guy, asking if he really didn't want to go with her. For a moment, James actually fell under her spell. He looked away in embarrassment and swore quietly, but still responded to her request. Olivia's face lit up with a joyful smile once again when she heard the answer she had been longing for. After some time, they walked together along a busy street. The hero walked slowly and stayed slightly behind his companion, looking around. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an advertising billboard hanging on one of the houses. He was surprised to recognize Victoria in the model depicted there. At his thoughtful words about how she was the real celebrity, and not dust like him, Olivia looked back and looked at the guy with incomprehension. Following his gaze, she looked at the billboard too, and James quietly continued to talk about how even Victoria's facial features themselves said that she was special. This kind of attention to her made Olivia puff out her cheeks jealously. But the next moment she grabbed James by the elbow and pointed animatedly at a nearby billboard, asking what he thought of this girl. The girl in it was full of life, which was partly why he remembered her when the idol was often shown on the news lately. So when Olivia asked him, he answered that she was pretty cute. Hearing this, the girl blushed proudly. The hero, noticing this, asked with incomprehension if she was her fan. Olivia took off her sunglasses and replied that his guess was too far from the truth. The next moment, she confidently stepped forward and loudly declared that she was the cutie from the billboard. She had no reason to hide any longer, so she took off her cap. And then, catching the shocked glances of passers-by, she turned to James and said that for her, a popular idol loner, not a day goes by that she doesn't shine somewhere on the internet or on TV. For a few moments, there was a deafening silence in the square. Everyone was too shocked to react in any way to her sudden appearance. Coming to their senses, people began to take pictures and film the idol on their phones, still not believing that they were not dreaming. James tried unsuccessfully to understand why the rising star of show business decided to get involved with someone like him. Olivia, noticing his condition, tried to get the guy out of his thoughts. He turned his uncomprehending gaze to her and asked why she wanted to become a conqueror at all. He explained that going through the towers was not like dancing on stage. Inside the towers, everyone was walking hand in hand with death and might never even return alive. Olivia took a couple of steps forward and cheerfully asked if he was worried about her. Without waiting for an answer to this rhetorical question, she assured him that she herself was perfectly aware of all the risks. Thus, they went to the Red Sky Demon Tower together. In just a couple of hours, they managed to conquer 5 floors. All along the way, they were relentlessly attacked by eagle monsters armed with staffs. And now, James was fighting off the monster's attack without much effort. The enemy, thrown aside, was not going to surrender so easily, and made another attempt to attack, but this time from behind. Feeling his approach, the hero turned around sharply, and the next moment the monster was cut into many pieces by a series of lightning strikes. Olivia watched his actions with delight, amazed at the guy's incredible speed. As the monster's dead body fell at his feet, James explained that he was only able to deal with the monsters so quickly because the monsters on the lower floors were weak enough. For this reason, He advised Olivia not to go higher than the 5th floor if this is her first tower, because the higher the floor, the stronger the monsters will be. But this didn't frighten the girl at all, but rather caused even greater delight and interest. Suddenly the hero tensed, feeling that they were no longer alone here. Looking up, he saw another armed monster. James pulled Olivia, who was standing next to him, towards him. Then he jumped aside with her. The tip of the winged monster's staff pierced the stone floor. Having released the girl, the hero decided this time to give up all the work to Olivia. He promised that he would be able to ensure her in case of danger, so she had nothing to worry about. Adol summoned her sword and ran towards the monster with all her determination. At the most crucial moment, she closed her eyes tightly and blindly swung at her opponent. He dodged her awkward blow without any difficulty. Without giving up, Olivia ran towards the monster again, and this time her attack was more confident. The beast had to defend itself. Before she could land another blow, he rose into the air and used magic to strike back. Feeling something strange, the monster looked away from Olivia and raised his gaze. A heavy, dangerous aura began to emanate from James, who was standing behind her. And in his gaze one could read a silent command. Surrender and die peacefully, or I will take over. Idol took advantage of her opponent's distraction and dealt the first wound with her sword. The monster sank to one knee, pressing a clawed paw to the wound. Suddenly he raised his head up, and the next moment his incredibly loud howl spread everywhere. James and Olivia began to look around anxiously, trying to figure out what was going on. The guy froze in shock when he saw shadows approaching them. With his cry, the monster called his relatives for help. The girl was overcome with horror and panic at the sight of the increasing number of enemies. She understood that she definitely couldn't cope with them all alone. Having finished off the wounded monster, James apologized to Olivia and said that this would be the end of their training. He planned to deal with everything else on his own, since he himself understood that she was still not up to it. He flashed between the enemies like lightning, delivering precise blows, so there was only one left in front of him. When the spear hit the floor, breaking the stone slabs, James was no longer there. He had prudently jumped into the air and was now hovering above his opponent. It took him just one blow to cut the monster into 2 parts. Olivia, watching from the sidelines, had a feeling for some reason she didn't understand that James and his power frightened her. A sudden wheeze from behind made them both turn around warily. The 2 monsters attacked by the hero were not killed, but only seriously wounded. With the last of their strength, they let out a loud calling cry. James had heard exactly the same cry a little earlier. So when he realized what these 2 were planning to do, he was horrified. But not even a couple of seconds had passed before they heard the sound of many monsters approaching them. Realizing that it was too late to do anything, the hero smiled wryly. It wasn't just a dozen monsters heading towards them, but a whole countless horde. Putting his sword back into his inventory, James said that they couldn't handle that many opponents. Therefore, calling out to the girl, he grabbed her hand. She, blushing with embarrassment, asked what he was doing. James shouted that they had to run and rushed forward, dragging Olivia along with him. The idol felt a little disappointed when she realized that she had imagined too much, and hiding her confusion behind an awkward laugh, she said that this really was the best solution. Noticing a narrow passage ahead, James headed towards it. Having run into it, they turned sharply. The hero was confident that they would be able to hide here for a while. When a crowd of monsters pursuing them passed nearby, he pressed himself as close to the cool wall as possible, trying not to be noticed, and Olivia covered her mouth with her hand and even tried to breathe every other time. Once the danger had passed, they were able to relax, and James explained that no fight is always fair, and sometimes it is necessary to resort to tricks. And with a smile on his face, he added that this would be a good lesson for her in the future. Just as Olivia was about to thank him, a monster's scream was heard somewhere behind her, causing her entire body to shudder in fear. The heroes began to look around excitedly, realizing that their temporary shelter was no longer safe. So they continued on their way, moving more carefully than before. After a while, James suddenly slowed down. Without knowing it, they had entered the very depths of the floor. There were many magic stones hanging on the half-ruined columns. Thanks to Olivia's loud shout, the guy was able to notice the enemy approaching him with a staff. A clanging sound echoed throughout the room as the hero summoned his sword and repelled the enemy's attack. After a failed attempt, the monster immediately flew back to his 2 comrades. James knew he couldn't let them call for help here, so he shouted to Olivia that they had to destroy these monsters as soon as possible. She watched the revived monsters with incomprehension, whose behavior seemed very strange to her. They soared into the air and flew up to the columns with magic stones. Frozen in front of the stone, one of them swung his spear to strike. After that, he delivered another equally weak blow. The magic stone responded to the blows almost immediately. Its color began to take on a brighter and more saturated shade of yellow, and weak lightning discharges appeared at the ends. James, who was watching this, realized with horror that by pounding the stone in this way, The monsters wanted to provoke the release of magical energy. Olivia still managed to fully understand what was happening, but her sixth sense told her that nothing good would come of it. As the monster resumed its attacks on the stone, the lightning bolts that appeared became much stronger and more active. One of them even shot down as a powerful arrow. Olivia was truly horrified to realize that the monsters were doing this on purpose to kill them. To avoid being struck by lightning, our heroes had to jump in different directions. What they saw next amazed them even more. A continuous chain of lightning formed between the magic stones, creating a kind of network in the air. The hero's face became even more gloomy when he realized that in this way the magic stones strengthened each other. None of them even had time to react when lightning flashed over Olivia's head. As she flew past, she hit the wall behind her, and a lot of debris began to fall to the floor with a roar, blocking the only exit from here. James clicked his tongue in irritation and said with displeasure that they had no choice but to fight. Shouting to Olivia that they needed to figure out a way to kill them and disable the magic stones, he ran forward. The monsters reacted to his actions and simultaneously began to spin their staffs. James watched their actions with tension as he continued to approach. When lightning flew at one of the monsters, he didn't even move from his place, continuing to spin his staff. Having struck it, the lightning rebounded and flew down. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that the hero only had time to freeze in surprise. And the next moment, his whole body was struck by incredible pain from a lightning strike. Olivia's face twisted in horror and fear as she ran forward in a desperate attempt to help. Returning back, James held his left hand, feeling a throbbing phantom pain from what he had just experienced. The enemies immediately surrounded him and attacked again, sending 3 bolts of lightning at the guy at once. He easily dodged one of them, letting the lightning fly past. He also had to dodge the next 2 with great effort and jump. But once the danger was over, James allowed himself a satisfied grin and noted that his opponents were not so accurate. But if he had looked back, he would have realized that their goal was completely different. That's why the explosion that sounded behind him when lightning struck the magic stone greatly surprised the guy. The stone immediately began to sparkle with small lightning bolts, gaining strength. James immediately turned around, shouting to Olivia about the danger. But his cry was drowned out by the crackle of lightning bolts. The girl's body and mind were numb with shock. She could not bring herself to move in the face of approaching death. Suddenly, Olivia saw James's back in front of her. The hero couldn't let her die, so he shielded her with himself. And the next moment the room was filled with his heart-rending cry from the pain that struck his body. Olivia watched what was happening as if in slow motion. After a few agonizingly long moments, it was all over, and the boy's screams died down. And his burnt body fell dead on the floor. The girl's face was distorted with horror, regret, and pain. On trembling legs, she slowly walked towards James. Olivia dropped down next to him and began to tearfully apologize for dragging him to this tower, and now he was dead because of her. Focused only on the pain of loss, she completely forgot about the remaining enemies and did not notice the approaching monster. Returning to life, James smiled warmly and reassured Olivia, saying that he would never die, so she shouldn't cry in vain. Under her shocked gaze with frozen tears in her eyes, the hero quickly moved behind her and parried the enemy's blow, wounding him in the chest. As the monster's body fell to the floor, the girl stood up and cried out James's name in bewilderment. Not understanding at all how he could be alive, she turned her lost gaze from him to the empty space on the floor next to her. It took her a couple of minutes to realize that this was exactly how his ability she had heard so much about worked. James awkwardly touched the back of his head, as she exclaimed with delight in her voice that it was an amazing skill. And then he said that this was already his second death in front of Olivia, which shocked her. They didn't have time for further conversation, so he retreated back to the enemies, telling Olivia along the way that she could use him as a human shield, since he couldn't die. The girl's palm involuntarily squeezed the soft fabric of the suit, and, abruptly rising to her feet, she replied that she would not do that. Her heart simply would not be able to withstand it. Olivia understood that at her low level she would not be able to defeat anyone and would only be a burden. Taking slow steps towards him, she suddenly asked how many monsters she needed to kill to level up and fight them on equal terms. Surprised, James replied in confusion that killing 2 such monsters would be enough to raise her level. But it was difficult for him to guess how many levels she would need to raise. Olivia smiled and said confidently that she could handle it. Immediately after these words, with an unusually stern expression on her face, she cut off the wounded monster's head with one swing. James couldn't contain his surprise and bewilderment at her actions. She, without turning around, admitted that she also had one special skill that no one else had. At that very moment, the remaining monsters attacked her simultaneously. But the girl did not move from her place, even when the lightning almost reached her. Changing her stance, Olivia said that her skill increases all her experience points and stats tenfold. Immediately after that, she rushed forward, cutting one of the magic stones located nearby with her sword. The guy watched her, not taking his surprised gaze away. Olivia, plunging the blade of her sword into the ground, proudly shouted that her skill was called Hero. Here, other crystals also became electrified, creating a chain of lightning. Noticing this, the idol raised his head up. With her suddenly increased speed, she managed to easily dodge each of the lightning bolts that attacked her. Once she was near James, the girl said that her basic stats were quite low, so she felt like she was not fit to be a conqueror. But thanks to this skill, she can confidently hold her own in battle. The hero grinned and said that she knew how to surprise, but now they were on equal terms. Both monsters let out a terrifying scream, attracting attention. And then with a jerk they rose into the air. With all their might, they struck the magic stones with their staffs. Having achieved their goal, they redirected the flying lightning bolts towards our heroes. Smiling, James asked if Olivia would now be able to dodge all the attacks herself. She confidently replied that this would not be a problem for her. At this point, they had to split up to avoid 2 lightning bolts that struck. While his partner was busy dodging attacks, the hero decided to take action and get rid of the monsters. He caught up with his opponent in an instant. James was about to attack, and he raised his sword, but suddenly a powerful bolt of lightning flew between them, separating them. Taking advantage of this, the monster flew to the side, and the guy could not stay in the air any longer and fell down. He cast a dark glance at his opponent. He was filled with confidence that the monster was able to control these lightning bolts with the help of his staff, which also consisted of a part of the magic stone. Casting a doubtful glance at his sword, James suggested that he could try to redirect the lightning energy into the sword, but then he would fry himself. His opponent, meanwhile, began to swing his staff over his head again. He swung it sharply, sending several bolts of lightning at James. He didn't have any more time to think about his plan, so pushing off from the columns, he rushed towards the largest magic stone here. He decided that since he himself could not use the energy of lightning, he would not allow his opponents to do so either. So he put all his strength into this blow, smashing the stone into pieces. The fragments that flew into the air immediately became electrified and began to connect with each other with lightning. His plan was to scatter the fragments around himself and catch the energy flows to reflect them. With a satisfied smile on his lips, James shouted that it was now his turn to grill the monsters into chicken. Then he put his hand in front of him and lightning rushed towards his opponents. He didn't expect at all that his own skill would be used against him. In an attempt to defend himself, he held his staff out in front of him. But he did not hold out for long, and was knocked out of the monster's hands, leaving him defenseless against lightning. A powerful bolt of lightning engulfed his entire body, roasting him alive. Smiling contentedly, James quietly told Olivia that she could finish him off. The girl immediately hung bloodthirstily over the monster falling down and raised her sword to strike. With one blow, she cut through his body and was able to raise her level to 10. Now there was only one opponent left in front of her. But he was no longer scary to her, so in a few sharp jumps she reached him and cut his neck. Olivia noted, not without joy, that it had become much easier to move than before. Her first personal victory gave the girl self-confidence. James, meanwhile, had been watching her sullenly from the sidelines all this time. He was very worried about her skill, which was capable of multiplying all stats tenfold. It would not be an exaggeration if he said that with such skill, Olivia would be able to surpass not only himself, but even Victoria and Michael. This way she will be able to rise to the very top of the conquerors and become a real hero. The happy girl ran back to James. But when there were only a couple of steps left between them, lightning suddenly struck. The hero looked at the lightning net spread across the ceiling and said with displeasure that even though they had managed to kill the monsters, it was still too dangerous to be here. Olivia completely agreed with the idea that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. So without further questions they headed towards the exit. But it was covered with a mountain of rubble, and there were no other exits here. At some point, while dodging another lightning strike, Olivia noticed something. With a happy smile on her face, she called out to James and pointed ahead. Behind 2 magic crystals near the wall, she managed to notice another passage. The guy was surprised when he saw him too, and then he praised his companion for her attentiveness. A sword appeared in his palm from blue flashes. Since the magic stones were of enormous size, he was going to get rid of them by cutting them with his sword. Turning to Olivia, he said that he could use her help in this matter, to which the idol was only glad. So together, holding their weapons at the ready, they rushed towards the stones. As if sensing a threat, the stones immediately began to sparkle with lightning. James immediately tensed up. The next moment, several bolts of lightning flew at them at once. Our heroes simultaneously jumped in different directions. Easily dodging him, they confidently rushed on. Having easily cut through the obstacles standing in their way, they managed to break free. There were joyful smiles on their faces. When several lightning strikes were heard in response to their attacks, Olivia jumped in surprise and fear. Stones began to fall from the collapsed wall again, blocking the passage. Olivia watched this with an expression of shock and confusion. James just smiled weakly and walked on. The girl, worried about what had happened, shared her assumption that they were going deeper into the tower, rather than leaving it. The hero did not react in any way, and stopped abruptly, having taken a couple of steps. Noticing that James was strangely quiet, she turned her worried gaze to him and asked what was the matter. Looking up, the hero quietly said that their situation was as bad as it could be. They found themselves in a spacious tunnel-type room that went higher and higher into the tower. The hero admitted that he actually had some business in this tower, so he planned to train Olivia a little, and then escort her to a safe place and take on his mission, to search this huge place. Olivia looked around the room with an excited look, asking what exactly he was looking for here. James said that recently the department received a report that a whole group of conquerors had disappeared into this tower. He clarified that these guys took part in the operation to conquer Zeus, so none of them were weak. But for some reason, this strong group couldn't handle the boss of this tower. Feeling someone approaching, James immediately looked up. At that very moment, something fell not far from them with an incredible roar. The hero instantly tensed up and began to peer into the rising wall of dust. A few moments later, someone's huge clawed paw appeared from there. Then, with a terrifying roar, the monster itself, which was the boss of the middle floor, appeared. Gripping his sword tightly, James said that it was this one he had to find and destroy. The day before, Victoria had summoned him to the Conqueror's management office. The girl herself was swamped with work in her office, but as soon as her guest arrived, she looked up from her laptop. She thanked James for responding to her request so quickly. But he suddenly became wary and began to look around, as if searching for someone, which caused confusion in Victoria. When she asked him about the reasons for his strange behavior, he said that there were good reasons for it. After the fall of the Zeus Tower, he was constantly dragged to various conferences, interviews, and talk shows by men in black, and now he couldn't shake the feeling that they were constantly haunting him. Victoria reassured him that there were only the two of them in this room. When she added that no one forced him to participate in all this, and everything was by mutual consent, the guy angrily shouted that this was all a blatant lie. The girl calmly continued, saying that thanks to his participation in social activities, they were able to distract people from the appearance of the red heavenly demon towers. She said that according to the research conducted, they were no different from the old ones. That's why she promised that no more men in black would take him away. The hero sighed heavily and, reaching to the back of his head, asked why he had been called this time. Victoria's tone became more serious when she asked if he had heard anything about Thor Tower. James replied thoughtfully that he had caught a glimpse of her on his way here. Then he asked if it was for this tower that the management had been drawing up a plan to conquer the middle floors recently. Victoria nodded and said that they had encountered a problem during the process. While searching for a passage from the first floor to the middle floor, a huge empty area was discovered. Hearing this, the hero was perplexed. Victoria continued, telling that this area has its own boss, who is much stronger than the usual ones. James sighed heavily and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He knew very well the unspoken rule of all the towers. The higher the floor, the stronger the monsters and bosses on the floors would be. In their case, the tower has a large space between the first and middle floors, where the monster sits. Victoria confirmed the correctness of his train of thought. She clasped her hands together, looked up at the boy and said that she wanted him to destroy this monster. Since the management had never encountered anything like this before, they would have to assign the monster the status of unauthorized threat, if even James was unable to deal with it. The guy tensed up, remembering the meeting with the Iron Snake in one of the towers, which had the same status. He was worried that if this monster was like that snake, then many conquerors might be in danger right now. So, after some thought, he accepted the mission, promising to do his utmost to destroy the monster. Victoria closed her eyes and thanked him. And then she summoned her inventory, saying that she couldn't let him go into such a difficult fight empty-handed. A joyful smile appeared on the boy's face when he saw the item that was handed to him. He was pulled out of these memories by another furious roar from the monster. The next moment he jumped on James. When the beast hit the floor, leaving deep cracks on it, the hero had already jumped to the side. Olivia screamed in fright from the strong gust of wind. The failed attack enraged the monster even more, and he flew up with a roar. Olivia looked at him with a puzzled look, asking what they should do now since their enemy was too high. While the girl was completely confused, James already had a plan. He was going to take advantage of what Victoria had given him. From the inventory he summoned, a bracelet appeared on his wrist, which he had previously received for killing the Iron Snake. Victoria looked at him in surprise, asking what kind of bracelet it was. James explained that it was a weapon that could be used in long-range combat. After these words, he raised his hand up, activating the bracelet. An iron cable with a sharp tip flew out from there, flew a centimeter away from the monster and rushed on. Having flown into one of the protruding slabs, The iron tip caught on it. Having reached his goal, James pushed off the floor and flew upward with a confident smile on his lips. He was able to deliver a slashing, deep blow to the enemy's chest with his sword, passing by. The monster let out a menacing growl over his shoulder after him. With energetic leaps, James climbed higher and higher on the rope along the wall of the tower, not paying attention to him. When he stopped and looked down, the wounded, enraged monster was not far behind him and was flying after him. The hero was unpleasantly surprised that his opponent was still standing on his feet. The monster flew straight towards him with a loud scream, its eyes glowing with anger, and its wings emitting a neon glow. James gripped his sword tighter as his opponent jerked higher into the air. A few moments later, the monster hovered above him. Immediately, the glow of his neon wings became even brighter. James was extremely wary and concerned about this strange glow, intuitively understanding that it did not bode well. So he decided that he should get out of here quickly. But the monster did not allow him to do this, releasing many purple needles from its wings. James tried to avoid this attack, but the arrows continued to pursue him. At some point, he didn't have time to dodge, and a shallow scratch appeared on his cheek. Having climbed onto the rocky ledge with the help of a rope, he fell onto it, hitting the surface painfully. Hissing in pain, the boy began to slowly rise to his feet. Noticing a strange glow above, he looked up with displeasure. The boss was looming over him again. A look of confusion appeared on the boy's face when he realized that he wouldn't be able to escape this time. The next moment, loud cries of pain echoed throughout the room as the hero's body was pierced by many sharp purple needles. After reviving, he appeared behind his opponent using the move point. Raising his sword to strike, James angrily shouted that he should not be underestimated. The monster roared as the boy's sword sank into his thick mane. To stay upright and not fall down, our hero had to grab onto the tough wool with his hands. Involuntarily, he glanced down over his shoulder. At that very moment, the monster suddenly accelerated. James was horrified, wondering how high he wanted to climb. He was overcome with even greater horror when he realized that the monster's goal was the ceiling. Almost reaching the ceiling, the boss turned sharply and changed his direction. Because of this, James was no longer able to hold on by clinging to his fur and slid into the air. But he had no intention of giving up, and bouncing off the ceiling, flew down. With a confident grin on his lips, he thanked the monster for the service it had rendered him, as it would make it much easier for him to attack. Moments later, the two were locked in battle again. The hero desperately struck, aiming at the monster's head. He intended to kill him before he could fall. The boss's gaze became even angrier as soon as he heard these words. The next moment, he shook his head, deflecting the guy's sword with his horns. The guy thrown aside was left open, which the monster took advantage of. James couldn't move. A powerful paw clamped his body in a vice. Immediately after that, the monster rushed down with him. Shouting loudly, he demanded that he be released immediately. As soon as he looked down, tears of horror came to his eyes. The next moment, they fell to the floor with a crash. Due to the incredible force of the blow, James died instantly. All this time, Olivia watched their fight from the side. But this role did not suit the girl at all. She began to rise quickly, jumping over the protruding slabs, deciding that she had to help James. She had almost reached the platform where the battle was taking place when she heard a loud explosion. Despite her fear, she still climbed up. The first thing she noticed was the dead body of her partner. Olivia's face reflected pain and regret, but she knew that James had the infinite rebirth skill, and believed that he would soon come back to life. One look at the monster was enough for her to understand that he would not be able to defeat such a monster alone. Besides, she herself really wanted to help the guy. Her eyes shone with determination and complete confidence as she summoned her sword, Evil Cross. As soon as the sword was in her palms, a message appeared in front of her that Evil Cress had found a response in her soul, and now the special skill First Kata was available to her, which caused Olivia no small surprise. But the surprise quickly turned into a smile. Although she didn't yet know what kind of skill it was, she was sure that it was something strong. Noticing her appearance, the monster immediately reacted and rushed at her with a roar. Olivia was not at all frightened and, standing in a stance, raised her sword to strike. As she made her first swing, a powerful wave of light erupted from the blade. But the monster easily dodged this attack, simply jumping to the side. Olivia clearly didn't expect her opponent to be able to dodge, and was now completely at a loss. Meanwhile, the monster, still roaring, pushed off the floor and soared into the air. Gripping her sword tighter, Olivia decided to make another attempt to attack. She swung her sword, causing another wave of light to shoot out towards the monster. But this attempt was also unsuccessful, the attack hitting the wall behind the monster. The monster also decided to attack back, its wings once again engulfed in the familiar neon glow. Olivia remembered very well what happened to James when the enemy used this skill. She didn't have the ability to revive like the guy, so she needed to escape immediately. But the girl didn't know where exactly. Suddenly, a blow hit the beast's horn, distracting its attention. The revived James pulled hard on the rope that was clinging to the monster. With a furious cry, he reared up on his hind legs and his wings shone even brighter. The next moment, a hail of purple arrows rained down on the wall above the hero. He had no intention of dying from those arrows again, so he jumped up and ran straight at the monster. There was real rage in his eyes as he raised his sword. Using all his strength, James delivered a blow, causing his opponent to howl. Then he turned and called out to Olivia, urging her to action. Confidence lit up her eyes again, and taking an attack stance, she shouted that she would not miss the opportunity to cut off this monster's head. Immediately after that, she swung her sword again, sending a cutting wave towards the monster. He was going to repel the attack with his roar, but before he could do anything, his horn was broken off. The monster's furious roar drowned out the crash of its fall. A joyful smile lit up the girl's face from the fact that she had finally managed to hit the enemy. But James was not so sure that with this blow, they had managed to finally get rid of the monster. The monster's furious eyes, flashing from behind the curtain of smoke, confirmed his guess. Without hesitating for a moment, he ran towards the two heroes. They had to jump in different directions to avoid his blow. Having gained high speed, the monster could not stop and ran into the wall, destroying it. James and Olivia kept their intense gaze fixed on the spot where the monster should be. He emerged from the cloud of smoke with a roar and aimed straight at the guy. The hero dodged, and the monster rushed on. Olivia shouted out decisively that they needed to attack the enemy before it took off again. James cursed in irritation, knowing that she was right, because if the monster was too high up, their attacks wouldn't hit it. Suddenly Olivia ran up to him and grabbed his hand. She looked up at James with a sly look and said that she already had a plan. The hero was completely perplexed when the girl simply dragged him along, saying that they had to manage to catch hold of the monster's tail. So they rushed after the enemy who had jumped into the air. The heroes managed to catch and grab hold of his tail without any difficulty. It flew higher and higher, circling the walls and breaking protruding slabs. Because of this, it was incredibly difficult for the heroes to maintain their position and not fall down. Without stopping, the monster flew into the ceiling with a crash. Olivia, with shock in her eyes, began to fall down rapidly. James couldn't let his partner fall to her death, so he called upon the bracelet's power again and fired at one of the lower protrusions. Following the rope, he also flew down, so he managed to catch Olivia, and together with her, fall back to the floor. Blushing, the girl looked away in embarrassment and thanked him for saving her. James put her down on the floor and asked her to wait for him here. He intended to break the wings of their enemy himself. With this intention, he resolutely ran to meet the monster. He was unable to dodge the guy's lightning-fast strike and received another deep wound. Blinded by pain, he roared loudly. The hero immediately jumped down and delivered another equally powerful blow. So he circled around his enemy, mercilessly slashing his entire body with his sword. Very soon the monster could no longer stay in the air and flew down. James followed him, intending to finish the job. Having attacked the monster, the hero, along with it, fell to the floor with a terrifying crash. Through the slightly dispersed clouds of dust, one could see the figure of a guy hanging over the powerful carcass, whose sword was thrust deep into the monster's head. The monster itself was definitely dead, having received numerous wounds. It could not survive James's final attack. An excited Olivia jumped down the ledges after them, worried about the boy's condition. Hearing her voice, he turned around. A happy smile played across his face as he tiredly reported that the interdimensional boss had been defeated. Immediately after that, they went to the control office. There, James told Victoria in detail what had happened. After listening to his report, the girl thanked him for the work he had done. She also said that she would send a research team there to thoroughly check the tower for threats, and after the check, the tower would be reopened to everyone. She promised to pay James for her work immediately after the check was completed. The hero had not yet received the money promised to him, but he was already thinking about what he could spend such a large sum on. Victoria turned her attention to his companion. Olivia stood nearby the whole time, smiling contentedly. Catching Victoria's gaze, the idol immediately ran up to her and cheerfully asked if she was surprised by their unexpected meeting. Without waiting for an answer, she stepped back a little and admitted that she was going to meet her when she became a conqueror. But it happened surprisingly faster. Victoria looked down, pleased that their meeting had indeed taken place unusually quickly. Observing their informal conversation, James, surprised by his guess, asked if they knew each other. Olivia hugged Victoria tightly and happily replied that they were best friends. She said that when she was an idol, she often met her at photo shoots for magazines and the media. Lost in her memories, the idol would not have noticed that she had practically strangled her dear friend if it weren't for James. Watching Olivia's attempts to bring Victoria to her senses, the hero asked if the head of the department knew about her friend's special skill. Olivia herself answered instead, saying that as soon as she had acquired the skill, she immediately told Victoria about it. She had already managed to come to her senses. She also believed that the hero's ability was incredibly powerful, and could open the doors for Olivia to the top of the conquerors. Worried about her friend, she told her that their profession was associated with great risks, and she would not recommend her to become a conqueror. Olivia became noticeably sad and answered seriously that since she had been given such power, she should use it for the benefit of people. She understood that although the situation regarding people's concerns about the Red Towers had stabilized, fear still lived in the hearts of many. That's why she wanted to become a conqueror and show everyone that there was nothing to fear anymore. James was genuinely surprised by her confession. He couldn't even imagine that she could have such a dream. Victoria sighed and said that she would not dissuade him. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a message that arrived on her tablet. After quickly reviewing the text, she reported that the safety of the Thor Tower's interspace had been confirmed. After her words, James turned to Olivia and offered to split the reward in half, to which the girl actively waved her hands, saying that he had done absolutely nothing. Remembering something else, the guy turned his gaze back to Victoria. He said that after defeating the monster, he decided to check the area for other enemies. There he managed to find and open a passage with a teleport to the upper floor. When he asked whether he really should have done this, Victoria replied that he had only made the Bureau's work easier. She prudently informed Olivia that she was strictly forbidden from entering the boss's floor, which caused her friends extreme displeasure. James also didn't dare to go against the boss alone, considering it too much of a pain in the ass. A sudden scream from behind him made his whole body shudder in fear. Monica, who entered the room, followed by Yuri with a smile, shouted in bewilderment that no one was going to let him go to the boss alone. James looked back, giving the girls a confused look. Monica confidently continued, saying that if there was no one else to challenge the boss, then the hero would go with them. He was very shocked by their sudden appearance and could not help but ask what they were doing here. Yuri admitted that recently they had also been carrying out Victoria's tasks and had arrived to report on the completion of the mission. She was genuinely glad that they were lucky enough to meet in this way. Olivia called out to him quietly and tugged on James's sleeve. Then she looked out from behind his back and asked admiringly who these two cuties were. All the joy from the long-awaited meeting with Yuri evaporated in an instant, as soon as she saw the stranger near the guy. Monica, standing next to her, tensed up and looked away, feeling how the temperature in the room dropped sharply. Our hero was also confused, noticing his friend's strange reaction. Looking up at him with a cold gaze, Yuri asked who she was and when they had managed to become so close. The confused guy involuntarily stepped back, intuitively sensing the danger hanging over him. He turned to Olivia and hopefully asked her to explain that everything between them was not as it might seem from the outside. But his actions only further inflamed Yuri's cold rage. She could no longer watch this scene and summoned her staff. She then created a powerful sphere of water, crying out with tears in her eyes that James was a real idiot. Thus, Victoria lost one of the windows of her office, which was knocked out by a powerful stream of water. The guys didn't linger any longer and, having resolved the misunderstanding that had arisen, they went to the tower. Monica was full of confidence that together they would definitely be able to defeat the tower boss. But unlike her two companions did not experience the same enthusiasm. Taking a step closer, James said with a slight smile that this would be the first time they would fight a boss with just the three of them. Monica smiled widely and confidently stated that he would be surprised to see how much stronger she and Yuri had become. Afterwards, the hero stepped forward and pushed the gate, opening the way to the boss room. But before entering, Monica stopped him, asking if they really should have left that girl in the office. At remembrance Olivia, Yuri instantly tensed up, blushing with shame for his actions. The hero nodded and explained that Olivia, she still lacks experience, and her level is still low. None of the three of them even suspected that the person they were discussing was secretly following them. Olivia was too interested in the boss's room to just give in and stay away. Let's say, if not to fight, she hoped to look at this monster at least with one eye. As soon as our heroes entered the room, the idol ran out of her hiding place. In the few hours she had spent here, she had seen James and his girlfriends kill all the monsters on their way to this room, and all their fights had been simply incredible, so she couldn't wait to see another exciting fight. For your own safety, go inside. Olivia didn't intend to, but would just look through the open gates. But she didn't take into account that not all the monsters could be destroyed, one of which noticed her at the entrance. Without thinking, the monster swung his arm at the magic stone hanging nearby, causing lightning to strike. Hearing a strange sound somewhere behind her, the girl shuddered. As soon as she turned around, she saw many activated crystals behind her. The familiar network of lightning appeared almost instantly above her head, and now it was enough for just one action of the monster for the lightning to be removed into the girl herself. Realizing the dangerous situation she found herself in, Olivia. She smiled nervously and began to back away, and as soon as lightning flew at her, she turned around and rushed forward, screaming loudly in horror. Hearing a strange screeching sound, James stopped. trying to understand what was happening. Running away from the lightning flying at her, the idol didn't even realize how she crossed the forbidden line and ran into the boss's room. Immediately after that, she tripped over her own leg and fell to the floor. Hissing in pain, she slowly rose to a sitting position. Only when she raised her head and saw 3 pairs of surprised glances directed at her. James, recovering from the shock first, his voice filled with confusion and anger, ordered her to leave this room immediately, while she could still do so alive. Before he could finish speaking, the door behind the idol slammed shut with a bang. Immediately after that, a sealing stamp appeared on it. The girl turned her lost gaze to the door, asking what this meant. At that very moment, James tensed up, feeling an elusive sense of danger. He turned around abruptly and, calling for his weapon, said that it was too late to change anything. For a few moments, there was an oppressive silence in the room, and the tension emanating from the heroes seemed almost tangible. All 4 pairs of eyes were turned towards the stone gargoyle statue in the center of the room. Suddenly, thin cracks began to spread across the body of the statue. This made our hero tense up even more. As soon as the stone shell fell, the monster suddenly opened its bright yellow eyes. The gargoyle came to life and let out a loud, terrifying roar that echoed off the walls. On the face, Olivia, fear and confusion were reflected when she saw the owner of the tower. Without turning around, James shouted in a serious tone for her to stay behind them and not even think about leaving until the boss was dead. His words made the gargoyle's face twist in confusion. The monster pushed off the ground with his feet and flew high into the air. His first target was the confused Olivia. The boss was rapidly approaching her with his sharpened axe already raised to strike. Paralyzed by shock, the girl could not move, looking into the face of her death. James turned to face her, realizing too late exactly who the monster was targeting. But before he could do anything, Yuri got ahead of him. She created a water ball of incredible size and sent it at the monster. The unexpected attack knocked the monster off its intended target. Falling back down, he traveled several meters before he managed to stop. Without taking her eyes off the enemy, Yuri asked Olivia if she was hurt. The idol hesitantly replied that she was fine as Monica helped her to her feet. After that, Yuri called out to James, confidently saying that the 2 of them would look after Olivia, so he could fight in peace. Our hero didn't need another invitation. He approached the boss in an instant. With a sharp and precise blow, the guy left a deep wound on his chest. There was a determination in his eyes to end this fight as soon as possible. So the next moment he rushed towards the monster again. This time he was already prepared for it and easily repelled the attack simply by swinging his axe. James had to dodge to avoid the blow cutting off his legs. During this short time of battle, he had already managed to conclude that this boss's attacks were too predictable, and if this continued, he would defeat him quite quickly. With these thoughts, our hero dealt another blow to the monster's massive green hand. But he didn't know that this step was his critical mistake, because the next moment the skin of the monster's hand flared brightly, and lightning began to sparkle from it. This reaction to the blow horrified James. He remembered very well that the magic stones from the lower floors had the same reaction. He didn't have time to do anything because his entire body was struck by a powerful bolt of lightning, causing him incredible pain. A minute later, this torture ended, and James began to fall down helplessly. As his body hit the floor with a thud, Monica, standing next to him, shuddered in horror. Having dealt with the guy, the monster immediately began to frantically turn its head from side to side, looking for its next target. His choice fell on Olivia again. With a terrifying roar, he rushed towards her, holding out his green palm in front of him. Monica and Yuri immediately blocked his path, shouting at Olivia to stay behind. Without hesitation, Monica was the first to rush towards the boss. She easily dodged his swing of the axe, simply bending slightly. Immediately after this, the girl literally evaporated right before the enemy's eyes. She crept up on him from the side, holding sharp blades tightly in both palms. Her sudden blows caught the monster off guard, and losing his balance, he fell onto his back. Monica smiled contentedly as she looked at the result of her work. The tower boss's enormous body lay motionless on the floor, showing no signs of life. But suddenly his entire body changed its gray-green hue to a dangerous red, and his eyes suddenly opened wide. The girl froze in place from shock and horror. Only somewhere in her mind the thought flashed that the changes that had occurred in the monster did not bode well for her. The monster rose to its feet and hung over her with an axe raised, intending to get rid of the midge that was bothering him. Frightened, Yuri called out loudly to her friend, hoping to bring her back to reality. But suddenly Olivia intervened in the battle, using the first kata. Even though the girl put all her strength into this blow, the monster was able to block it with his right hand, from which lightning began to rain down again. In this way, she managed to save Monica, who had already mentally said goodbye to life. Without lowering her sword, Olivia confidently said that even if she lacked experience, it did not mean that she was a complete weakling, and added that they could also rely on her in battle. Monica took her words seriously, and asked Angelica to cover her since she was so eager to fight. Immediately after these words, the girl jumped up from her seat and ran forward. Yuri exchanged glances with Olivia and suggested that they attack together. Acting in a coordinated manner, the girls simultaneously directed attacks at the enemy. So now the monster had to defend itself from both these two attacks and from the girl flying at it. Thanks to his axe, the boss had no trouble repelling all the techniques. Monica decided to approach him from the side, taking advantage of the fact that her opponent was distracted. Just when she was about to strike, the monster turned around and raised his right fist above his head, smiling wickedly. Thanks to James's sacrifice earlier, Monica knew about the special nature of this hand. Therefore, she was not going to make the same mistake and hit the strong-willed hand, bouncing off his fist. The girl turned around right in the air. The enraged monster's eyes flashed dangerously red. Monica was confused when the monster threw its head back and opened its mouth wide. A bright yellow light began to emanate from there, and upon seeing it, Monica realized with horror that he also had a magic stone in his throat. She couldn't foresee this, so now she found herself in a dangerous situation again, close to death. Monica only cowered in fear as the attack was about to come out of her opponent's mouth. But at the very last moment, James came to her aid, and with one sharp blow to the face, he sent the boss flying to the side. His appearance at such a moment caused genuine surprise in the girl. Thanks to our hero's blow, the monster's destructive attack did not hit his girlfriend, but the wall in front. The guy himself fell to the floor with a painful groan. Rising to his feet, James said with annoyance that their opponent had too many hidden trump cards. And then, more cheerfully, he added that he would make him use them all. Immediately after these words, he rushed towards the boss at full speed. All this time, the hero did not take his attentive gaze off him, trying to predict the enemy's next actions. He waited for the right moment and waved his right hand. Dodging, James said with a smile that only a complete idiot would try to use the same move twice. And then, turning in the air, he delivered a powerful kick to the head, forcing the boss to recoil. While the monster was recovering from the blow, James jumped back to a safe distance. At some point, the glow on the monster's hand intensified. Lowering it, he opened his mouth wide, in which a charge of lightning had already begun to form. Along with a furious roar, a powerful beam sparkling with lightning burst out. By ducking, James was able to avoid this attack. After this, the monster released 2 more beams, which he also deftly dodged, continuing to approach the boss. As his opponent came into range, James cheerfully remarked that all of his attacks were too predictable. The monster stopped its pointless attempts to attack, letting out a disgruntled growl. His hand tightened its grip on the axe he was holding. Deciding to take more radical measures, he put his right hand in front of him and raised the axe over his head with his left. His pained roar echoed throughout the room as he struck himself with the axe. Then he extended his hand, sparkling with lightning, forward. Aiming at James, he fired an incredibly powerful bolt of lightning at him. Olivia and Yuri reacted instantly, simultaneously launching their attacks towards him. The 3 forces collided with each other and caused a loud explosion, the force wave of which threw our hero aside. As soon as he managed to get to safety, he cast a grateful glance at the girls. They smiled contentedly at him in response. Without wasting any more time, the guy rushed towards the boss again, dodging his slow and deliberate attacks along the way. Getting close, James managed to slash the monster's side with his sword. After that, he delivered several more incredibly fast blows, which the monster barely had time to comprehend. The finishing blow landed on his head. Immediately after this, the hero hurried back to his friends. He managed to torture the boss so much that he staggered and could barely stay on his feet. Not even a few seconds had passed before the sound of the axe handle hitting the stone floor was heard. The boss fell to his knees and now leaned on his axe with his last strength. James, standing opposite him, said with a slight mockery that this fight was not so difficult. These words angered the monster and made him growl threateningly. Not paying any attention to this, the hero gripped his sword tighter, saying that he only needed one blow to end everything. But before he could finish speaking, the walls of the room were shaken by the deafening roar of his opponent. Powerful gusts of wind rose, almost knocking our heroes off their feet. As soon as the terrifying roar died down, the monster took off into the air on its incredibly huge wings. Following his gaze, James asked in bewilderment why even the final boss in this tower could fly. The detail that caught Olivia's attention caused confusion to appear on her face. Calling out to the guy, she pointed her finger upward. She assumed that the boss was running away, since he was moving directly towards the window above. Monica doubted the correctness and logic of this thought. It seemed too strange to her that the boss could escape from his own room. Summoning his inventory, James shouted that they couldn't let the monster get away from here under any circumstances. As soon as the bracelet materialized on his hand, the guy was sincerely glad that he had not given the weapon back to Victoria after completing the mission. He looked up at the flying monster and pointed his hand at it. The next moment, an iron rope with a sharp tip flew out after him. Quickly catching up with him, the tip sank into the monster's foot. James tried his best to hold on to his boss, but the latter's massive body and impressive weight clearly overpowered him in this fight. Frowning, the hero reluctantly admitted that he alone would not be able to hold off the enemy. So he decided to act differently. Instead of useless resistance and attempts to hold on, the guy himself jumped after him. Monica's face reflected fear and horror at the sight of James's desperate step. The tower boss flew out, breaking the only window, and our hero followed him into the unknown. But as soon as the monster was outside the walls of the tower, the blade slipped from his foot. Having fallen down, our hero managed to land softly on the surface below him. Standing on his feet, he looked around carefully, and was surprised to realize that he was on the roof of a tower. A loud sound from the side made him turn away from the sight of the city and remember the battle. The monster hovering in the air roared furiously, and an unusually bright green glow emanated from its mouth. It was preparing to attack. It took James one look to guess what was about to happen. The next moment, an incredibly powerful, destructive stream of energy flew towards him. Although the attack did not hit our hero, the force of the explosion threw him to the side. Hitting the steps of the stairs painfully, he quickly slid down. The only thing James could think about now was how to avoid falling off the tower. At the last moment, he managed to grab hold of the ledge with his hand. It took him a lot of effort to hold on a little longer. Afterwards, he glanced down, thinking hard that even if he fell, he could revive himself with the help of his skill. But James was afraid that after jumping from such a height, his mental state would go to hell. So he decided to climb back onto the roof as quickly as possible to prevent such an outcome. But he didn't have time to do this before the enemy appeared. He opened his mouth again, preparing to repeat his attack. The only option that could save our hero was to jump, which he did, letting go of the ledge of the ladder and jumping to the side. The attack landed exactly where he was a moment ago, but the guy was already far away and was not hit. Holding his hand with the bracelet out in front of him again, James shouted at the monster that he wasn't the only one who could move through the air. Immediately after that, the rope he released rushed towards the boss. It reached its target in a matter of moments and wrapped itself around his leg. Feeling a strange pressure, the monster was completely perplexed. James, meanwhile, was rapidly closing the distance between them. He rushed past the monster and struck it, causing it to roar in pain. After this, the hero again aimed the bracelet at the enemy. The monster flinched as he felt the rope wrap around his horn. With the firm intention of killing, James flew towards the monster again. But this time he managed to defend himself from his blow with his axe. However, this was enough for him to throw the monster back, and the hero himself caught the tip on the roof. He immediately moved to a hard surface, where he allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he looked back to check if his enemy had fallen. The next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. The monster managed to push off from one of the red protrusions, and now rushed past the guy like an arrow. He watched this in shock, amazed that his enemy was still alive. Having climbed to the very top, the boss attacked the magic stones located there with his axe. James chuckled weakly, listening to his bad feeling. A few moments later, powerful beams charged with electricity were flying at him from several directions at once. The hero could do nothing to counter this and died in the explosion. A satisfied, victorious smile appeared on the monster's face at the sight of this picture. Resurrected on the roof, James reminded his opponent that he was not the only one who could do such tricks. The smile slid off the monster's face, giving way to confusion and bewilderment. Rising to his feet, the hero, without further ado, put his hand out to the side and activated the bracelet. As soon as the blade reached its target, he jumped from his place under the puzzled gaze of the monster. He landed right on a red ledge on which huge magical stones grew. Stopping at one of the stones, James confidently said that now it was his turn. With a satisfied smirk on his lips, he gripped his sword tighter and raised it to strike. It only took one blow for a golden beam of lightning to fly off the stone. The monster's face reflected genuine fear. Growling, he barely managed to get out of the line of attack, but he was still too close to the beam, so he had to cover his eyes from the blinding glare with his hand. But suddenly he was thrown down. Quickly pulling himself together, he flapped his wings and began to rise upward through the thick smoke. As soon as he heard James's voice behind him, he stopped. When the boss turned around, intending to attack, the hero was gone without a trace. James jumped off the crystal he was standing on and swung his sword again to strike. This time the monster was unable to escape without losses. This attack hit its wing, leaving a large hole there. For our hero, this was already a great victory on the way to his ultimate goal. Suddenly, the monster's breathing became much heavier, and the aura emanating from it became much more dangerous. Contrary to the hero's assumption, he was able to fly to the roof of the tower. James was truly perplexed, completely unable to understand how his enemy was able to fly after that. It took the hero a long time to climb to the very top. There he again met the monster, who was unable to fly far. The monster let out a dangerous growl as it met his gaze. Looking at him, James coldly said that death would overtake him in any case, and there was no point in running from it. The next moment they jumped up from their seats and rushed at each other. Both were intent on killing their opponent. As their attacks clashed with each other, a powerful shockwave was sent flying out. To the monster's surprise, James suddenly jumped onto his hand and ran up it. He was able to reach the monster's head quite easily with the sword in his hands. Then, circling around him, the hero inflicted new wounds on the enemy time after time. He, seizing the moment, decided to attack him in response and swung his axe, but the hero read this movement quite easily and dodged. He managed to get as close as possible to the monster and find its weak spot under the neck. He intended to end it all with one blow, but the monster didn't allow him to do this, pushing him aside. The next moment, a blindingly bright light burst from his throat. James was horrified to realize that the enemy had managed to hide the magic stones even there. He again found himself powerless in this situation and died from another lightning strike. Revived, he asked with heavy breathing if all the tower owners were such thorns. He did not wait for an answer to this question, because he saw in this situation an excellent opportunity to use his trump card. His trump card was his Shadow Crow Sword's unique skill, which allowed him to use a charged attack only once upon entering the tower. The monster became noticeably nervous at his words, so our hero resolutely jumped up from his place. As the boy rushed at the monster, it prudently raised its sword above its head, preparing to attack at the right moment. But the hero deftly dodged the swing of his blade. Then he took advantage of the enemy's openness to deliver the finishing blow himself.